Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi, saya Najib Aroff ditemani rakan setugas Nina Rozman. Kita berada di kampung saya, Johor Bahru ini, di Persada di Johor Bahru ini bersempena dengan Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone JS-SEZ. Hari ini ada perbincangan yang mendalam dilaksanakan.
Dan apabila kita bercakap mengenai zon ekonomi khas Johor-Singapura ataupun kata pendek JS-SEZ ini, ia bukan lebih daripada sekadar sebutan geografi, Najib. Ia merupakan pemangkin ekonomi yang kita boleh cakap sangat strategik. Ia bertujuan untuk mengubah wilayah Iskandar, terutamanya di selatan Johor, menjadi hub ekonomi rentas sepadan yang bernilai tinggi, yang mampu memanfaatkan kekuatan dan menjadi pelengkap masing-masing antara Malaysia dan juga Singapura. Dan ini situ juga ini sejajar dengan matlamat serantau yang lebih luas di bawah ASEAN. Memandangkan tahun ini Malaysia adalah pengerusi ASEAN, sudah tentu banyak peluang dan juga banyak komitmen dan tanggungjawab kita untuk mengukuhkan lagi perdagangan antara wilayah dan mempercepatkan inovasi dan tingkatkan lagi daya tahan dalam ekonomi yang kita lihat yang semakin berubah-ubah ini, Najib.
Untuk pengetahuan penonton juga, ciri-ciri JS-SEZ ini perlu kita terangkan supaya orang Johor faham, orang Singapura faham, orang Malaysia pun faham. Antaranya adalah pergerakan rentas sepadan yang diperkemaskan di bawah sistem digital sebagai contoh, yang akan diuji untuk memudahkan proses custom sebagai contoh. Ada juga proses imigrasi yang akan dipermudahkan di bawah JS-SEZ untuk perniagaan dan juga pekerja di Malaysia dan juga Singapura. Pembersihan kargo yang lebih baik di pusat pemeriksaan dan juga dari segi mengurangkan karinah birokrasi dan juga logistik, potensi untuk lorong yang lebih hijau untuk pelaburan juga profesional mahir antara kedua-dua buah negara, dan juga mobiliti bakat ni sangat penting ni, kedua-dua negara sekali. Sebab kalau saya orang Johor rakyat Malaysia ni, mobiliti pergerakan bakat
kita nak memudahkan proses itu, sudah tentu kan. Mobiliti bakat ni sangat penting kerana mereka ni adalah individu yang menyumbang kepada ekonomi negara dalam pelbagai aspek, sudah tentu. Dan apabila kita bercakap, kita nak lihat bagaimanakah pas kerja pantas yang boleh mempercepatkan proses visa yang dipermudahkan, dan ini juga akan membantu kita lihat pada masa sama kekurangan buruh yang berada di Singapura dan memberi rakyat Malaysia lebih banyak peluang pekerjaan yang bernilai tinggi terutamanya. Dan sudah tentu apa lagi kita lihat adalah kolaborasi ekonomi dan juga inovasi digital, ya Najib.
Okey, itu paling penting sekali untuk melihat kepada kerjasama dan juga inovasi digital dari segi AI, keselamatan cyber kerjasama tersebut, dan juga menuntut integrasi infrastruktur yang dilaksanakan kedua-dua buah negara melibatkan Singapura dan juga Malaysia. Dan kita bercakap soal kelebihan, Nina. Kelebihan ini paling penting sekali. JS-SEZ ini kelebihan untuk Malaysia dan juga Singapura, sebab bila rakyat Malaysia dan rakyat Singapura mendengar JS-SEZ ini, mereka tanya apa kelebihan yang mereka dapat, apa rakyat Malaysia dapat, apa rakyat Singapura dapat, Nina.
Betul. Apabila kita cakap, kita mulakan dengan Malaysia dulu. Sudah tentu apabila kita lihat ini adalah kerjasama ekonomi bukan sahaja untuk meningkatkan infrastruktur, memperkukuhkan digital, ekosistem digital, inovasi, green economy, tapi adalah untuk meringankan lagi kekangan daripada tanah, dari kalau kita lihat meningkatkan lagi menarik pelaburan iaitu berteknologi tinggi, modal asing, termasuk juga dengan mewujudkan lebih banyak pekerjaan mahir, high skill, dan menggalakkan pertubuhan lebih maju di Johor, serta meningkatkan lagi pembangunan PKS yang merupakan juga backbone untuk setiap ekonomi, serta menghubungkan mereka dengan supply chain untuk kedua-dua negara lebih penting. Dan apa antara manfaat yang kita boleh nampak untuk Singapura ni sebenarnya, Najib?
Okey, Singapura ini sudah pasti meringankan kekangan tanah dan juga buruh yang terhad untuk Singapura, dan juga membolehkan pengembangan perniagaan yang dengan kos efektif berdekatan dengan pasaran yang di mana terasnya perniagaan tersebut, iaitu di Johor, dan juga meningkatkan daya tahan ekonomi dengan mempelbagaikan asas operasi itu sendiri. Dan untuk ASEAN juga, Nina, ada banyak kelebihan. Sudah pasti ketersambungan itu dapat kita wujudkan di kalangan negara ASEAN tersebut. Okey, bercakap soal JS-SEZ ini, kita nak bawa syarikat yang ada kehadiran yang besar di Malaysia dan juga di Singapura. Nina boleh kenalkan tetamu pertama kita pada waktu ini.
Alright, right now we're going to be focusing, we're going to produce or present to you our first guest, President and Group CEO Maybank, Dato' Khairulsari Ramli. Mr. Amir, again, I want to say thank you very much, Dato'. This is a very big and significant event. Well, this is where we see they will set the tone, solidify the tone. Where is our benchmark and where are we heading for both our economies, Malaysia and Singapore? Probably you can share with us from a financial and investment standpoint, how does Maybank view the overall economic potential of the JS-SEZ, Dato'?
Thank you for having me. We are quite excited with this economic zone because we believe that it is actually a win-win situation. Singapore has always got that attraction in terms of skills and industry, but Johor has also got things to offer. And if we look at Johor, of course, it's the land, it's the resources, it's the energy, it's the utilities, right? So I think it's very, very complementary. Now, one of the main strengths of this JS-SEZ economic zone is actually an agreement. So two countries have agreed to cooperate from economic point of view through an agreement that was signed back in January this year. There are specific targets. Government has actually set a target of 50 projects in the next 5 years to create 20,000 jobs. Right? So I think at the end of the day, it's about a win-win situation for both countries. It's about employment creation. It's about increasing the pie of economy for both countries. And of course, as you mentioned, Maybank is fairly sizable in both countries and Johor as well. And we are excited to be able to be in the forefront in assisting both countries. And indeed, we have been helping both governments for many, many months. This is not our only event. There have been series of events that have been supporting both the Malaysia side and the Singapore side, bringing in the federal governments, bringing in the state governments, hosting forums like this, as well as taking them to roadshows overseas as well.
Right. Very lovely booth at the back here. You mentioned or you wrote down dual market dominance and support Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. You have 4 pillars, if you're second, social impact, sustainability, Islamic values, and also inclusive economy. 4 pillars in this JS-SEZ and Maybank core strength here.
Yeah, because as a full integrated commercial institution, we provide everything, right? We provide all solutions, advisory, also fundraising, etc. And we cater to all segments, be they small individuals, SME, and corporate. In Johor alone, we have got 71 physical touch points. Branches, wealth centers, business centers, auto finance centers. In Singapore, actually, we also have 23 physical presence as well, branches as well as Premier Center. In Johor itself, our financing amount now is about 45 billion ringgit, right? So with the opening of the Forest City, right? Forest City has also been recognized as a financial center. We are also planning to do wealth management as well, optimizing on the tax incentives that have been announced by the government. So we believe that we are in a prime position to be able to benefit from this. But again, we want everyone to grow, right? It's not just about we growing, it's about the country, it's about the state, it's about the whole population, covering all segments of our client base.
Also, we hope all of this hope becoming a reality while witnessing coming here today at Persada Johor. Dato', given the strategic, we can see footprint in both Malaysia and Singapore, how does Maybank see the evolution of cross-border capital flow within the JS-SEZ footprint?
Yeah, I think both countries again have been working quite closely in terms of making the movement of people, movement of capital, movement of trade much smoother. So I think it will start with infrastructure. The RTS is about to be able to be complete soon. And then we also understand that the Johor government is also planning to extend the last mile from the RTS station to other parts of Johor, including Iskandar Puteri. I think it's important to make sure that people can move easily. The bottleneck has always been the causeway and tuas, right, over many years. But if that can be improved significantly, people can move freely. The other part is also about trade and goods and movement. So I think those catalysts would be essential to make sure that this is an attractive place for people to do business. I'm also happy to see that just next to us this thing called IMFC J. Right, Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center Johor. So it's meant to be a one-stop center for approving of applications. From our end, of course, we have got a specific desk in Johor and Singapore to be able to help customers on both sides to make sure that their onboarding on the other side of the country is efficient and smooth.
Dato', from the infrastructure financing perspective, what kind of appetite does Maybank have for projects within this zone?
Our appetite is strong. So in fact, now we know that again there are 11 economic sectors within the JS-SEZ. So we know that we can be supportive in all 11 economic sectors. There are 9 economic zones. Again, using our physical presence, we think that we can help people within that area. In terms of solutions, again, wealth, financing, advisory. We talk about halal. I think halal is another interesting niche that we think we can help as well. Johor State has also mentioned that they want to grow Johor as a halal hub. Right? So in our case, Maybank, for example, it's not just about giving financing in Islamic, for example. We now even help SMEs to get certification for halal.
Wow.
Yeah, from JAKIM. So we do it online for them, and of course we hardly charge anything, so it's cheap. Apart from getting them to become halal certified, then we also provide an ecosystem for marketplace, where the B2B2B, the SMEs can actually buy and sell within an ecosystem that we provide, and all this is halal as well. So we would like to think that we are integrated financial institution providing end-to-end services to all segments of the client base.
We can see that you are bringing forward, expanding not only for social impact sustainability, but also within the halal ecosystem. And how is Malaysia positioning itself to support businesses that would operate within the JS-SEZ? What are any specific, or we can say tailor program to help all of them?
Yeah, I think again we want our motto is understand what the customer needs. Right, and see how we can offer them. There are different types of customers, they need different things. They require end-to-end, maybe advisory, capital markets, financing, wealth management, etc. Right? So what we want to do is to be able to understand their journeys, etc. Now, we have started, as I said, Maybank has got about 45 billion ringgit of financing in Johor. So we have got 45 billion ringgit worth of asset. We think we can grow a lot more. Now, if you talk about the 11 economic sectors, one of them is, of course, the technology, renewables, data center. We have actually approved around 4.1 billion ringgit worth of data center financing in the last 18 months or 20 months or so. So we have started again. We didn't wait for JS-SEZ to be signed. And our commitment to Johor, of course, as part of Malaysia, and of course Singapore as well, has always been there. So again, we will continue to evolve, looking at innovation and solutions. If you are our main customer in Malaysia and also main customer in Singapore, you can already transfer money. You can already make payment using your QR code here when you shop in Singapore now, right? You can already open account online on our Me to You in Malaysia, to open an account in Singapore as well.
That's what I want to talk about, because humanizing the services for people like us, for the 600 million population in ASEAN. Maybank has, I believe, provided that services across ASEAN. But I want to talk about the challenges as well. Of course, it's not an easy road for Maybank in ASEAN and also JS-SEZ. What are the challenges you face and you certainly have to deal with? Because now we'll talk about certain people name it as a tariff tantrum.
Yeah.
But how do you see the whole situation, managing and maneuvering?
This we believe this Johor-Singapore special economic zone is a long-term thing. And given that we believe in the formula of this, it's a win-win situation. We believe that there's a huge opportunity to focus on, say, intra-ASEAN trade. Right, and intra-ASEAN trade is only about 23% now of total trade by ASEAN countries. So that alone, it's got a lot of prospects. Yes, there is this volatility, challenges, uncertainties that we're seeing arising from the reciprocal tariff that's been imposed by US. But when we talk to people, people talk to me, I said, no one knows what's the outcome. But we need to be able to then look at what we can control, perhaps. What we can control perhaps is about intra-ASEAN trade and maybe pivoting towards more other bilateral trades beyond what we have now, to make sure that we can have a sustainable pool of trade and investment that we can attract in JS-SEZ.
All right, definitely we are so excited today, because we're not only going to watch or witness the exchange of MOU, but announcements of new policy and the exclusive meeting between two countries, Najib.
Yeah.
All right, again, I want to say thank you very much to the CEO and the President of Maybank, Dato' Khairul Ramli. Again, I want to say thank you very much. You'll have a very busy day. I'll speak to you soon again.
Yeah.
All right, thank you
so much, Dato'. A pleasure having you with us this morning. Okay, itulah Presiden juga Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Kumpulan Maybank bersama dengan kita pada pagi ini, meluangkan masa 15 minit. Tak cukup masa
tak cukup sebenarnya, banyak lagi kita nak bincangkan.
Saya cukup menarik sebab tadi pagi kita ketika berunding lokasi kita ni, kita dah cakap Ni Maybank ada booth, ada banyak maklumat dia nak tunjukkan. Kita kan tunjuk booth mereka supaya kita faham, okey, ini journey mereka di JS-SEZ. Lepas ni kita ada sebuah bank lagi yang tapak juga besar di peringkat ASEAN ni, CIMB. Kita bawakan CEO kumpulannya selepas ini.
Di dalam setiap berita yang dibawa, konteks amat penting. Cara kita mendapat berita kian berubah. Melalui media sosial maupun saluran digital yang lain serta kaca TV. Kami sentiasa membawakan yang tergempar dan terkini.
Kita buat sesuatu yang berbeza.
Berteraskan acuan verifikasi yang diamalkan supaya setiap fakta adalah sahih. Daripada analisis pelbagai sudut yang mendalam, laporan-laporan khas dan perbincangan yang membina negara. Inklusif, suara rakyat kami ajukan. Keseimbangan persepsi kami pastikan. Kerana setiap cerita mempunyai impak yang tersendiri dan perlu dibawa dengan penelitian yang terperinci. Pastikan Astro AWANI menjadi pilihan anda tidak kira di mana sahaja anda berada. Saluran berita paling dipercayai di Malaysia.
Di sini bermulanya gelombang sebenar 18 bintang akan melakar sejarah. Membawa semangat untuk terus berjuang to conquer all. Ini bukan sekadar pentas. Inilah gelombang dominasi pertama Alpha, Big Stage Alpha.
5 lelaki penghantar makanan didakwa di Mahkamah Magistrate Bangi atas tuduhan membunuh seorang pemandu kereta lelaki dalam satu kejadian.
4 sungai di sekitar kawasan perindustrian Pasir Gudang di Johor termasuk Sungai Kim Kim didapati tercemar dan berada pada tahap yang membimbangkan. Kerajaan sudah mulakan inisiatif untuk menggantikan kenderaan operasinya kepada kenderaan elektrik EV dalam skala kecil terlebih dahulu.
Tariffs on imports of products from China reaching up to 145%.
Tariffs on the rest of the world are sitting at 10%, with the potential for reciprocal tariffs to be reimposed within 90 days.
Kunjungan rasmi Presiden China ke Malaysia ini menunjukkan komitmen kedua-dua negara untuk meningkatkan hubungan diplomatik ke tahap yang lebih strategik.
Okey, anda masih lagi bersama saya Najib, Aroff dan juga rakan setugas Nina Rozman. Kita bersama di Pesara Johor ini bersama dengan Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone JS-SEZ. Dan kali ini kita bersama dengan sebuah bank lagi yang tapak yang begitu besar luas sekali di peringkat ASEAN ini, iaitu CIMB. Kita bersama dengan Novan Amiruddin, Group CEO CIMB Group Holdings Berhad. Novan, thank you so much for joining us.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me today.
It's not too late to say Selamat Hari Raya to you as well. Okay,
Hari Raya.
I want to talk about the CIMB's focus and strategy for JS-SEZ, especially, and what kind of support do you think that businesses need in this particular area for future development?
Well, it's an extremely highly uncertain environment right now. And with a lot of uncertainties, businesses is very difficult to operate. So what JS-SEZ brings is something that's very unique, something that's very exciting. You don't see any other part within Southeast Asia that contains the characteristics of JS-SEZ. You have two governments that are very motivated, very incentivized to provide various incentives to companies to operate. At the same time, there's abundance of land, there's a lot of energy and resources, there's access to human capital, and also access to a global financial capital in Singapore. So both Johor and Singapore brings a lot of these unique characteristics within JS-SEZ, which in my view eliminates or at least mitigates some of the uncertainties that we are seeing today. Now, CIMB is an ASEAN bank. We have experience operating in multiple jurisdictions. We are extremely excited to support businesses to navigate through these uncertainties, and therefore, in conjunction with JS-SEZ, we are announcing two commitments this morning. The first commitment is we are going to commit 10 billion ringgit of financing for businesses that would like to expand and operate within JS-SEZ over the next 3 years. Our second commitment is in line with our role as an ASEAN bank. We are launching what we call the ASEAN Passport, and this will allow companies within Southeast Asia to a more seamless cross-border operations within Southeast Asia itself. So 10 billion financing and the ASEAN Passport.
10 billion is such a
Quite a lot, huge
amount.
amount.
I want to ask about the appetite of 10 billion. Is this included the green financing as well for CIMB?
Yes, it includes multiple types of financing, whether is it green financing, whether is it working capital. That's extremely important for customers, especially during these uncertain times. You know, whether it includes hedging solutions, risk management, FX solutions. So the 10 billion financing covers all forms of credit.
All right. Okay. Coming here for the JS-SEZ, for the Joint Business and Investment Forum, many are hoping for, is there something big, is something new and better for us? Are there any special financing program that has been introduced by CIMB for the JS-SEZ?
Well, we will curate products that our customers want, because what's most important is what our customers need. Of course, today we have a variety of financing products, whether is it for large corporates or SMEs. Large corporates have an array of financing products, like it could be term loans, it could be revolving credit facilities, it could be trade facilities. With regards to more specific SME, we also have special products like our SME Biz Ready products, our Halal Biz Ready. But we want to curate products that our customers want, and especially what our customers need in this uncertain time. So we will be working very closely with our customers over the next coming months to curate products that make sense for them.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about
your booth at the back.
It's very interesting because bridging economies and strengthening supply chains. Let's talk about the supply chain side, because this is very important and crucial for ASEAN especially. Where does CIMB place itself in the supply chains, and how do you enable being the enabler for supply chains empowerment in ASEAN?
Yeah, so we bank all sorts of customers from every area, whether is it individuals, high net worth individuals, to small SMEs, micro SMEs, mid markets, large corporates, governments. We bank all customer segments, and all customer segments rely on one another. If you are a company operating today, you have your suppliers who supply you products. You need to deal with the government agencies with regards to any approvals, any incentives, any grants that you may require. You also have purchasers. Purchasers could be retailers, it could be distributors, it could be end customers. So because we bank all customer segments over the entire supply chain, what we want to do is to connect our customers across that supply chain. Yeah. So rather than just banking one customer, we also provide facilities to your customers, for example, to be able to purchase products from yourselves. We also bank customers, our customers, and provide them financing facilities or risk management facilities as they need to also acquire products from their suppliers. So it's an entire supply chain that we will work towards.
All right, definitely it's not easy if you want to connect all of your customer, connect through across all the supply chain, as we need everybody helps in this, everybody efforts in the initiative. Can you maybe share with us, are there any new partnership with government bodies or even trade partners to maximize the potential of JS-SEZ?
Yes, I mean, this requires everyone to collaborate and work together. We at CIMB, we have been working with various government agencies, whether is it from the federal government, whether is it government agencies, to basically promote JS-SEZ. So one example is, we work very closely from federal to MITI to organizations like Invest Malaysia, IRDA. Even on the Singapore side, we work very closely with the trade department, with commerce associations. So we work extremely closely with all these parties, combine that with across the supply chain that I just articulated, and that's how we add value to our customers and reduce uncertainties.
Yeah. So will CIMB be adjusting your criteria and investment threshold given that we have the new trade environment, especially for JS-SEZ and all this economic zone?
Well, it's still too early for us to comment on that. As you're aware, there is a 90-day pause period. The Minister of Trade is going to the United States next week to meet with his counterpart. So it's still very early days. So we are still committed with regards to our targets, with regards to our thresholds that we have committed earlier.
All right, maybe last one, Novan, because we want to be both a cooperation between two economies, not just to take the lead, but lead the conversation as well. Maybe from the CIMB wish list, maybe you can share with us 3 top wish lists coming on from this.
Well, I hope there's going to be a lot more collaboration. Everyone is going to be working very closely with one another. And with that, we hope that there's going to be a lot more investments, FDI, into the country, and also hiring of a lot more human capital, which will then have a multiplier effect on the society.
Okay, that's very interesting. Novan, thank you so much for being here this morning. I really appreciate for your 15 minutes. We are about to go live with YB Diu Chin Tong, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade Industry Malaysia, MITI. Di dalam Dewan di belakang ini, sekejap lagi kita akan mulakan sesi tersebut, dan ini adalah sesi pelancarannya untuk Johor-Singapura special economic zone. Ada halangan sedikit. Okey, JS-SEZ, sebentar lagi kita akan bawakan pelancarannya. Saya percaya, okey, Lee Chin Tong sudah menaiki pentas pada ketika ini. Diteruskan saja ke dalam Dewan untuk majlis pelancaran pada pagi ini.
Yang berbahagia Datuk Baharia Muhammad Tamir, Deputy Sekjen of MITI, Excellencies, Malaysian High Commissioner to Singapore and Singapore High Commissioner to Malaysia, Yang berbahagia Datuk Sheikh Samsul Ibrahim, CEO of MAIDA, Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Zamzam Zairani Muhammad Isa, Chairman of Maybank, and also Ms. Ng Wei Wei, CEO of UOB Malaysia, and many friends who I see here, which I don't intend to name everyone, but I welcome your presence. I see so many friends and so many important leaders from Singapore and from Malaysia, and I would like to say that this is a great gathering. Salam Sejahtera, Salam Malaysia Madani. This gathering is very timely. This gathering is very timely, especially we're dealing with a global headwind that we all now recognize. And we probably also recognize that what we are dealing with is not just a short-term effect, but we are probably seeing a major shift in global trading system. I want to come back to just reflect on Johor and Singapore economic relationship. There are many people who ask me, will JS-SEZ succeed? Given that this is not the first time we try to integrate Johor and Singapore economy. Since 1965, this is probably the 3rd major effort to try to integrate Johor and Singapore economy. In 1989, the then Deputy Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong, who later became Prime Minister, proposed the idea of Sijori. And the idea of Sijori is to integrate Singapore, Johor, and Rail Islands. That didn't go very far because by 1994, Singapore was already in Suzhou. And the China team became so important to Singapore, and the Sijori idea gradually faded away. In 2006, the late Tun Abdullah Badawi, under the premiership of the late Tun Abdullah Badawi, Malaysia proposed Iskandar region. And that was a great idea. The idea initially seems very promising, but after a while, it became property play, and it became The idea was about attracting Singaporeans to spend and attracting Singapore high spender to spend in Johor. There was no integration of supply chain, or there was no integration of the workforce. But I think this time is different. This time is different because both sides recognize that the world has changed. The world has changed in a way that we have not seen in generations, or at least in a generation. The world has changed from prioritizing or having this general assumption of just in time, of having just one single global supply chain, to one that is now focusing on or putting as a premise from just in time to just in case. We are now dealing with risks. Everyone is worried about risks rather than efficiency. Or efficiency is no longer the only priority. Risk is also a very major concern for corporations. We are dealing with thinking of a single global supply chain to now thinking of multiple regional supply chain. The idea that you can move container boxes anywhere, everywhere in the world without hindrance, I think that idea is dead. And the situation is not just about supply chain. It is also about geopolitics. Suddenly, those who study international relations, those who study politics like myself, has more chance to make a living. Suddenly, geopolitics is at the center of global trade. And we're not going to be able to avoid it. We will have to deal with it. And therefore, the integration of Johor and Singapore economies become very important. It becomes very important and it becomes beneficial to both sides, which is why I think this time is different. This time, if we do it well, if we can integrate the Johor and Singapore economy well, we will be able to create something very meaningful for both Johor and Singapore, for Malaysia and Singapore, and for ASEAN, and perhaps adds to the global change. I look at our economy. I think we can probably divide our economy into the following phases. For the longest of time, up until probably 1970s, the Malaysian-Singapore economy was essentially a mercantile or resource-based economy. We were doing trading for colonial economy. We're doing trading based on resources, tin, rubber, later on palm oil. But that has moved to a more outsourced manufacturing economy, with Singapore leading the way in the early 60s and Malaysia followed suit in the 70s and subsequently. The idea was we became outsourced manufacturing hubs particularly for the US economy. Of course, eventually the role was taken over by China, and Singapore also became a financial hub and not just a manufacturing hub. But I think this is a time for us to think of a 3.0 for Malaysia and Singapore economy, and perhaps for the world economy, given the context I have outlined earlier. A 3.0 is about not just about make in Malaysia. The first phase was about colonial mercantile trading system or trading economy based on resources. The second phase was about make in Malaysia, make in Singapore, make for the United States, make for the global market. But I think we are entering into a potential third phase. It is about make by Malaysia, by creating our own IP, by creating our own innovation. And I think Singapore shares the same aspiration to create our own technology, to no longer just think about being a user, but also being a creator. And if we imagine that Johor and Singapore can become a very strong cluster, if we imagine that the financial capital in Singapore, the financial capability in Singapore, together with Johor, if we can create innovations, if we can create new technologies here, we will be a very important region. And we may have to now shift the way we think. We've always been thinking about exporting to the United States, because the United States is the consumer of the last resort, and in many instances, the consumer of the first resort. But it's time for us to think about creating technology for ASEAN, creating technology for India, Bangladesh, for Brazil, for the bottom billions. And if we can imagine that Malaysia and Singapore combined, we can create technology giants, we can create technological companies that will provide not necessarily the high tech, but middle tech, provide technology, create technology for the rest of the world, will be in a very interesting position. And for Malaysia and Singapore economy to succeed, and to succeed in a new era, it is important that we always keep in mind that combined Malaysia and Singapore economy can actually help power change in ASEAN. The world is shifting. The world is shifting, and ASEAN is an interesting work in progress. If we can strengthen ASEAN, and if we can create ASEAN as a very strong and coherent unit, it will help everyone. And to make ASEAN a very strong unit, we need to be able to create a middle class in ASEAN. We need to see the Indonesian being rich. We need to see the Cambodians being a middle class, or having a middle class. And when I say middle class, what do we mean by middle class? We mean by having enough people who have discretionary power to spend, who have discretionary spending, and who have enough disposable income so that they can make discretionary spending. And that there are actually very few in ASEAN. So imagine that in 20 years' time, by 2045, we can create a middle class in ASEAN. That means ASEAN will have consumers. ASEAN becomes a consumer base, and we're not seeing ourselves just as producer. We're also seeing ourselves as consumer. And we will be able to create a lot more two-way, three-way trades with other regions. And if the world has a strong ASEAN, if the world has an ASEAN that is not just producers but also consumer, the world will also be an interesting place. Then you will imagine that United States is a consumer market, EU is a consumer market, China is a consumer market, India is a consumer market, ASEAN is a strong consumer market, and of course Africa may be able to get its act together, and it may be an interesting region. And with the Middle East, the world becomes not in the current structure, but in a very different structure, which is why I take you around the world, because I see the importance of what we are doing. You're actually in my constituency, my state constituency. I'm both MP for Iskandar Puteri and also Adun for Perling. But I want to take you to this broader picture, because I think what you are doing now today, what we are doing together today, is important. It's not just about Johor and Singapore. It also has wider implication, and if we do well, we play a small role in creating a better world. Thank you very much. Thank you to Maybank for sponsoring, and thank you everyone for attending.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Liu Chin Tong, for that inspiring welcoming address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with our next agenda, which is a discussion session. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, our next session is a panel discussion titled The Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone, ASEAN's Next Investment Powerhouse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this discussion will delve into the critical aspects of the JS-SEZ as a strategic platform for investment growth and supply chain diversification, especially in the context of shifting global trade dynamics and emerging geo-economic realities. We have an exceptional lineup of panelists, each a leader in their respective fields, ready to share their expertise on next generation incentives, empowering industry, strengthening business ecosystems, and seamless trade facilitation, including talent mobility. Allow me to introduce our esteemed moderator, Mr. Suhaimi Ilyas, the Group Chief Economist at Maybank Investment Banking Group. Mr. Ilyas' deep understanding of regional economics will steer our discussion with precision and insight. And so, Mr. Suhaimi Ilyas, the floor is yours. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to introduce our distinguished panelists. First of all, Datuk Sheikh Syamsul Ibrahim Sheikh Abdul Majid, Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MIDA. And next up, we have Mr. Jermaine Lloyd, the Managing Director of the Singapore Economic Development Board, EDB. And then we have Mr. Jacob Lee Chorkor, the Vice President of the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, FMM. And finally, we have Mr. Kok Ping Soon, the Chief Executive Officer of Singapore Business Federation, SB. Once again, Mr. Suhaimi, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good morning and Assalamualaikum to everyone. I think here in Malaysia we're still in Raya mood, but rest assured, work remains. And I think obviously, first and foremost, welcome to this Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone Joint Business and Investment Forum. And the first panel discussion will discuss about JS-SEZ as ASEAN's next investment powerhouse. And we certainly have the right set of panelists for this session coming from policy making and policy execution side, as well as industry and business representatives. So allow me to spend a bit of time to properly introduce our panelists. Immediately to my left is Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sheikh Syamsul Ibrahim Sheikh Abdul Majid. Yang Berbahagia Datuk is the Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Investment Development Authority, or MIDA. His career with MIDA began in August 1996, and over the decade, Yang Berbahagia Datuk has held key positions in MIDA, including as Executive Director for Manufacturing Development and Investment Promotion, and a Senior Executive Director of Investment Policy Advocacy. And under his leadership, divisions focusing on electronics, machinery and metal, transportation and building technologies have seen unprecedented growth and innovation. Dato also, I believe, had stints overseas, in the United States, in Japan and Singapore. Next to Dato is Mr. Jermaine Lloyd. He was appointed as Managing Director of Singapore's Economic Development Board, EDB, on 1st March 2025. So congratulations on your appointment, first and foremost. Jermaine also chairs the Design Singapore Advisory Board and also served on the boards of EDBI and the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. And before joining EDB, Jermaine served in the Prime Minister's office between April 2021 and December 2024 as the Principal Private Secretary to the then Prime Minister and current Senior Minister, Mr. Lee Hsien Loong. And prior to that, he has worked on various portfolios across Singapore's public service, including the Ministry of National Development, the Ministry of Health, as well as the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We also have with us this morning Mr. Jacob Lee. He's the Vice President of the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, FMM. Jacob champions industry growth, digital adoption and export competitiveness. He also served as chairman of the Business Advisory Group of Malaysia-Taiwan Trade and Investment under the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, strengthening cross-border business ecosystem and SME development. Jacob is also the board member of the Malaysia Productivity Corporation and the Malaysian Standards Development Authority for Mechanical and Electrical. He's also an entrepreneur, being the founder of ASLI Mechanical Sdn Bhd, as well as Tiger IoT Private Limited. Last but not least, Mr. Kok Peng Soon, Chief Executive Officer of the Singapore Business Federation, SBF, that represents Singapore's business community and trade, investment and industrial relations. Prior to his current appointment, Peng Soon was Chief Executive of the Government Technology Agency of Singapore, GovTech, a leading agency driving Singapore's Smart Nation Initiative and public sector digital transformation. He also held various positions in the Ministry of Manpower, National Security Coordination Secretariat, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Singapore Tourism Board, Contact Singapore and EDB. He also served on the board of SBF Holdings, SBF Connect, Singapore Business Federation Foundation, Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority, Global Compact Network Singapore, Singapore Pools and the Intellectual Property Office of Singapore. Peng Soon is also a member of Singapore International Arbitration Center, Singapore International Mediation Center, NUS Institute of Systems Sciences, National Integration Council, and a fellow member of Singapore Computer Society. A very busy man indeed, but I'm sure all the panelists are very busy, and I'm very thankful for them to be with us this morning. Now, I want to start the session not by peppering our panelists with questions. In fact, what I want to do for the first 10 to 15 minutes of this session, maybe an average of 3 minutes each of you, for you to make a pitch, especially business and investors, about JS-SEZ. Maybe start with Dato' first.
Thank you, Cik Suhaimi, for the kind introduction. Well, to me, Johor-SEZ is timely and significant. You know why? Because of few factors. One is about ASEAN as the economic powerhouse, and all the numbers that research done by many of these reputable organizations, research houses, showing that ASEAN is the next, growth area, right? You looked at the numbers of ASEAN population, it will be about 690 to 700 million people by 2030. Yeah, investment is about 170 billion annually, and it's steady. And you looked at all the companies, foreign companies that have been establishing in ASEAN. I think those that have regional headquarters here is about more than 5,000. You're talking about ASEAN as a whole, right? And 80% of these Fortune 500 companies are having their affiliation in ASEAN. So if you looked at the ASEAN as a market, is very promising. 70%. Some study shows that 70% of the population will be in the middle income class. So this is a natural choice for, this area is a natural choice for investors to consider doing business in JS-SEZ, right? Because then you have all the market access in ASEAN. So the other thing is that this JS-SEZ is not a new area. It has been there, with all the connectivities, for example. Of course, we need to improve those connectivity angle where Singapore and Malaysia worked very hard to ensure that movement of people, movement of goods, will be seamless. I think it's at the end of the discussion for us to have this movement of people and goods, talking about QR code clearance, for example, without having to produce your passports and so on and so forth. And customs from both sides are actually been discussing to ensure that movement of goods seamless as well. And this Johor-Singapore SEZ area is targeting this high value, high growth sector, because I think we are, these areas are different from the other areas in the region, for example. And we see that Johor-SEZ is a place where you can attract more high value and high growth sectors. For example, last year, we have approved about 700 over projects, and most of them are in manufacturing. And out of those in Johor, out of those 700 over projects, about 550 or 560 projects are actually located in Johor-SEZ. It shows the attraction of Johor-SEZ to what they call host these high value, high growth sectors. So what we want is to move up the value chain within the existing industry cluster, and also to create new cluster for Johor-SEZ. We have got good medical devices companies, semiconductor companies in this area. So we think that we can pull through some of these high value and high growth projects, in this region moving on. And I think last year alone, I think we have achieved about 50 over projects in high value and high growth sectors. Of course, the other portion is the strong institutional policy and institutional support for this area. The incentives are tailor-made, to attract these high value and high growth sectors into the country. Into Johor, what they call Singapore SEZ. And of course, the facilitation part is equally important, where once it got approved, we want to ensure that all these projects are implemented. And the implementation rate in 2023, for example, we have achieved, in Johor-SEZ, have achieved more than 80%. So is to us, is very high, right? As far as implementation rate of these projects. And you are also aware that we have just established, and in fact, you just launched this IMFCJ. The idea is for this office, with the presence of MIDA, IRDA, Invest Johor, and few other agencies that are very important, to ensure that all these projects, be it for them to come for approvals, for permits, and on daily operations that they are having issues and whatnot, can be what we call resolved amicably. So these are actually facilitation that will drive more investment into Johor-SEZ. So I stop at this point first, then later maybe Q&A, or you can continue with the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Reto. Jermaine.
Well, first, a very good morning to Excellencies, distinguished guests, and to Mr. Suhaimi. Thank you very much for a very kind introduction. From Singapore EDB's perspective, we are very excited by these opportunities presented by the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. As was spoken about, Southeast Asia is a region of immense growth potential, rapidly expanding middle class, increasing industrialization, growing digitalization. And so Singapore and Malaysia are at the heart of this very vibrant region. And so we see great opportunities for businesses, for investors, for individuals. And from Malaysia and Singapore, it's a long-standing partnership with our economies closely linked and intertwined. And we recognize this potential to leverage on our complementary strengths, for instance, on Singapore's infrastructure or financial systems, Johor's strategic location, resources, and growing industrial base, It's a powerful synergy that we see, and we think it benefits both countries. And in fact, the Johor-Singapore SEZ, we see it as a win-win-win-win. A win for Malaysia in terms of new economic growth here in Johor. It's a win for Singapore, enhancing our economic competitiveness. It's a win for businesses, looking at the growth opportunities, seamless, efficient cross-border operations and integrated regional strategy. It's also a win for the region here in Southeast Asia in terms of fostering economic integration and cooperation. So really very much a win-win-win-win. Now, we see this concept of, this model of twinning in terms of economic development. It's not a new one. As has been mentioned, we've already seen many successful examples of companies setting up operations in both Singapore and also in Johor, and leveraging the strengths of each location, tapping on the best that each has to offer. And as we move forward on the Johor-Singapore SEZ, our goal must be to double down on these opportunities, make full use of this advantage that we have, attract new global investors, particularly in areas like manufacturing, in terms of supply chain, logistics, digital economy, and more, and to tap on this to bring better opportunities for Malaysia, for Singapore, and also for the region. So I'll pause there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Jermaine. Jacob, what's your pitch from a perspective of, an entrepreneur yourself, and coming from a body that represents Malaysian industry?
Thank you, Suhaimi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see YB Liu Ting Tong here. Immediately reminds me a gift that he gave to me. His book, The Second Takeoff. Okay, and in his book he says the second takeoff for Malaysia will happen in Johor. Okay, so we're very excited, like other panelists, that this Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone finally are being pushed out. Okay, I want to tell you a small story. In 2022, when the National Chambers of Commerce in Malaysia, led by our former president, Tan Sri Soten Lai, we pay a courtesy visit to Singapore MTI. We met the minister then, okay? In fact, FMM has proposed to her to set up a special economic or special industry zone between Singapore and Johor. So, and we are glad that our proposal are also met with the same mindset of our leaders, and we are very happy and want to congratulate the Malaysian government, especially in particular the Johor State government, for realizing, for pushing out this special economic zone. This is a well-designed and strategic industry zone or business zone. We believe that it will be a game changer for the transformations of the Malaysian, especially the manufacturing industry. And we do hope that with more multinational corporations coming in, the big boys, they will bring about the further development and transformations of our SMEs in Malaysia. Malaysia, we have like 98% of our corporations are SME or MSMEs. And we want to believe that there is a lot of imagination that we can do with our SMEs. We hope that with the big boys here, anchor in Johor, will bring about a cluster formation and bring about the vendor development, putting more resources into research and development. As what YB Liu has mentioned, not just made by Malaysia. It's not just it's made by Malaysians and designed by Malaysians. So we hope this will bring about a great change. And we also wish to propose bringing back the revival of this regional distribution center in Malaysia, and also the international procurement center scheme. This will allow companies to pool their resources, strengthen the QC, and making Malaysia the distribution hub for the supply chain. With that, FMM is also proposing to MITI to set up a national supply chain council, and being the chair of ASEAN this year, Malaysia, we also wish to propose the formations of the ASEAN integrated supply chain network for ASEAN. Further to that, with the post-COVID-19 and incidents, our experience know that food security becomes a national security issue, becomes a great importance for the stability and also the security of the nation. We also wish to suggest that an agro-processing and cold chain network to be in place, and in, not just in Johor, but also in other states of Malaysia. So this is my some of the recommendations from the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturing. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. Peng Sun, would like to hear your perspective.
Thanks for having me. Thank you for having me, and good morning, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to join you this morning. I think most of my panelists have shared a sense of excitement and optimism. Of course, from Singapore Business Federation, we are equally excited and optimistic. But I do want to share sentiments that, you know, the optimism is, of course, pampered with a little bit of a cautiousness. And I'll be candid, you know, to say that, as the minister have said, this is the third time of economic integration. So the question is whether will third time be the charm. I think we certainly hope that to be the case. Because I think if you take a step back and you look at the economic imperative, it's a no-brainer, right? We talk about it, the land area that we have, 5 times the size of Singapore. So the potential of JS-SEZ to help our Singapore businesses to overcome that 3 inherent constraints that we have operating in Singapore: land, manpower, and energy. Right? These are the 3 constraints that's limiting Singapore businesses' growth. So obviously the benefits are very clear. And in our conversation with businesses, we led a business delegation here, about 200 companies in January, February. We've been actively following up with them. There are 3 things that companies are increasingly looking for in Johor. Number 1, companies that are in Singapore that are expanding are certainly seeing JS-SEZ as a gateway to Malaysia. Right? They can expand their operations, they can leverage on the resources in Johor, both in terms of land, skilled manpower, as well as a growing supporting industry, as has been said. But number 2 that's more exciting are companies that are increasingly looking for twinning opportunities. Now, if the flow of people and goods, certainly if the flow of people on an everyday basis could be like our experience this morning, it would be fantastic. You can really have an integrated economic zone that can leverage on the best of both worlds. Like Singapore is both business hub, it's tech hub, it's financial hub, and leveraging on the resources and growing supporting industry in Malaysia. So twinning operations is very key. But the third thing that I think increasingly when we talk to companies now, especially as the minister has said, as companies look at moving from a just-in-time to a just-in-case, I think there is a potential, notwithstanding the global trade war, for us to leverage on this opportunity to strengthen the Johor-Singapore axis as an economic powerhouse in Southeast Asia. And I think that's the game, right? Investment in Johor-Singapore SEZ is not a win just for Malaysia or for Singapore, but together. And I think the more that we can complement each other through a twinning operation that leverage on both, I think the stronger we can be as an economic powerhouse with this Singapore and Johor economic axis. So I'll stop there for now and we can discuss more on how to make it happen.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen. So we've heard sound bites from our panelists in terms of their pitch, their thoughts, their perspective about JS-SEZ. Maybe now is the time when I start asking questions. I guess given the topic of this panel session, ultimately about how Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone can be ASEAN's next investment powerhouse, I guess naturally the sort of first lines of question would be focusing on the Special Economic Zone as a platform, a strategic platform for investment growth and supply chain diversification or reordering or reconstruction, if you can put it that way. I would like to ask Dato' maybe can elaborate a little bit more about how businesses in Malaysia, in Singapore, and for that matter from all over the world can leverage on JS-SEZ and draw on the strength of both countries to tap into the broader opportunities of ASEAN.
Thank you. Well, as some of the panelists also mentioned, the strength of Singapore and strength of Malaysia, in particular Johor. If you looked at, for example, Singapore, they are very strong in logistics, and as well as as a country that is famously known for trading hub, right? And in Johor-SEZ is also very strong in the manufacturing, advanced manufacturing angle. So this combination of both actually will give a lot of opportunities for companies, right? To look at what they call Johor-Singapore-SEZ as a place for them to do business, and to explore market, ASEAN market as a whole. You see, one of the interesting point when we looked at the numbers and so on, between 5 to 2016, if you looked at intra-ASEAN, we are not just looking at investment from other countries, non-ASEAN countries, but within ASEAN, for the last 10 years was negative. Yeah, from 2016 to 2025, negative 2.3%, and compared with 2006 to 2015, it was 12.5%. So if you looked at opportunities within ASEAN, as far as investment is concerned, is huge, but it's going down, yeah, to negative 2.3%. So I would say that the opportunity is not just for foreign companies from outside ASEAN, but within ASEAN as well, where you can, other ASEAN companies, be it Singapore. I believe many of those investment in Johor originated from Singapore as well, right? Be it Singapore homegrown companies or foreign companies that are established in Singapore. So this area, I believe, is what do you call that? Can provide that what do you call opportunities in the region. And as I also mentioned earlier, the facilitation that we are providing is another key factor for us to what I call support all these foreign investments, right? In Johor-SEZ, and as what Jacob mentioned earlier on, the role of local companies. This is another angle where we can provide to MNCs that are operating in JS-SEZ, local companies that can be supplier to all these vendors to all these MNCs. In fact, tomorrow we have about 7 of them. 6 are foreign companies, I think mainly from the US. I'm not sure why, but I think all of us know perhaps one of the reason, right? Because of the US tariff hike. But one of them is actually local company. So it's not just about foreign companies providing these what they call opportunities to our local players as vendors and as suppliers, but also the local companies. So, and MIDA is doing whatever we can, to support the local what they call players to be in this, to be integrated with MNCs as suppliers and vendor development. We work closely with the chambers, for example, FMM or our national chambers to provide these opportunities. And obviously, other than facilitation, incentive actually plays an important role. I think we thank Ministry of Finance as well to be able to design tailor-made incentives for those companies. Thank you.
Thanks, Dato'. Jermaine, from your perspective, where do you see the exciting emerging opportunities in JS-SEZ? I mean, beyond the usual narrative about Singapore's strength in certain aspects of services like financial, logistics, trade, and Malaysia as I suppose Johor's comparative advantage when it comes to manufacturing. I'm interested to know about your thoughts with regards to, I suppose, the future growth story or the future economy, like digital, like green. Where do you see this thing, and how is JS-SEZ is relevant in that sense?
Thanks, Suhaimi. Well, maybe I'll just make a couple of points on that. But I thought I should still reiterate this whole fundamental concept that the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone really is built on this idea of complementarity. I mean, I know you mentioned it, but it is really important to reinforce this point that's really about leveraging the strengths of both Singapore and Johor. And it is with this partnership and the view that we can make this whole region more attractive, right, to not just global investors, but also internally within the region, right, and allow both Singapore and Johor to better compete and capture some of these new opportunities emerging from this region. And the main point is this. It is not a binary choice. Right? It is not a binary choice of investing either in Singapore or in Johor, but it is about setting up the ecosystem and the frameworks and the environment so that companies can think about how to set up operations in each country, on each side, that best tap on the proximity and best tap on the country's relative strengths. I think that's important to reiterate fundamentally. I know we talked about how Singapore already plays host to HQs, advanced manufacturing facilities, R&D of many global companies, and it is important that we think about how we can then facilitate and allow companies to also potentially explore setting up, twinning facilities in Johor that complements these activities in Singapore. So that's the first point, right? The second is that on Singapore's end, we are very keen and committed to working towards mutually beneficial outcomes, and we're working very closely with the Malaysian government on this. Very ambitious targets as well. Joint targets of 50 projects in 5 years, 100 projects in 10. And across the 11 different priority sectors that I think the Malaysian government has identified. So I mean, you talked about digital and green, and indeed these are areas that I think Johor has done very well in. Just take, for example, in the digital economy, Johor's data center capacity has grown from 10 megawatts in 2021 to over 1.5 gigawatts in 2024. We have key names such as GDS, Princeton Digital Group, Equinix, all setting up shop here. These are the big boys. And we also see from our side opportunities to partner in the digital economy, to integrate our digital systems, and to facilitate business transactions. Sustainability is, of course, another important topic. So, you mentioned green. It's not just for Johor and Singapore, but more importantly for broader region and also for the rest of the world. And there's much room for both our sides to work more closely, for instance, in areas like carbon credits cooperation, and also even in renewable energy trading. I think maybe more specific to your question, more directly, we see immediate opportunities. This has been mentioned in manufacturing, in logistics and supply chain. The important point to note is this: we're not starting from zero base. I think that's very important. Right? In fact, Singapore-Johor partnership is long-standing. And we have many companies that have demonstrated how a twinning model has helped them to get the best out of Singapore and in Johor. And this brings me to my third point. Maybe let me just outline 3 possible archetypes that we are thinking of. Right? First is companies new to the region and considering a first landing point here in Southeast Asia. And this is where Singapore and Johor's complementary strengths is a very attractive proposition to such companies. I'll give you one example. This is the SPC Group. It's a Korean food and confectionery company. You might know them because they own Paris Baguette. They have their regional HQ in Singapore, which houses admin functions and also their regional innovation centers and central kitchen. But more importantly, Paris Baguette launched its Halal Food Hub right here in Johor. Manufacturing its product meant for the halal market across the whole of Southeast Asia and the Middle East markets. Right? So that's the first archetype. The second are those that companies with already an existing base in Singapore and looking to expand and leverage resources here in Johor to expand their operations. One example is IPEX. It's a Japanese manufacturer of precision components. It's its HQ and manufacturing facility in Singapore, looking at precision modules for semiconductors, electronics, and other automotive industries. Johor now hosts IPEC's largest manufacturing facility outside of Japan. Okay, manufacturing electronics and automotive centers. And so that's the second example. And the third archetype, I think that this has been mentioned as well, regional distribution centers, right? Companies looking to set up some of these regional distribution centers or to undertake supply chain management. DHL is a good example. Recently opened its first supply hub in Johor near Senai International Airport, which complements DHL's supply chain hub and warehouses in Singapore. So these are just three possible archetypes. These are just some examples, but all in all, these portend good and emerging opportunities that we see right here in the region and that we think we should make the most use of. Thank you.
Thanks, Jermaine. It's very interesting examples that you give in terms of the opportunities that can emerge out of JS-SEZ in terms of twinnings, in terms of finding synergies between Malaysia and Singapore to serve as a platform for the broader regional market and global markets. Maybe the next set of questions I think revolve around incentives, because naturally when we talk about special economic zones, people would definitely ask the question, what kind of incentive I can get? How do we attract investments and businesses into the region? Maybe I'll start with Ping Soon. Obviously, JS-SEZ has garnered a lot of interest from investors, including Singapore's local companies and SMEs. I mean, how does the JS-SEZ help Singapore's businesses expand their footprint, and what's the incentive available?
Sure, thanks, Suhaimi. I've covered some of those benefits for Singapore, but I thought I would like to just add three more examples to what Jermaine has said in terms of what companies are looking for. And I want to reinforce the point that it's really about looking for the synergies in terms of the twinning. I think one sector that's getting a lot of headline nowadays is semiconductors. I think we're still waiting, to see whether it's any industry-specific tariff on semiconductors. But be that as it may, I think semiconductor present a very interesting case study of how Singapore and Malaysia can successfully twin. Now, you think about it, if you break down the semiconductor value chain, I think the front-end fabrication, the high value-added operations, which Singapore has many, can continue to be in Singapore. I know JS-SEZ is going for high value-added activities. Semiconductor is certainly high value, but no matter how high value you have, there will be comparatively some more labor-intensive operations. And when you talk about semiconductor, if you break it down, the fabrication can be in Singapore, but guess what? I think the assembly and test could potentially be in Johor. Right? The assembly and test could be in Johor, the warehousing could be in Johor. And if the twinning is successful, I think the transportation of these goods across between Singapore and Malaysia would actually attract much lower green carbon emissions. Right? You not have a lot of carbon footprint because it's actually very near. So semiconductors operation is, I think, one good example where potentially Singapore and Malaysia can twin. The second one, I think Jermaine talked about Paris Baguette. So I think I remember reading about this. I think it's been already announced in food technology with a company called AgroCrop. It's an agri-commodities company, a food ingredient company, headquarters in Singapore. Guess what? They recently did a tie-up with the Singapore Institute of Technology to develop a new technology on the plant protein extraction. So the R&D was done in Singapore through a tie-up of a Singapore Institute of Technology, but they need to look for a facility to do the downstream plant extraction protein. And they've decided to set it up in Johor. So again, that shows that the R&D is done in Singapore. You need to have a very close nexus between the R&D team as well as the eventually plant operations. So they have decided to do it in Johor. The third one, Jermaine talked about sustainable development, talk about data center. In many of these data centers, one of the critical part of it is actually batteries. Right? You need the battery to store it. And we have a company called GoPig, a Singapore-listed company, very big in consumer batteries operations. They have production facilities in China. So as part of the overall re-looking at the supply chain, they've decided, I think they've recently announced $150 million US investment, I think facilitated by UOB through their Green Lane investment, to set up in Johor. So they are doing that. It's a very state-of-the-art nickel manufacturing, battery manufacturing operation in Johor. So again, it's a good example. Singapore-listed company, production facilities in China to serve China, but as they reorientate to look at additional production facility, they decided to put in Johor. So I think the possibilities are there, but I think there's a big if, right? People are looking to say that, okay, all these are potential. Can the potential be realized? And that's where we're looking forward to both the Singapore and the Malaysia government to make some of the early initiatives that's announced happen. We talk about seamless flow of people, the QR code clearance. We talk about reducing customs clearance for goods as well. We talk about developing of a skilled workforce in Johor. The businesses is very happy to note that the early initiatives include ties up between the Institute of Higher Learning in Singapore as well as in Malaysia, so you can train up a workforce that supports a company. And we are certainly very delighted with the setup of the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center for Johor. And I'm glad that the focus of facilitation is not just in the investment approval process, but the entire life cycle value chain. So I think all these are possibilities. We just want to see things happening on the ground. Then companies can start having the confidence to move forward with their plans.
Thanks, Ping Soon. That's a good segue for me to ask Dato' questions about what you mentioned earlier, Dato'. We are kind of moving away from generic incentive to something that's more tailor-made to make it relevant for, I suppose, more on the ground level in terms of what industries, even specifically business and companies want. So maybe Dato' can explain a bit, when it comes to coming up with these tailor-made incentives from a perspective of, I suppose, Malaysia side. What are the key considerations when we evaluate the eligibility of investors, businesses for incentives?
Well, it's not just JS-SEZ, but the whole of Malaysia. I think now the government is looking at what are the impacts that the country will get out of this incentive that we are giving, right? It's going to be outcome-based, and through incentive, we want to basically engineer what sort of industries that we want to bring over to Malaysia, including Johor, Singapore, SEZ. So just want to elaborate a bit more on this flagship area, about 7 of them, which include 2 in areas in Pengerang and as well as in Forest City. For Johor Bahru, Waterfront City Centre, for example, is for business services, digital economy and health. Incentive is from Global Services Hub for regional headquarters, treasury centres, high value digital activities and urban healthcare services. So these are some of the new activities that we want to bring over. And Johor Bahru, Waterfront and City Centre will be the location for these activities, right? Iskandar Putri, manufacturing, business services, digital economy, education, health and tourism. So again, some of the incentives that we can offer is global services hubs, to support diverse industrial, digital education, healthcare and tourism sectors, right? And then for Tanjung Pelepas, Tanjung Bin is manufacturing, energy, logistics, right? So what Malaysian government can offer is smart logistic complex incentives for tech-driven logistics, manufacturing and energy operations, leveraging port infrastructure. So these are examples of how through incentives, we can attract those high value and high growth industries that we want to bring over to JS-SEZ. Obviously, with the support of Singapore government, right? With what we call joint missions that we're going to do. For example, well, Jermaine is new, but I've discussed this with your what you call predecessor. Maybe we can discuss this in details. How do we then target those companies that we want to bring over and will make that spill over happen? And of course, to excite them, we'll offer some of the incentives that I mentioned earlier on. But that is just an example. Right? We have a few more incentives that are designed for some of these high value and high growth sectors.
Yeah. Do look forward for more discussion between MIDA and EDB, because obviously I think there was that mention about 50 catalytic projects in the first 5 years, and then another 100 catalytic projects in the total first 10 years of JS-SEZ. Yes. Jacob, from a businessman perspective, I mean, besides incentives, what are the key considerations that company would look into when they decide to do investment or business in JS-SEZ?
Thank you, Suhaimi. Well, in the YB's opening speech, he asked the question, will JS-SEZ work or succeed, And, well, to the Singaporeans friends here, I would say, why choose other place but not Malaysia? Because Johor is just at your doorstep. So that is a very natural way to choose a destination. Well, beside the so-called comprehensive incentive attached to this JS-SEZ, and I do think that many companies are looking at also the country profile, especially in this very volatile business environment. Post-COVID-19, we learn about the threat of supply chain disruption. In the Mr. Trump's 2.0 era, we talk about the tariff, and so that could actually bring about a very stiff competitions and relocations of the manufacturing bases. Malaysia being a very investor-friendly country, we have signed 16 FTA, we are also members of these RCEP and TPP. The Malaysia and the European Union free trade agreements, we have resuming our talk, and also other free trade agreements with the Arabian countries are also in process. So, so it is a very business friendly nation. Besides that, when we talk about the green economy, the sustainability, well, Malaysia has a very aggressive plan in terms of our energy transition program. We have the blueprint or the roadmap for the national energy transition roadmap, targeting 2050 to achieve the net zero carbon emission. I think that will be very helpful, especially when you supply to MNC. A big concern is on the talents, on the workforce. We have 92 universities all over Malaysia, producing about 270,000 graduates every year, supplying to the workforce. And we also have like 1,345 TVET institutions, producing about 74,000 TVET students. And 94.5% of these students from TVETs are being employed. So there is a very steady or sufficient supply of talents in Malaysia. Of course, Malaysia, we have to address the brain drain challenges. Okay, but brain drain is unavoidable. Even Singaporeans are working overseas. Okay, it is a kind of a modern lifestyle. Our young people, when they graduate, they want to see the world. They want to have different exposures, working everywhere. And so I think that's inevitable. Perhaps FMM has always been advocating to the Malaysian government to have probably, talents mobility, within ASEAN countries. Okay, when people take our talents, we can take talents from other places. So that should be the way, because even you can see USA, a lot of they're taking our talents from everywhere in the world. Okay, but their talents are also working elsewhere. So talent is one important consideration, and I don't think talent is an issue, because as long as you give them the right remuneration, and I do think that they will stay, okay? I am the chairman for the Business Advisory Group for Malaysia and Taiwan. And in many of our meetings, I have always heard of Taiwanese company telling their friends in Vietnam, in Cambodia, and even back in Taiwan, that Malaysia is the best place to put up their factory there. So it has been, I've heard many stories like that, saying that Malaysia is a very ideal place for investment. The strategic location, okay, we are next to Singapore, okay, just one bridge away. This is a very strategic location. It's a gateway to ASEAN. We can tap on the high-level experts or high technology from Singapore, and also a gateway to ASEAN and to the world. You have one of the best airports in the world. Your port is always ranked among the top. So I think connectivity is excellent. So the location is strategic. So I do, these are all the pull factors that could make JS-SEZ successful, and why businesses would want to choose JS-SEZ. In fact, we have received some inquiry from our members saying that JS-SEZ is too exclusive. You know, it should be opened up to some conventional manufacturing, because it seems to place emphasis on like AI, on digitalizations, on some other very advanced industry. When the conventional manufacturers look at this, they say, we don't have a share in it. So we do hope that MIDA or JS-SEZ, the Invest Malaysia, should look into more inclusive, giving others conventional manufacturing also a chance to participate in this project. Thank you.
Jacob touched on this, I suppose, a hot button topic of talents. And I would like to get reaction, response, thoughts from the other panelists on this issue of talent vis-a-vis JS-SEZ. Is it something that potentially can make or break JS-SEZ? Maybe we can start with Ping Soon first.
No, I agree. I think the three things that Singapore businesses are looking, to see that the both governments move forward. We talk a lot about the ease of flow of people and goods. I think that's well covered. I think the second bucket is really the availability of skilled talent. And I'm glad to know that there are certainly many universities over here, but I think Johor in itself is also running short of labor as well. So the question now is, it's not just the availability of labor, but the skill acquisition of this group of people. Which is why, as I said, when we saw the agreement that was signed, there was some mention about collaboration between, I mentioned, the Singapore Institute of Learning, as well as their counterparts in Malaysia. What we hope is that some of this training collaboration can be done while recognizing mutual recognitions of frameworks. We hope that the training that's being done in Johor can be guided by the initial route of investments that are coming in, so that after training, they can immediately get jobs in those companies. So that's one thing. And with that, I think the key thing is how can we make Johor as a magnet talent also for other parts of Malaysia, that they will want to come over and work in Johor-SEZ. So that's one aspect in addressing the talent. But no matter what, right, in terms of getting the Malaysia talent flow, you will still need to bring in foreign talent somewhere. Then the question is whether JS-SEZ can also be a home for foreigners from outside of Singapore, Malaysia. Right? There is already a digital nomad scheme that I'm aware of that Malaysia has. There's for facilitate the movement of foreigners in and out of Malaysia, focusing on the digital jobs. So just as my friend Jacob said, whether that whole thing can look beyond, right, just digital nomads, to actually facilitate perhaps foreigners who are working in Singapore, but are able to actually live in Malaysia, right, and then commute on a daily basis over to support the operations in Singapore. So some of these additional considerations are, I think, what businesses are looking for to address the talent. Not just relying on Singapore talent, Malaysia talent, but really, in the whole region. And that JS-SEZ can be a place for them to live, for them to work, and go to work depending on where the complementarity is between operations in Singapore and Malaysia.
Okay, we've heard from representatives from businesses and industry on talent. I want to hear reactions from policy-making agencies on the issue of talents.
Well, thanks, Suhaimi. No, I must say I agree with what Peng Soon has mentioned. It's really about how we can work together to to make sure to train a supply of industry-ready skills and talent. I think that's the most important point. And I think what's also important is to go back to what we're trying to do. This Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, it's really about making this area, this region, both sides attractive, not just for capital, but also for talent, right? Not just for within Malaysia or from Singapore, but regionally and ideally also globally. That's what makes us competitive, and that's what gives this particular project a competitive edge. So I think that's how we look at it, and that's how we will approach this issue in terms of talent, because really that's fundamentally about making sure the skilled and available labor is available.
Dato'?
Thank you. Well, I concur with all the three panelists as well, talking about how important talent, to ensure that this JS-SEZ, can achieve a successful, journey, right? For Malaysia, Singapore, I think we have agreed under the JS-SEZ to establish this Talent Development Council, right? That is to basically to work together on how do we, provide this training and the appropriate skill set to develop appropriate skill sets for these high growth and high value industries. That is one. And Johor alone, I think they also have this initiative called Johor Talent Development Council, right? Again, that will actually facilitate on the upskilling, training. It's not just for MNCs, but also for local companies that will then support this operation of MNCs over here. In MIDA, we have one division called Talent Industry Management Division, where we are looking at the demand side, talent that are required by companies that have already, decided to invest here, right? That is for the whole nationwide, and we work very closely with the Ministry of Higher Education, for example. We've signed an MOU with them. Some of the companies have enrolled to these projects that they want to have talents for the expansion, their new projects, and so on and so forth. So this can also, in fact, this will be extended to Johor-Singapore SEZ. In fact, the recent one that we have signed, the MOU, is with the MTUNs, the technical universities as well, for them to look at training the new, talent for new industries, semiconductors, medical devices. Even the recent one is ARM, where MIDA is very much involved in the training of about 10,000 IC designers. So it's tall order for us. Within, I think, 10 years, this is about 10,000, I think, for us to develop this. It's an ongoing thing. I would say it takes years for us to provide this talent for, the right industries, especially in Johor, Singapore, SEZ.
Thank you, Dato'. So we've talked about talent, and earlier there's some sound bites about incentives. There's another that I want to touch on, that is infrastructure. I guess the view out here is, infrastructure in Malaysia, Singapore, pretty advanced. So I'm just wondering aloud whether the panel members have any thought about what else on infrastructure? What are the things that can be expand, improved from where we are now? What are the critical one with regards to a special economic zone like JS-SEZ?
Well, I'll start. I think businesses are looking forward to end 2026, right, with the RTS link. I heard the capacity was 10,000 per hour. I think that would, I hope, really relieve the flow of people. That's one. But I think the people flow can be addressed by RTS. Of course, the question is after the RTS come over to Johor, the integrated development over there will be pretty important because you need that dispersal point. But I think what is equally important are the infrastructure for goods and cargo flow, right? We know infrastructure development takes time. Yes, we can help in terms of reducing the customs immigration form from 2 form to 1 form and all that, but there will always be a choke point. The question is that, if some of the people flow capacity can be relieved through RTS, then what can we do with existing infrastructure, land infrastructure particularly, to support the flow of goods and services, particularly with a twinning operation. We talk about the semiconductor. If it's really going to be twinning, there's many in and out just on a day basis. So how can you facilitate that flow? How can we talk about infrastructure development in terms of maybe a bonded warehouse, right? That goods that are produced, right, and finally finishing touches in Malaysia can be cleared at the bonded warehouse and straight through and leverage on the connectivity in Singapore, both the airports and the ports. So these are the additional infrastructure that can be created. If indeed there's twinning operation, can there be extra landing points between Singapore and Malaysia? May not need to build a new bridge. Are there possibility of ferry flows, right, using the sea, between, maybe the Tuas side and Puteri Harbour side? So these are the sort of infrastructure development that I think we hope can be considered as the twinning operations get realized over time.
Maybe Jermaine, Dato', any thoughts from that particular perspective with regards to infrastructure pertaining to facilitating the faster movement, the clearing goods?
Well, on the faster movement, I think my colleague has already mentioned that. Basically on Singapore side they are ready. I heard. On the Malaysian side, it's still at the final stage. They are talking about using some technology or devices that can scan your retina or something like that, right? But let the what they call agency that is responsible for it to announce this. But what I want to touch on is the infrastructure, basically talking about providing renewable energy. That is something that RE100 companies are looking at right now. We have one initiative by Sunrise, if I'm not mistaken, that will be looking at these green industry parks, where they can also provide renewable energy for companies. That basically is not by choice, but they need to use this renewable energy because the customer wants them to use renewable energy. So it is very important. You're talking about high growth, high value sectors, but if you're not able to provide this renewable energy, then it will be a bottleneck for JS-SEZ to entice all these what they call companies that are looking at achieving net zero, what they call ambition, whether at firm level or even at what they call country level. You looked at European countries; they will what they call that institute this CBAM by 2026 or 2027. So you need to get ready for that market as well. So one of the important infrastructure is on renewable energy, provision of this supply of renewable energy.
Thank you, Dato'. I remember when JS-SEZ agreement was signed, and one of the things that was mentioned, at least by YB Dato' Sri Rafizi, Economy Minister, was there's going to be a joint promotion of JS-SEZ by Malaysia and Singapore. So we'd like to ask panelists in terms of, is there anything cooking on that?
Well, that's why. We have to, what you call, give Jermaine a bit of time for them to, Singapore EDB to discuss with us on this. But as I said earlier, we have been discussing this with the former MD of EDB, and we are very positive about doing this joint promotion. In fact, Singapore EDB has overseas offices, and we also have overseas offices. That's where, the value proposition is, right, for us to really join forces and, have a good narrative for both countries to really entice those companies. And some of the companies have been really looked at how do they complement the strength of both countries. I cannot mention names of companies, but they really looked at Johor as one of the locations for them to expand, especially on the supply chain. And this company are basically supplying to major customers in semiconductor industry, and they are in the machinery and equipment, one of the important player in the world. So what they are saying is that this Johor-SEZ really can offer them not just a location for them to do business, but also the enablers. Talking about the local companies, Jacob mentioned this. Of course, we don't forget you, especially the local companies. How do we then support the development of local players, right? This is about spillover that the country will get out of this investment by MNCs. So surely, I think we will work very closely. In fact, I think many of us know that MIDA and EDB have been working very closely. But I think we need to really structure, on our promotion efforts to how do we sell this Johor-SEZ as a high value and high growth kind of investment location for companies.
Well, thanks, Suhaimi, and thanks, Datuk. I fully agree with what Datuk has mentioned. On EDB's end, we are fully committed to this, to work with MIDA to do the joint promotions. I think we see this very clearly as a win-win proposition, as I mentioned earlier. In fact, while I would say that on both EDB and MIDA's end, actually the work has already begun. We've already undertaken many joint facilitation forums, speaking with companies, fielding requests and inquiries, and making some of these connections to make some of these promotions already happen. Right? Some of these investments are already landing or in the process of doing so. So I think that's work in progress, and that's something certainly we will have to take it forward as we progress with this project. So I would say it's absolutely positive, and we're committed to working with MIDA on this.
Thank you, Jermaine. I'm mindful of the time, and the organizer has kind of instructing me to make sure that we had a hard stop at 11. I think we are kind of 10 minutes away from 11 a.m. But what I would like now to do is maybe get some final thoughts from all the panelists with regards to JS-SEZ, particularly within this environment that we have to put up with, thanks to a certain person that is currently occupying White House, United States. I mean, if I can get sort of thoughts from all the panelists with regards to JS-SEZ and the future of the world that we are facing right now, the changing global dynamics, the geoeconomics, geopolitical situation. Maybe start from that side.
Sure. If anybody can tell you the future of the world is delusional, nobody can predict the future of the world. But I think it's certainly not helpful, this on again, off again, but a certain person, I think we can just call him out, right? So, but President Trump is obviously not helpful. And I think for businesses, the fear of the unknown is actually the worst for businesses. And we are indeed living in a period where the fear of the unknown is the highest. Nobody's going to know what's going to happen after 90 days, right? 70 countries are cutting deals with the US. We know Malaysia is leading a delegation up. We don't know what will happen. Will the reciprocal tariffs continue? And if it continue, at what rate, at what country? We just don't know. And I think this fear of the unknown is the worst for businesses. So to be quite candid, businesses that we talk to are all just holding still, right? They have to make sense. They have to take action immediately to mitigate because business have to go on. But we are also telling businesses, you need to plan ahead. So whatever the case it is, you got to ask yourself about supply chain resilience, You've got to ask yourself, how do you diversify your production base? You've got to ask yourself, number one, is US a key market for you? If US is a key market, then you've got to ask yourself, where are you going to produce to support the US? Are you really going to go back and supply to US and produce in US? Is that even viable? If that is not viable, you've got to look for another location, right? For you to continue to support US. What would your calculations be? It's not just a tariff rate, right? It's the overall competitiveness compass. The cost of labor, the cost of transportation, as well, of course, the presence of the supplier base. You've got to ask yourself that even despite whatever tariffs that's going to happen, and we now know that 10% is the new low, right? So there's no more zero, it's 10% is the new low. Can you get a competitive edge by finding a location, notwithstanding the tariff? At the same time, yes, businesses don't like, I mean, governments may not want to talk about it, but are there tariff arbitrage opportunities then? Right? And we don't know what's the final rate that Malaysia will get, after the negotiations. But if indeed Johor-Singapore SEZ, if you can achieve the twinning operations, where you can meet the rules of origin, right? By leveraging on the best in class in Singapore and Malaysia and make use of Singapore's 10% tariff rate, then there will be savings. But of course, you've got to meet the rules of origin. But let's take the lens away. Yes, we are now very occupied with US and the rest of the world, but the US trade only accounts for, I was told, 13 to 15% of world trade. So there's another huge 85% of trade that's happening outside US. That is a great opportunity. So how do you then support that? And I'm glad that my friend Jacob mentioned Malaysia has about 16 FTAs. Well, you combine with Singapore's 27 thereabout FTAs, you practically cover the whole world. Right, so these FTAs are an opportunity for us to deepen, right? The integration between Singapore and Malaysia through Johor-Singapore SEZ. And I believe that JS-SEZ can be that competitive economic powerhouse to support even the markets outside of US. Question is that we need to turn that potential into reality by speeding up the implementation that has been said and be even more bold in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of talent development, and in terms of making it much easier to do business in Johor. Thank you.
Jacob.
Okay, I think, well, I was born in the age where our family are quite poor, okay? In fact, globalization, free trade, has actually made the world much better. It has brought many, many people out from poverty, okay? And to be educated, to have a decent life, and you can travel and see the world. So globalization and open trade has done humanity a great favor. And with the more and more politically right inclined nation that we are observing, it is definitely not good for Malaysia. Because for both Malaysia and Singapore, I believe we are all export-driven country. So we need the world market. As for ASEAN, I do think that there will be more collaboration need to be done. Johor-Singapore SEZ is a very solid example in this very dynamic world, an example of collaborations of two nations. And we do hope to see ASEAN not just being very competitive among one another with our peers, but we can be more collaborative. And for the policymakers, for the business community, we need to probably imagine how and in what way we can, besides competing, but at the same time collaborating and create a win-win situation, as what our former Prime Minister Tun Mahathir always say, enrich thy neighbor. That is the good policy. So I do hope and suggest, hope JS-SEZ will have a very wonderful result and setting a model, not just for ASEAN, but also for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. During this time of uncertainty, I think it's very important that to see this commitment by both sides, by Singapore and Malaysia, to remain open to trade, to investment, to free flow of capital and people. right? So really at this point in time, regional economic integration remains more vital than ever. And as Jacob mentioned, really the Johor-Singapura SEZ is a good example of that, right? It's how we will use this model of twinning to make both sides more attractive and competitive than if Singapore or Johor were to go in it alone, right? And this is again reinforced by this long-term commitment. But of course, as the panel has also discussed, it's really about translating all this into reality. It's about making sure that things happen on the ground, right? And that's why actually on the government's end, we're working hard, discussing the various issues to make sure that it happens. And we are positive that it will happen. We're confident that we can do it. Because if we can do it, then it's really about creating something that's a win for Malaysia, a win for Singapore, a win for businesses, and also a win for Southeast Asia. And that's what we aspire and look forward towards. Thank you.
I think for Malaysia, this uncertainty, as what our minister mentioned, right? The strategy is to engage, to diversify, and to reforms, right? Engage means that, of course, now we have what they call the plan to go to the US and try to understand what do they need and so on and so forth. So it's not a negotiation team yet, to be led by our minister and of course MK2, but to really understand what basically US wants to do. Then the team will come back and discuss with other ministries and so on. And the other part is to also understand the feedback from companies. We have done this engagement with industry players, associations, and a few others. And many of them are still evaluating what are the impacts. That they will, what they call, experience and stuff like that. But one of the panelists did mention about, US is not everything. We have so many other, trade partners. In fact, for Malaysia, the trade with US as compared to total trade is just about 11%, something like that. And we have another 80% trade potential with other countries. So what is important is how do we then strengthen and strategize with other countries, right? For us to increase this trade. If you looked at ASEAN, for example, we don't do enough, I believe, right? That is another very, what we call, important market. Within ASEAN, we need to increase that trade and also investment. As I shared earlier on, we don't do also enough investment flows within ASEAN countries. So that in itself is, very good opportunities for us to be more resilient, right? Among ASEAN countries, for example, just now we did, Jacob did mention about within ASEAN, we are pushing this supply chain among, companies in ASEAN. So that again will ensure the resiliency of ASEAN as an economic bloc that will then have more attractive for foreign investors to come to this region, right, to do business. And the other important portion is for the country to keep reforming on our regulation, not just within Malaysia, but across ASEAN countries. How do we then harmonize procedures and regulation in some of the industries, in pharmaceutical, for example, right? Automotive standards and regulation. I believe we need to look at all these areas where it will then make ASEAN as a greater location for trade and investment, and Johor-SEZ can actually fund that, with investments in high growth, high value sectors that will then can explore ASEAN as another what we call big markets and with a non-US market in the world. So a lot of things to do, but I think we are optimistic that we can pull this through. Thank you.
Perfect, Dato'. 11 a.m. on the dot. I truly enjoy this conversation. I just wish we have more time, but I trust this session has been fruitful and informative. with insightful takeaways to all of you. And please show our appreciation to the panelists.
All right, so a big thank you to Mr. Suhaimi Ilyas and all our panelists for that discussion. Before we end, let's have a quick group photo.
Malaysia sebenarnya berada di kedudukan kedua terburuk di dunia berkaitan keseimbangan hidup dan kerja.
LRT3 sudah akan mula beroperasi suku ketiga 2025. Kerja-kerja fizikal dan penstrukturan sudah mencecah 95%.
KPM sebenarnya sedang memperincikan cadangan untuk menyediakan allowance kos sara hidup tingkatan 6.
Libat urus antara umat Islam dan agama lain penting supaya dapat mengelakkan ataupun membawa kepada Islamofobia.
Ceraikan saya lepas kakak awak selesai operation.
Teka-teki akhirnya terjawab.
Tak semua orang kaya sombong, Mei. Ada je yang sanggup tinggalkan keluarga demi cinta.
Lily kecewa sangat dengan aku.
Masihkah ada kesempatan?
Cimera, tolong datang kat rumah kakak saya sekarang. Kak Lily itu sebenarnya.
Kalau kakak awak mati sekalipun, saya tak ingin tengoklah.
Dia imamku di Astroria dan Astrogo.
Program Sentuhan Kasih Rakyat Sabah atau Syukur merekodkan lebih 68,000 penerima menerima bayaran bagi fasa pertama.
225 unit rumah kos rendah sedang dibina di 5 lokasi strategik seluruh Sabah.
Kerajaan Negeri Sabah disaran mengkaji semula kaedah pengiraan kadar kemiskinan yang digunakan pada ketika ini agar lebih mencerminkan realiti sebenar.
Kerajaan Sarawak mahu terus memperkukuhkan hubungan dengan pelajar Sarawak di seluruh Malaysia menerusi program Ngabas Anak Sarawak.
Uniform Tentera Darat Malaysia TADM bagi peserta program latihan khidmat negara tidak seharusnya menjadi isu hangat.
Jenayah penipuan pelaburan mencatatkan jumlah kerugian tertinggi pada tahun ini setakat 2 Februari lalu.
Kementerian Pendidikan memandang serius isu peningkatan trend penggunaan rokok elektronik.
Lembaga Lebuh Raya Malaysia LLM memperluaskan larangan kenderaan berat memasuki lebuh raya pada waktu puncak di beberapa jajaran terpilih di sekitar Lembah Kelam.
Rozman, and we're live from Persada Johor International Convention Centre, a pivotal moment in cross-border economic collaboration as Malaysia and Singapore convene for the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone for the Business and Investment Joint Forum. And definitely as we bring you comprehensive coverage from morning that the forum could redefine how trade, investment and the industry synergy in this region. And since the morning, we have been tracking arrival of VIPs from both governments, speak with experts from across the sectors, from finance, logistics, manufacture, R&D, and even will we be witnessing the key moments like MOU signings, policy unveilings, and even exclusive bilateral meetings. And with me right now, I'm not alone. The key person to speak from the industry is Mr. Zhou Gofu, the Deputy General Manager of Aerotech Power Semiconductor. I want to say thank you very much for joining me. Firstly, this is a very pivotal moment as we're witnessing both countries is heading to a new, bigger, better and stronger journey in economic collaboration. Firstly, Mr. Zhou, maybe you can share with us the strategic rationale behind Aerotech's decision to invest around 520 million ringgit in Johor, particularly in Pasir Gudang. Maybe you can share with us about that.
Okay. Actually, we are almost one of the largest manufacturers in our product, DCB and AMB, and actually we are pounding our business globally, and so I think we need manufacturing bases outside China, and also there's a tariff war between the China and the US. I think maybe Malaysia have good relationship with China and US. I think that's a good choice for us.
What actually the competitive advantage that Malaysia and Johor specifically offer Aerotech in the global semiconductor supply chain?
Okay. Actually, firstly, the location, the transportation of the Malaysia, Johor is very good. It's near to Singapore, and also I think the mature mature semiconductor center, I think the supply chain is very important for us, and also the multi-language. I think a lot of people with multi-language, and when we are trying to develop our business to overseas, and we need they can speak English very well and can communicate with customers, and also can communicate with the people in China. So that's very important. And also, actually, I think the incentives from this area and the government and the MIDA and the Invest JB introduced the incentives in this area, and that attracted us a lot. Okay.
That is a very great initiative to hear, Mr. Golfu. And talking about in the era of rising AI digital, how is Ferrota incorporating Industry 4.0, especially in the AI automations, IoT, in the manufacturing process here in Malaysia?
Okay, actually we have planned the smart manufacturing in the coming years, and also we have started the automation for the production. And we have ERP, MIS, WMS, a lot of systems, and in the future we will combine them together. And we are working for the actually smart manufacturing. In the future, maybe AI can help us to do some routine jobs for staff. Okay.
Within this joint and business investment forum for the JS-SEZ, one of the biggest aspects they are focusing on the mobility of the talent. The movement of talent from Singapore to Johor is very important because they are one of the main biggest contributor for the economy. But in forward planning, are there any in-house training for the upskilling, reskilling or cross-skilling of the talent, or you have built a transfer program especially to build a sustainable talent pipeline in Johor?
Yes, the talent is very important for manufacturing, and actually we can get, high skilled people, professional people, maybe from Singapore. There are a lot of world-class universities, and we also have a lot of skilled workers in this area. Okay, and so also the logistics is also very important. We always get take a very long time to get the service, to get the spare part from Singapore, and if we can get, this platform will help us to reduce the lead time. And also for the third one question,
all right, no worries. Talking about how do you build a sustainable pipeline for talent in Malaysia?
Yes, sustainable talent. Okay. Actually, we have sent more than 90 people to China for training, including quality, including technical, and including some management people. And and when they come back, they will get our local people trained. And actually, we also have some intern program with the local universities such as UTC, and maybe in the future we can have some collaboration with Singapore universities, and that will be very helpful to do some R&D projects in the future.
Being here, witnessing something big, new, maybe you can share with us what are some of the values or even synergy that JS-SEZ can bring or integrate with the manufacturer industry?
Actually, firstly, I think actually we have feel the efficiency and high efficiency and supportive from the local government. I think we got the support from the Johor government and the MIDA and the MBPG, the local government. They support us very much, and we can expedite the progress of the construction of the plants. And actually, we started this project in 2023 in September. We purchased the land. We sent the SAP. The Johor government helped us a lot, and then we constructed the plant. We need a lot of documents to prepare to get approval from the government, and we got them. They helped us a lot to get those kind of approval. And then we are launching our production, and actually we have installed the machine, and we are launching our production, and we even send some goods to our customer. It's very, very fast, and it's very helpful for the local government, Johor government.
That is very great progress.
Yeah.
Maybe, so can you share with me, during the whole transformations and evolution of manufacturer industry, what are the challenges that you have faced and still addressing until now? And what are some of the opportunities that you can maneuver from this?
Sorry for your question again.
Challenges within the manufacturing industry that you have seen all year long.
Actually, we always need the more employees to work. Actually, the recruitment of the employees sometimes takes time, and that will slow down our progress of the project. And also, actually, I think the transportation is if we get some help from support from outside, you know that we supply from Japan, supply from European, and they need to come to our plant to assist us to install the machine, and sometimes they will always have some issues in the immigration sometimes. Okay, I think in the future, if we don't have so many, if we have the JS-SEZ platform, and in the future, I think it will be easier.
I think it's important for us to evaluate what's happening in the global, the China, US tariff, with the war going on. Is definitely we need to take any precautious measure in managing or restructuring, realign the objective for manufacturing industry. And maybe has the company Ferrotech has been discussing with MIDA, Invest Johor, or any other authorities regarding potential incentive or support within the JS-SEZ initiatives?
Yes. We have got the actually indication from MIDA, from Invest Johor and the local government. They gave some indication about the incentive application, and we are doing. It's going very well, and hopefully we can get approval very soon.
All right, probably you can share with us for the forum JS-SEZ we're at here at Persada Johor. Share with us what some of the wish lists you hope from this forum that you wish to achieve within the next few years for the short term and even for the long term dream.
Actually, we can see that a lot of companies come to invest in Johor, and actually we are belong to the semiconductor industry, and actually we hope that the supply chain, the service of the supply chain will be get better and better, and strengthen the supply chain. It would be more mature. More and more in the future.
So I want to take a look in the future, moving forward. What are some of your next big thing for Ferrotech actually? What's your biggest planning, and what you're going to do under the initiative of JS-SEZ in the near-term future?
Sorry, the question.
Your next big project for Ferrotech. Can you share with us your big?
Next big project. You mean the investment? Maybe yes. We are trying to fund a new project in Malaysia, and sometimes and especially in Johor.
Right, we're hoping the best for all the sector, including the semiconductor industry. We can overcome all the challenges and apply all the opportunity that we've received from both of the countries. This is a time for us to benefit from all of our strength and complement each other in every aspect. Definitely. Again, I would say thank you very much to Deputy General Manager of Semiconductor, Ferrocto, again, Mr. Gofuzo. Again, I would say thank you very much, and I hope to see you. All right. Thank you. All right. We actually have one more guest, and after this, we're having welcoming remarks by VIP, two biggest VIP. It will be by the three biggest VIP is Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi, Menteri Besar Johor, and also keynote address by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Trade and Industry Singapore, MTI, His Excellency Gan Kim Yong, and also the speech by our Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry Malaysia, MITI, Senator Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul Tengku Abdul Aziz. Definitely, I'm going to bring more experts to come with me and discuss what are some of the things that we need to take a look at now, critical aspect within the industry, and how JS-SEZ, definitely in the minds of everybody, will it work and will it become a reality? That is the big question for sure. But please stay tuned with us as we'll be taking a short break and we'll be right back.
Program Sentuhan Kasih Rakyat Sabah atau Syukur merekodkan lebih 68,000 penerima menerima bayaran bagi fasa pertama.
225 unit rumah kos rendah sedang dibina di 5 lokasi strategik seluruh Sabah.
Kerajaan Negeri Sabah disaran mengkaji semula kaedah pengiraan kadar kemiskinan yang digunakan pada ketika ini agar lebih mencerminkan realiti sebenar.
Kerajaan Sarawak mahu terus memperkukuhkan hubungan dengan pelajar Sarawak di seluruh Malaysia menerusi program Ngabas Anak Sarawak.
Sekarang dia nak kena redo je ke? I harap Azim kena scam dengan perempuan lain. I ada idea. Kita rompak Aziman.
Kak Di?
Kau!
Madam boleh kira full amount yang hilang minggu lepas.
Eloi, I mau tahu dari mana duit itu datang.
First Wives. Stream episod terbaru dahulu. Eksklusif on demand dan 9 malam di Astro Citra.
Tariffs on imports of products from China reaching up to 145%.
Tariffs on the rest of the world are sitting at 10%, with the potential for reciprocal tariffs to be reimposed within 90 days.
Kunjungan rasmi Presiden China ke Malaysia ini menunjukkan komitmen kedua-dua negara untuk meningkatkan hubungan diplomatik ke tahap yang lebih strategik.
Uniform Tentera Darat Malaysia TADM bagi peserta program latihan khidmat negara tidak seharusnya menjadi isu hangat.
Jenayah penipuan pelaburan mencatatkan jumlah kerugian tertinggi pada tahun ini setakat 2 Februari lalu.
Kementerian Pendidikan memandang serius isu peningkatan trend penggunaan rokok elektronik.
Lembaga Lebuh Raya Malaysia LLM memperluaskan larangan kenderaan berat memasuki lebuh raya pada waktu puncak di beberapa jajaran terpilih di sekitar Lembah Kelam.
Okey, kita masih lagi bersama di Persada Johor ini untuk JS-SEZ. Ada banyak diskusi yang kita bawakan dan juga dari dalam Dewan. Diskusi yang cukup penting soal dasar dan soal bagaimana untuk menarik masuk pelaburan ke kawasan ini. Kali ini saya bersama dengan seorang tetamu yang cukup istimewa, perniagaan yang berada di sini juga. Kita bersama dengan Nelson Wu, iaitu Deputy General Manager Wiwin Technology Service Malaysia yang bersama dengan kita pada waktu ini. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I want to ask about the Wiwin expansion, especially in JS-SEZ. Tell us about the journey and also the success stories that could inspire other companies to be present in JS-SEZ.
Yeah, actually it's a good journey for us to join the Johor program, especially through the MIDA special support. Because from foreign worker, for foreign investment experience, it's very good experience, a good journey for us to keep very competitive advantage locating Johor from original our location in China to be here. So we recruit very key talent here, and we try to transfer the key technology from Taiwan to be here because we want to have more technology transfer. So it's very important to do the incentive program by MIDA and keep the competitive advantage from our company. Okay.
And also, what is Wiwin's long-term strategy for integrating, its Malaysian operations as well as financial infrastructure under the JS-SEZ framework right here?
Because Johor have very strong capability for power supply, water supply, and also including the key talent. So we engage with the UTM to sign the contract for NDA or LOA to make sure we can recruit the key talent from UTM, from the mechanical, EE, chemical, and also including the networking, computer science faculty, to be our engineer to be in the future manager position. It's a very good experience because the UTM is very good at research. We are good at development. So we can combine together to cause a win-win solution together to get more business from customer side.
Okay. Nelson, also I want to talk about the green energy, because we have more data center right here in Malaysia, so we need to generate a lot of electricity and we need to use a lot of water in that sense. Could you share with us what are some of the green energy initiatives taken by your company, right, in order to fulfill the gap and void needed to propel further development in JS-SEZ?
Yeah. Even though our company is a data center infrastructure provider, we also more focused on ESG program, including we build up the 2 plants with the solar panel solution together. Right. We also reduce the carbon footprint reduction solution, including the product and the process. We also plant 22,000 trees in Malaysia, including the 2,000 trees in Senai City, another 20,000 trees in Sabah. It's a very important mission for us because protect the environment is our mission. Yeah.
You've provided, I think, about 1,600 job opportunities, if I'm not mistaken, and you are planning to provide more job opportunities in this particular area, and for locals and for regional experts as well. Could you share with us the plan?
Yeah. Recruitment and employment is very important for our company, especially we want to recruit more local key talent for our company. We want to raise more key talent. So this is why our target is hired around 1,000 local employees, but right now already reached 1,600 employees at this moment. We want to recruit more because the fund is very important to keep the relationship with the local area to make sure we can hire more key talent to increase the technology improvement in our company. Also transfer the new technology to them, including the manufacturing automation and logistic automation, because we can introduce most advanced technology in our company from industry.
Yeah. And also, Nelson, could you share with us about the AI journey for your particular company and high-performance computing and cloud services as well? These are the services that much needed in this particular area. And in terms of the technology transfer that we are planning to have in JS-SEZ, how do you envision overall picture for Wiwin technology especially, and having to contribute in that particular sector?
Yeah, can you explain more detail?
Yeah, I mean,
yes, question. Yeah.
Yes, because you need to contribute a lot in terms of AI development in this region, and also at the same time high performance computing. We have also technology cloud services and providers in the region. How do you plan for your particular company to be part of the supply chain in that sense, and to provide your expertise?
This question is very important because our company is an AI company, so we need to introduce many new technology. As I mentioned, automation and the new technology transfer is very important. So we are from the beginning stage. We already introduced the new technology from Taiwan. And we work with automation like warehouse automation. We also introduced a new technology from Czech Republic and Mexico and the US company together because we want to build up the more AI solution. So we want to migrate from right now is the automation and then big data. And then right now we upgrade to the AI solution for analyze all the information for customer. So this is why we connect all our data. I mean, manufacturer data, research data together with our customer together. We call it a big data analysis. So our company, the technology is very good for the local employee to learn the new technology. Okay. So AI is our DNA, so it's very important for improve.
Where are we in terms of having our own AI technology in this particular region? Because I believe that the power and the direction is possessed by the Western countries, the US, the China, for instance. But where are we in terms of having technology for AI in this region?
Okay, because the question is not so easy to answer. From AI point of view, our customer like Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook Meta is all AI company. They create an AI solution for us. So we provide a hyperscale data center solution, including equipment and the solution, including hardware, software, firmware together to our customer to use the new technology. Whenever we use a mobile phone, the AI server or the edge server or the storage server, all use the AI technology for us because our customer more focused on improve the AI solution and efficiency to everyone. it can change our life in the future. It's our mission to make sure we can improve everyone's daily life in the worldwide market. But our company in Johor is more focused on the Asia-Pacific customer. So it's very important to work together with the local employee and the local company together. So this is why we try to engage with the local supply chain company, including Singapore and Malaysia, for the double E mechanical packaging, key component together, because we believe ecosystem is very helpful for our company, for our customer, for our local employee and the local supply chain company. Okay.
All right. Nelson, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate such an amazing story, I would say, that we could learn from your particular company. Thank you so much. Okey, kita nak melihat juga sebentar lagi kita akan bawakan daripada dalam Dewan tentang apa yang boleh kita bincangkan seterusnya, soal bagaimana untuk kita melihat pada jam 11.30 sekira-kira. Sekarang pukul berapa jam ni? 11.26, 11.30 insyaAllah kita akan bawakan, iaitu welcoming remarks oleh Menteri Besar Johor sendiri, Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi, dan juga His Excellency Gan Kim Yong, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Trade and Industry Singapore MTI, juga akan bersama-sama dalam keynote tersebut, dan juga bersama dengan Tengku Dato' Sri Zafrul Abdul Aziz, Menteri Pelaburan, Perdagangan dan juga Industri Malaysia, yang akan membawakan diskusi sebentar saja lagi sehingga jam 12.30 hari. Dan insyaAllah selepas itu kita akan bersama dengan tetamu kita lagi untuk menilai apakah pencapaian dan juga dapatan mereka dari segi sesi tersebut yang boleh kita bawakan dan juga bincangkan. Kerana pada akhirnya kita ingin melihat bahawa perniagaan ini berkongsi cerita kejayaan mereka dan juga bagaimana mereka menyumbang secara besar kepada pembangunan JS-SEZ secara keseluruhan dan menyediakan peluang pekerjaan. Perpindahan teknologi itu harus wujud dari segi rakyat kita menerima perpindahan teknologi tersebut, dan juga bagaimana untuk kita belajar daripada negara lain, daripada syarikat lain yang menetap di sini, yang membuka perniagaan mereka di sini dan membina piawaian dan standard yang begitu tinggi sekali untuk perkara tersebut. Baik, kita akan beristirahat seketika. Selepas ini insyaAllah kita akan bawakan sekali lagi dalam Dewan. Pada ketika ini masih lagi kosong, kalau kita boleh bawakan box kecil. Ini dari Dewan Utama, di mana kita masih menantikan sesi pada jam 11.30 nanti lebih kurang, iaitu melibatkan tetamu-tetamu kita, Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi, Menteri Besar Johor. Kita ada juga His Excellency Gan Kim Yong, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Trade and Industry Singapore, dan Tengku Dato' Sri Zafrul Abdul Aziz, iaitu Menteri MITI sendiri. Sebentar saja lagi kita akan bertindak seketika. Kita akan kembali selepas ini dengan siaran langsung dari Dewan tersebut, diskusi yang cukup penting untuk kita melihat butir bicara mereka tentang urusan di JS-SEZ ini bergerak ke hadapan selepas ini.
Malaysia sebenarnya berada di kedudukan kedua terburuk di dunia berkaitan keseimbangan hidup dan kerja.
LRT3 sudah akan mula beroperasi suku ketiga 2025. Kerja-kerja fizikal dan penstrukturan sudah mencecah 95%.
KPM sebenarnya sedang memperincikan cadangan untuk menyediakan allowance kos sara hidup tingkatan 6.
Melibat urus antara umat Islam dan agama lain penting supaya dapat mengelakkan ataupun membawa kepada Islamofobia.
26 April ini, penentuan juara Piala Malaysia pastinya lebih meriah dengan kehadiran Dinda Dania. Dirancangkan lagi oleh Hel Husaini, Nadira dan hos Gegar serta Sinar. Datuk M. Nasir bakal menyemarakkan lagi suasana stadium dengan Ratu Rock Negara, Ella, pada separuh masa. Inilah masanya, detik yang dinantikan. Perlawanan akhir Piala Malaysia hanya di Astro.
Uniform Tentera Darat Malaysia TADM bagi peserta program latihan khidmat negara tidak seharusnya menjadi isu hangat.
Jenayah penipuan pelaburan mencatatkan jumlah kerugian tertinggi pada tahun ini setakat 2 Februari lalu.
Kementerian Pendidikan memandang serius isu peningkatan trend penggunaan rokok elektronik.
Lembaga Lebuh Raya Malaysia LLM memperluaskan larangan kenderaan berat memasuki lebuh raya pada waktu puncak di beberapa jajaran terpilih di sekitar Lembah Kelam.
Ceraikan saya lepas kakak awak selesai operation.
Teka-teki akhirnya terjawab.
Tak semua orang kaya sombong, Mei. Ada je yang sanggup tinggalkan keluarga demi cinta.
Lily kecewa sangat dengan aku.
Masihkah ada kesempatan?
Cuma tolong datang kat rumah kakak saya sekarang. Kak Lily itu sebenarnya.
Kalau kakak awak mati sekalipun, saya tak ingin tengoklah. Dia imamku di Astro Ria dan Astro Go.
Di era digital,
pemasaran bukan hanya tentang penjualan semata-mata. Penceritaan menarik jadi kekuatan dalam membina hubungan perniagaan, tingkat pengetahuan, perkasakan perniagaan anda. Saksikan segmen JS-SME dalam program AWANI Pagi dan Niaga AWANI setiap Isnin hingga Khamis di saluran 501. Dibawakan oleh penaja utama jelajah jiwa SME, Unify Business, rakan digital pilihan anda.
Di sini bermulanya gelombang sebenar. 18 bintang akan melakar sejarah. Membawa semangat untuk terus berjuang to conquer all. Ini bukan sekadar pentas. Inilah gelombang dominasi pertama Alpha, Big Stage Alpha. Negara redo je ke? I harap Azim kena scam dengan perempuan lain. I ada idea. Kita rompak Azimat.
Kak Di?
Kau?
Madam boleh kira full amount yang hilang minggu lepas.
Eloi, I mau tahu dari mana duit itu datang.
First Wives. Stream episod terbaru dahulu. Eksklusif on demand dan 9 malam di Astro Citra. Masa untuk menebus kekalahan.
This could be the chance. Sensational save.
Mampukah United bangkit menentang Bournemouth?
Fabulous. What a goal.
Aksi Liverpool dan Tottenham sebelum ini cukup sengit. Adakah pesta jaringan bakal berulang?
Brilliant delivery. They never give up.
Segalanya bakal terungkai secara langsung. Saingan dan tekanan memuncak. Premier League eksklusif di Astro. Inilah Home of Sports, di mana semangat dan kekuatan beradu.
Lovely skill.
Setiap bintang memburu satu impian. Mata sebagai pendahulu. Perlawanan demi perlawanan. Hidupkan semangat. Saksikan secara langsung. Stream sehingga 4 peranti dengan mudah. Home of Sports hanya di Astro.
Tariffs on imports of products from China reaching up to 145%.
Tariffs on the rest of the world are sitting at 10%, with the potential for reciprocal tariffs to be reimposed within 90 days.
Kunjungan rasmi Presiden China ke Malaysia ini menunjukkan komitmen kedua-dua negara untuk meningkatkan hubungan diplomatik ke tahap yang lebih strategik.
Kita asyik bercerita bagaimana persiapan di sini dan juga bagaimana orang bersiap sedia untuk mendengar cerita soal JS-SEZ, tapi kita nak bawakan juga suasananya dalam Dewan kerana kita masih menantikan lagi sidang sebentar lagi oleh 3 individu yang cukup penting, iaitu Menteri Besar Johor, Menteri Perdagangan Singapura sendiri dan juga Menteri Perdagangan kita sendiri yang kini masih di holding room menantikan. Saya nak bawa anda masuk ke Dewan sebentar. Ini adalah keadaannya yang menantikan sesi sebentar saja lagi. Sekejap kita bersama dengan Dina. Okey, kalau kita lihat dalam sesi ini ramai, lebih kurang 1,000 orang yang datang pada waktu ini untuk menyaksikan sesi pada pagi ini. Kalau kita lihat penantiannya adalah sebentar saja lagi dengan menteri kita akan menyampaikan ucap pertama berkaitan dengan keadaan dan juga kedudukan semasa JS-SEZ, Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone sendiri JS-SEZ. Okey, banyak perkara yang kita bincangkan soal JS-SEZ ini, khususnya dalam segi kerjasama antara melibatkan kedua-dua buah negara dan juga talent management dan juga perpindahan pakar itu sendiri. Okey, dalam konteks menarik masuk pelaburan dan juga memastikan bahawa JS-SEZ ini berkembang dari segi membina daya tahan tersebut, ini adalah satu perkara yang amat signifikan sekali. Sebab tadi apabila Tengku Dato' Sri Zafrul bincangkan bersama dengan kita adalah soal bagaimana untuk memastikan bahawa daya tahan ini wujud di kawasan JS-SEZ untuk memastikan bahawa perniagaan itu ada daya tahan yang berpanjangan, kerana mereka membina daya tahan tersebut adalah untuk jangka masa panjang, dan pada masa sama pelaburan itu memerlukan satu komitmen yang begitu jitu sekali dan kebersamaan semua pihak yang memastikan bahawa contohnya macam bank kan, apabila mereka menyediakan perkhidmatan mereka, apakah risk appetite yang mereka sediakan, apakah bentuk-bentuk pelaburan juga pembiayaan yang mereka sediakan di sini sebagai contoh untuk memastikan bahawa perniagaan di sini bersedia untuk mengambil produk-produk ini dan juga menjadikan tapak asas mereka di JS-SEZ JS-SEZ ini, saya kira amat menarik sekali. Okey, saya nak bawa anda keluar sekejap dengan Nina sebab sekejap lagi kita akan bawakan sesi yang lebih dalam. Saya percaya hampir bermula pada ketika ini. Kalau kita melihat sesinya terlebih dahulu, Datuk Seri Zafrul juga seperti tadi bersama dengan Astro AWANI mengatakan tentang bagaimana untuk memastikan bahawa apa yang berlaku di ASEAN ini cukup dirasai oleh segenap lapisan masyarakat. Sebagai contoh, QR rentas sempadan ini bukan perkara baru. Kita dah menyaksikan sebelum ini berlaku, tapi kita mahukan rakyat kita merasakan apa kelebihan ASEAN ini, apa kelebihan JS-SEZ ini, khususnya rakyat di negeri Johor yang mahu merasakan mereka turut menjadi sebahagian daripada inisiatif ini yang boleh kita terapkan dalam kehidupan seharian mereka. Okey, rakan tugas Nina Rozman. Saya dah bawa pusing tadi nak naik stage tapi agak susah sikit lah sebab ramai orang. Sebentar lagi kita akan bawakan perbincangan kita dan diskusi kita, yang mana ini adalah melibatkan Menteri Besar Johor, kita ada Menteri Pelaburan Singapura dan juga Menteri Pelaburan Datuk Seri Zafrul sendiri. Sebentar saja lagi, saya kira lebih kurang pukul 11.40 insya-Allah kita akan bawakan sidang media ataupun ucap tamu tersebut dan disuli oleh beberapa temu bual yang lain bersama dengan pemain-pemain industri.
Betul. Ya. Apabila kita bercakap mengenai pemain industri, sebanyak lebih kurang 8 sektor yang dijangka akan menerima manfaat daripada JS-SEZ ini. Kalau kita lihat iaitu perbankan, logistik. Tak apa Najib, saya rasa mic saya dah okey dah. Tak dikecak tadi. Tadi mic problem. Kalau kita lihat firma pendidikan daripada TA Securities kata antara 8 sektor ni adalah mereka adalah benefit yang tertinggi daripada kerjasama ekonomi rentas padan ini. Kalau kita lihat daripada sektor pembinaan, perbankan, pengguna minyak dan gas, hartanah, kuasa, utility, teknologi dan telekomunikasi. Saya dah macam rap dah bila saya listkan semua sektor-sektor ini. Kalau
ada tak sektor yang kita boleh masuk ni?
Betul. Mungkin kalau kita lihat sekarang mereka lebih push kepada inovasi teknologi digital dengan pembangunan bakat. Kalau kita lihat di sini, macam mana kita nak memastikan pergerakan yang lebih lancar untuk setiap kalau kita lihat penyumbang ekonomi ini, terutama pekerja, tenaga, adakah mereka cukup dilindungi, adakah mereka cukup diberi peluang dan juga sokongan kepada mereka untuk membangunkan setiap industri yang mereka berada. Dan sudah itu kalau kita lihat walaupun kedua-dua negara telah bekerjasama untuk membangunkan zon ekonomi di Johor sejak pelancaran Iskandar Malaysia, kita lihat dia berkata negeri itu memerlukan insentif yang lebih agresif, promosi kumpulan bakat dan infrastruktur yang kukuh untuk menarik pelaburan dan mencapai sasaran keluaran dalam negara kasar KDNK kerajaan negeri sebanyak 260 bilion ringgit menjelang 2030, meningkat daripada 148.2 bilion ringgit pada 2023. Sudah tentu itu adalah peningkatan angka yang amat tinggi, makna kerja kita semakin banyak ya. Dan kalau kita lihat walaupun menurut Lembaga Pembangunan Pelaburan Malaysia MIDA yang berkata antara 2006 dan Disember 2023 Iskandar Malaysia menerima jumlah pelaburan terkumpul sebanyak 413.1 bilion ringgit melepasi sasaran 383 bilion ringgit yang ditetapkan pada akhir 2025. Dan kita lihat daripada jumlah itu 291.1 bilion ringgit ataupun 70% telah direalisasikan dan seterusnya dijangka menarik lagi banyak 636 bilion ringgit dalam pelaburan komited menjelang 2030. Dan kalau kita lihat apa yang telah dikatakannya, JS-SEZ ini tidak datang dengan sebarang sasaran kewangan, tetapi inisiatif yang digariskan di bawah zon ekonomi khas Johor-Singapura ini dijangka melengkapkan matlamat yang ditetapkan oleh Iskandar Malaysia. Dan kita lihat Johor pada ketika ini, kita melihat bagaimanakah memainkan peranan mereka yang sangat penting dalam lanskop ekonomi Malaysia dengan asas ekonominya yang pelbagai termasuk pembuatan, pertanian, pelancongan dan juga perkhidmatan antara pemacu utama negara kita. Dan kalau kita lihat walaupun perkara-perkara ini sedang dibincangkan di sini, kita nak meliti bagaimanakah kedua-dua ekonomi ini mampu bekerjasama pada masa sama mencapai agenda atau matlamat mereka yang tersendiri dan bekerjasama sambil memacu kedua-dua ekonomi bergerak ke hadapan, memajukan ekonomi dan rakyat mereka sendiri. Dan kita lihat JS-SEZ mungkin bersaing dengan Lebah Kelang ketika ini, memandangkan pertubuhan KDNK Johor mengatasi ekonomi pada tahun 2023 dan jangkaan sasaran pertubuhan ini akan disemak dalam rancangan Malaysia yang ke-13 bermula pada Julai 2025. Kita lihat pada second half ini dan memandangkan Menteri Besar Johor Dato' Hafiz Ghazi kekal optimis mengenai trajektori pembangunan negeri katanya ketika ini. Baik, itu adalah sedikit bagaimana juga perjalanan matlamat JS-SEZ di sini untuk kita bawakan mereka bagaimana ia telah menilai ataupun kedudukan perdagangan kita lihat investment pelaburan termasuk juga dengan sinergi antara kedua-dua, antara semua industri, Najib.
JS-SEZ ini luas kawasan ini sebenarnya. Kalau kita lihat peta tu, sebahagian bawah selatan Johor ini, wilayah Iskandar itu terlibat di bawah JS-SEZ. Ini membuka ruang yang sangat besar dari segi peluang pekerjaan dan juga peluang perniagaan yang memerlukan kemasukan lebih banyak peserta industri ke dalam JS-SEZ ini. Sebab sebagai contoh, kalau kita bercakap dengan perniagaan yang melihat Johor sebagai center ataupun hub terpenting mereka untuk pengembangan perniagaan mereka, ini pintu masuk ASEAN. Dan ini bukan satu mudah untuk kita bangunkan kerana ini menuntut kerjasama pelbagai pihak, khususnya dari segi membina infrastruktur sebagai contoh, menyediakan bakat yang mencukupi dan juga menjamin bahawa modal yang ditanam di sini ada hasilnya. Bank ini sangat menarik sebab ini adalah bagaimana kalau kita menampakkan saudara Amir. Saudara Amir Farid.
Saudara Amir sini. Kita tarik lagi satu peserta daripada JS.
Selamat pagi, apa khabar Nina? Alhamdulillah.
Kami tarik jauh daripada sana.
Saya tadi memanggil saudara Amir. Marilah keluar bersama-sama dengan Instrumen ini.
Terima kasih.
JS-SEZ ini besar kawasannya di selatan Johor, ini Iskandar dan sebagainya kan. Bagaimana melihat pembangunan ini ada satu bentuk pintu masuk ASEAN yang penting, khususnya peranan Malaysia sendiri?
Okey, terima kasih Najib. Pertama sekali kita harus acknowledge bahawa ini merupakan special economic zone yang unik ya, kerana melibatkan dua kerajaan. Kalau selama ini kita lihat special economic zone ini di bawah satu kerajaan, misalnya Shenzhen, Hong Kong dan Shenzhen itu di bawah satu kerajaan China, tapi ini melibatkan dua kerajaan. Jadi sudah di situ sudah ada sinergi, dan ini saya rasa dapat memberi momentum. Jika JS-SEZ berjaya, ia boleh dijadikan model untuk negara-negara ASEAN yang lain bersama-sama untuk menggerakkan special economic zone mereka masing-masing. Ya. Jadi saya rasa ini boleh dijadikan benchmark, penanda aras untuk kerjasama ekonomi antara dua negara di bawah satu payung ASEAN. Jadi saya rasa apa yang sedang dirangkakan di sini penting bukan saja untuk jangka masa pendek tetapi jangka masa panjang, kerana jika berjaya ia boleh dijadikan sebagai penanda aras untuk negara-negara ASEAN yang lain.
Tapi ini bukan kerjasama yang bukan mudah ya. Korporasi kita lihat Singapura ataupun Johor Malaysia mempunyai matlamat mereka masing-masing. Sudah tentu kita pun juga menerima pada masa sama, sorry Amir, adalah ketibaan iaitu VIP daripada Singapura dan juga Malaysia akan beri ucapan sebentar tadi. Tapi saya nak selit lagi lah satu soalan. Kita tahu bukan mudah untuk kerjasama kedua-dua ekonomi kerana mereka mempunyai standard, benchmark dan juga matlamat mereka masing-masing. Tetapi mereka bekerjasama agar dapat memacu, saling melengkapi antara kelebihan masing-masing. Jadi apakah antara cabaran yang perlu kita kenal pasti agar kita dapat memastikan sinergi yang lebih lancar? Itu
Apa yang Nina cakap itu amat penting sekali, iaitu saling melengkapi. Kerana apa yang paling penting sekali, Singapura dan juga Malaysia harus menyedari hakikat bahawa mereka berada di dua kedudukan.
Maaf sangat. Okay, kita sorry maaf sangat. Sekarang ni kita nak bawakan anda terus kepada visual ucapan pembukaan oleh iaitu Menteri Besar Johor, Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi, termasuk juga dengan Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Trade Industry MTI, His Excellency Gan Kim Yong. Kami bawakan.
Mr. Gan Kim Yong, Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore and Minister of Trade and Industry, Yang Berhormat Senator Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul Abdul Aziz, Minister of Investments, Trade of Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everyone to the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, JS-SEZ, Joint Business and Investment Forum. Your presence here on a Monday morning is a real testament of friendship. So thank you very much to the more than 1,000 of you for being here today. We see this as a reflection of the strong support and shared interests of both sides of the causeway for the JS-SEZ. I am especially grateful to DPM Gan Kim Yong for being here with us today, despite his busy schedule with election season looming upon him. I know the campaign period only begins on the 23rd of April, but everyone, especially Malaysians, know how eager our friends across the causeway always are to get a head start when it comes to competitions of all sorts. So thank you very much, sir, for making time today. In fact, if your party is looking for a capable, handsome, hardworking, and smart Malay candidate, look no further, look to your left. Since his senatorship is finishing at the end of the year, my dear brother Tengku Zafrul is the perfect candidate. But you have to be quick though, because he is very much in demand by all parties in Malaysia. I'm a bit worried because Tengku Zafrul is going to speak after this. In all seriousness, ladies and gentlemen, we wish our Singaporean friends the very best in the coming election. We understand how important political stability and policy consistency is for any country. Malaysia certainly learned this lesson from 2018 till 2022. Political instability is very costly. Malaysia and Singapore have worked well together. Let's continue this, especially in the backdrop of global uncertainties. Ladies and gentlemen, these days, it's often cliché to describe events like these as historic or a pivotal moment. But today truly is both, because it's the JS-SEZ's first joint investment forum, and because it comes at an interesting time for both our countries and the world. It is yet another waypoint on the journey of collaboration between Malaysia and Singapore, one that will reshape the landscape of our region, enhancing connectivity, fostering innovation, and creating opportunities for businesses and communities alike. And so, what I'd like to do today is share some thoughts about where we stand now and the way ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, if it is true the old safe havens are eroded and investors are looking for new harbors, I would argue Johor has a track record to emerge as one. In 2024 alone, we secured 48.5 billion ringgit in approved investments, placing Johor firmly among Malaysia's top 3 investment destinations. Even more compelling, in the first quarter of 2025, thanks to Tengku Zafrul and his team, Johor has already recorded 27.4 billion ringgit in new investments, a powerful early signal of the momentum behind the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. In fact, for the month of April alone, there is another 23 billion worth of projects in the pipeline. Alhamdulillah, these figures truly shows that Johor is the next engine of growth, not just for Malaysia, but for the region as a whole. And it reflects the trust that investors, both domestic and international, place in the JS-SEZ. They see the potential of this initiative, the stability of our environment, and the unwavering spirit of progress that defines us. My sincerest thanks to all the believers of JS-SEZ, especially MITI, MIDA, MOF, and the Singapore government. Ladies and gentlemen, towards this end, Johor is committed to ensuring that businesses and investors have everything they need to succeed. We have worked tirelessly and will continue to do so to create an environment that is not only welcoming but also efficient, transparent and reliable. Through the establishment of the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Centre Johor, IMFCJ, we have streamlined our investment processes. With the Johor Super Lane, JSL, we have introduced a fast-track mechanism that significantly reduces bureaucratic delays for priority investments. Since its launch, IMFCJ has handled 252 investment inquiries, with 42 high-impact projects now under accelerated processing. What used to take up to 24 months from briefing to operations can now be achieved in just 13 to 14 months, a time saving of almost 10 months. Companies such as Princeton Digital Group, WeWin, Mayora, just to name a few, have all benefited from the Johor Super Lane. This is not just about efficiency, it is a clear signal to investors. Johor is serious, responsive, and ever ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say, the support we've gotten from our Singapore counterparts has been inspiring. As Prime Minister Lawrence Wong said in January this year, our message to investors is look at the complementaries between Johor and Singapore, because there are many advantages in coming here. Not Johor by itself, not Singapore by itself, but as an ecosystem that complements one another. There are many strengths that we can harness from both sides that will allow us to enhance our value proposition and make this much more competitive and attractive venue for businesses to operate from. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as long as we remain united, we will be able to handle any crisis and meet the challenges ahead. There is a Chinese proverb which states, Wei qi, jiu she, chuan qi. I hope I got it right. Which means in every crisis, there is an opportunity. It is true the tariff issue is a crisis, but it also gives us the urgency we need to make JS-SEZ a reality, and in turn do what we need to do to future-proof our economies. Towards this end, the Johor State Government would like to make two proposals towards strengthening the JS-SEZ. First, we would like to suggest the creation of a Johor regulatory sandbox in the JS-SEZ area. What this is, broadly, is the creation of a supervised, flexible environment for testing innovative technologies, policies, and business models, particularly sectors constrained by current regulations. We can start with the areas such as the Ibrahim Technopolis, IPTEC, Ladang Air Manis, and Forest City, to attract investments and foster cross-border innovation in areas such as fintech, smart logistics, renewable energy, and autonomous tech. Through time-limited regulatory exemptions, the sandbox will enable participating companies, universities, and consortiums to achieve faster development cycles, public-private collaboration, and real-world policy experimentation. Governance will involve key federal and state agencies via the IMFCJ, with eligibility focused on high-potential projects that meet strategic criteria. Second, we also would like to move the creation of an ASEAN industrial park within the JS-SEZ. It is envisioned that this park will be especially geared towards the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. The park will aim to attract strategic investments from RCEP member countries by focusing on high-value sectors such as advanced manufacturing, green technology, and the digital economy. It will drive technology transfer, boost competitiveness and diversity supply chains across ASEAN region. The park should offer customized incentives. Where's my best friend, Mr. John Patrick from Ministry of Finance? Such as tax breaks, simplified talent mobility, and temporary relaxation of fund repatriation rules to make it highly attractive to foreign investors. The ASEAN Industrial Park is hence designed to stimulate economic growth and job creation in the JS-SEZ. We trust these proposals will receive the necessary consideration and support from our federal and Singaporean colleagues. Let me assure you that the Johor State Government is committed to extending whatever is needed to see them realized. I pledge to co-chair monthly meetings with the MITI Minister, provided he's not been hijacked by Singapore, YB Datuk Seri Tengku Zafrul, to maintain momentum and bilateral coordination on these initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us take this opportunity to move forward, united in our vision. One vision, two nations, and a shared prosperity. Together, we will build a future that is brighter, more connected, and more inclusive. I thank you all once again for being here today. Thank you for believing in Johor and the potential of JS-SEZ. Let us move forward hand in hand, Johor, Malaysia, and Singapore, as we shape the future of our region together. Sekian, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk On Hafiz Ghazi, for your inspiring welcoming remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall welcome His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Gan for his keynote address. Please be welcomed.
Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Yang Berhormat Senator Tengku Zafrul, my good friend. Chief Minister of Johor, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk On Hafiz Ghazi, my another good friend. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Thank you first for inviting me to join you today at the Joint Business and Investment Forum on the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. Today's event takes place against a background of significant uncertainties and volatilities, not just for our respective economies, but also for the world economy and the rules-based economic order on which our businesses and economies depend on. Tension between the US and China have escalated sharply, with both countries imposing an escalatory tit-for-tat series of tariffs that have effectively choked off the trade between the two largest economies in the world. This will have significant implications on our businesses, many of whom are embedded deeply within the production and supply chains of both the US and China. We also do not know how negotiations between the US and countries on which it intends to impose reciprocal tariffs on will turn out. And we cannot rule out that some level of these reciprocal tariffs will be imposed on certain countries, which may in turn spark off retaliatory measures by these countries. These series of unilateral actions may also destabilize the existing rules-based multilateral trading order. If countries choose to trade with one another only on their own preferred terms, we will always be at the losing end and at the mercy of larger economies. But in every crisis, there will be opportunities, just like Menteri Besar mentioned just now, 危机就是转机. As businesses seek to reconfigure their production and supply chain arrangements, there will be new opportunities for those who are nimble and fast to adapt to the new landscape. Today's event is therefore both important and timely. Important because amidst a sharp rise in protectionism around the world, it demonstrates how like-minded countries can work with each other to overcome challenges facing us and unlock win-win benefits. And timely because the JS-SEZ presents an opportunity for businesses to explore how to strengthen their supply chains so that they can better respond to the volatilities and continue to grow their businesses. The JS-SEZ builds on the strong, long-standing economic partnership between Malaysia and Singapore to open a new avenue, a new frontier of opportunities for businesses. And I'm glad to hear the announcements of the two initiatives by Menteri Besar. Some businesses in Singapore may choose to expand their capacity in the JS-SEZ. For example, Akison, a Singapore-based agri-tech company whom I just met, together with the Malaysian state-owned Johor Corporation subsidiary FarmBite, are jointly developing a smart indoor vertical farm in Nusajaya Tech Park that is expected to produce over 300 tons of leafy vegetables per annum. This farm will add to Akison's existing capacity of vegetables from its indoor farm in Singapore. Others may choose to develop new capabilities in the JS-SEZ. For example, AgroCorp, a Singapore-based global agri-commodity firm, and McMilk Snow Brand, one of the leading dairy companies in Japan, are jointly developing a facility in Tanjung Langsat to manufacture protein and starch products from climate-friendly crops like pulses. This facility will enable the production of 6,000 tons of cleaner-tasting plant protein annually and enable the company to further its capabilities downstream in plant protein extraction. Businesses may also choose to twin their presence in both Singapore and Johor so that they can tap on their complementary strengths. South Korea's SPC Group is one such example. It has chosen to site its halal manufacturing plant in Johor while establishing a regional headquarters and innovation center in Singapore to drive its R&D in product development. We also hope that we can attract other new businesses that are not yet in Singapore or Malaysia to site their new investments in the JS-SEZ. We will continue to strengthen the fundamentals of the JS-SEZ in order to enhance its value proposition. Firstly, to improve the flow of goods and people between Singapore and Johor by simplifying our clearance processes and customs procedures. Second, to strengthen the business ecosystem by streamlining approval processes, investing in talent development, and establishing a single touch point for businesses. In particular, on the Singapore's end, MTI, together with Enterprise Singapore and EDB, have established a joint project office, to support Singapore-based companies keen to expand and to do more in the JS-SEZ. This will complement the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Centre, Johor, or IMFCJ, established by Malaysia. Thirdly, to strengthen our network of economic partnerships with like-minded nations and economic organizations such as within ASEAN and within CPTPP, as well as between ASEAN and CPTPP with other partners such as GCC and EU, so that we can open up new markets and supply chain flows for our businesses. At a time of significant volatility, uncertainty, and anxiety in the global economy, it is even more important that we team up with like-minded countries, double down on better connectivity and ease of doing business, and join hands with businesses and investors. This way, both Singapore and Malaysia can further bridge our economies through the JS-SEZ and strengthen our supply chains so that we can be more dynamic and resilient together and continue to create good jobs for people of both countries and both regions across the causeway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Gan, for that strategic and forward-looking keynote address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall welcome Yang Berhormat Senator Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul Aziz for his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk On Hafiz Ghazi, Menteri Besar of Johor, His Excellency Gan Kim Yong, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Trade and Industry Singapore, YB Liu Jin Tong, Deputy Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry for Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Haji Azmi bin Rohani, the Johor State Secretary, His Excellency Manu Gopala Menon, Singapore High Commissioner to Malaysia, and also Datuk Dr. Azfar Muhammad Mustafa, the High Commissioner of Malaysia to Singapore, Tan Sri Datuk Sri Zam Zairani, our Chairman of Maybank, as well as Novan Amiruddin, CIMB Group CEO, and the rest of you who are here today. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Salam Malaysia Madani. I want to welcome everyone to this inaugural Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone Joint Business and Investment Forum. So many thanks to everyone who have helped make this gathering possible, especially our colleagues in Singapore and the Johor State Government. First off, I would like to say thank you to my friend, still my friend, Datuk On Hafiz. Datuk On. I think I have to respond to his statement. First, I need to remind him we are from the same political party. Just kidding. And secondly, the Deputy Prime Minister Gan didn't respond, so we know the answer to that. But on a serious note, that was all a joke, right? The High Commissioners, please don't take minutes on that one. On a serious note, thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister Gan, for making the time to come here today. When I spoke to him a few weeks ago, we didn't know it was going to be an election soon in Singapore, but despite your busy schedule, you are able to make time to come, and I think both Menteri Besar Johor and myself are very appreciative of the efforts for you and your team. And Dr. On, thank you very much. Menteri Besar Johor has been really passionate about JS-SEZ. We have many calls. Even on Raya Day, he came to see me. I said, sorry, I'm not working. Then he turned up in my house, discussing about how important for us to ensure that what we announce results in action. So that's why in his speech just now he announced that we are going to have a monthly meeting, right? And I just found out about it just now. But I definitely will continue to chair this, and why not we invite MTI as well to be part of it. But on a serious note, I want to say that this is a very important event, and I know this is the inaugural event. I hope there are many more of these events, or satellite events that can support this initiative. And I want to also thank our strategic partners, CIMB Group, and the Maybank Group for being here today. To the media partners as well. I think there's Bernama, there is also Astro, and of course our partners, Johor State Government, including Johor Invest Johor, Iskandar, and on the Singapore side, EDB, as well as Enterprise Singapore. So the theme of the forum, bridging economies, strengthening supply chain, business, investment, services and trade, I think fits nicely with the JS-SEZ aspiration. It aims to promote jointly and attract investments as well into the JS-SEZ, not only for the benefit of Malaysia and Singapore, but also ASEAN as a regional and broader community. So for many decades, the heart of the Malaysia-Singapore relationship lies in the fact that our two countries are at our best when we work together. In 2024, Malaysia was Singapore's second largest trading partner, while Singapore was Malaysia's largest export destination and second largest trading partner globally. And our trade in 2024 was a robust, close to $87 billion, driven by E&E products, petroleum products, machinery equipment, also other agricultures and optical and scientific equipment. Therefore, this JS-SEZ is another milestone. It's the next milestone in what has been a long, storied, and mutual beneficial journey. If we can get it right, the road ahead will lead to better things for both our countries and Johor. Before I continue, I think I'm going just to elaborate a bit on what Deputy Prime Minister Gan mentioned. This is to talk a bit on the Liberation Day. The Liberation Day tariffs. In fact, tonight I just briefed and spoke to both MB and Deputy Prime Minister. Our team will be going to Washington. And Malaysia is fully committed to securing a favorable resolution that preserves vital market access and supply chains, attract continued foreign investment, and support the well-being of our workers and businesses. It bears repeating that alongside our ASEAN colleagues, Malaysia will not introduce retaliatory tariffs. From ASEAN perspective, I think retaliation is counterproductive. Rather, the region seeks to engage constructively with the US in a forward-looking manner to strengthen economic ties and address shared challenges. So many see the tariff issues as a test of ASEAN unity and centrality. And you look at Liberation Day, and actually the Liberation Day renews and heightens the debates over how appropriate the ASEAN way of regional integration is. But so far, the sense of togetherness on this issue I've seen from my colleagues have been encouraging. So thank you, DPM Gan, as well, for your support. We must find and will find a mutually acceptable, fair, and equitable solution to this issue, both bilaterally and multilaterally. The process will be long and certainly complex, but I believe all of us will do our best. Domestically, the Malaysian government understands the concerns and difficulties the tariffs are causing to our companies, to our workers. We affirm our determination to overcome and adapt to this challenge as a nation. So Liberation Day is also a reminder that in the face of geo-economic and geopolitical certainties, we must accelerate reforms, or in this case, uncertainties. So while we are still studying the full impact that the tariffs will have, the need for JS-SEZ and our country's economic interlinkage is now, of course, more important than ever, in fact, greater than ever. So I hope the current scenario will spur us towards closer collaboration. So ladies and gentlemen, the JS-SEZ journey started last year through the signing of an MOU between Malaysia and Singapore, and then followed by the JS-SEZ agreement. This was January this year. And the JS-SEZ initiative is set to roll out 50 projects in the first 5 years, then scaling up to a total of 100 projects within a decade. This ambitious growth strategy is projected to drive economic expansion in both Malaysia and Singapore, creating 20,000 skilled jobs opportunities. The key economic sectors to be promoted under JS-SEZ include logistics, manufacturing, financial services, business services, digital economy, tourism, food security, education, health, green economy, as well as energy. They have been carefully selected to ensure both sides can leverage on the complementary value propositions of each party. It's also aligned with Malaysia plans such as the Industrial Master Plan, the Energy Transition Roadmap, and various other plans. I would like to highlight that the scale of our JS-SEZ ambition is being matched and powered by a whole-of-government approach. Whether nationally or statewide, we work in close collaboration with stakeholders from businesses and civil society. MITI is among the key ministries involved directly in JS-SEZ. We lead the working group for ease of doing business and participate in others like the economic sector, movement of goods, this of course led by customs, and talent, led by our human resource. In fact, tomorrow there will be a business clinic program, will also be participated by various key agencies. Apart from MIDA, IRDA, and Invest Johor, we also have Johor PBT Fast Lane of the JB City Council, Iskandar Putri City Council, Pasir Gudang City Council, and the Kulai Town Council. So the Ease of Doing Business Working Group, led by MITI, among others, has executed and will execute several quick-win JS-SEZ initiatives. For instance, the official opening of the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center in Forest City. This was in February this year. This represents a significant milestone in streamlining investment processes for the JS-SEZ. And for tomorrow's business clinic, true to its facilitative DNA, the IMFCJ will be coordinating the presence of representatives from the Royal Malaysian Customs Department, Immigration Department, Tenaga Nasional, our utility company, Department of Environment, and also Randhill SAJ. We have also co-organized joint events to promote trade and investment into JS-SEZ. This includes our current gathering with its forum and networking opportunities across key sectors. I think this will bring together industry leaders, policymakers, and businesses from both countries to explore partnerships and drive mutual prosperity. I'm happy to share that for tomorrow, several companies have agreed to participate in the business matching program. They are Super Microcomputer Malaysia, Ferrotech Power Semiconductor Malaysia, ByteDance, Cape EMS, Insulet, AirTrunk, and also Hershey Malaysia. To all these companies, thank you for having faith in our economic reform policies and in what we are trying to achieve through the JS-SEZ. Besides this, following the historic signing of the JS-SEZ, the Government of Malaysia, through the Ministry of Finance, on 8th of January, announced various incentives for JS-SEZ. In a meeting room just now, everybody talked about incentives. These have been deliberately designed to drive high-value investments, tailored to meet the evolving needs of global and domestic investors. So, for example, effective this year, investors in JS-SEZ are eligible for a suite of incentives. We also have additional tailor-made incentives allocated to business operating in certain flagship areas in JS-SEZ. And all these incentives complement the new investment incentive framework announced in our budget, which aims to propel investments in high-growth, high-value, and sustainable industries to stimulate economic development across Malaysia. But of course, arguably the best feature and incentives of the JS-SEZ, it's the unbeatable strategic location, its connectivity, rule of law, the availability of land and human capital, as well as the unity of purpose and effort between the governments involved, Malaysia, Singapore, and Johor. Again, this is no accident that this is a joint investment forum, highlighting that all three parties remain more committed than ever to its success. I will also say that we are determined to continue to both innovate and expand the scope of JS-SEZ. For instance, the federal government supports what MB Johor said just now, the proposed regulatory sandbox initiative located at IPTEC, the Ibrahim Technopolis Kulai and Ladang Air Manis Kulai, which will be instrumental in unlocking new waves of sustainable, high-value investments that benefit both local stakeholders and international partners. And capitalizing on the ASEAN network, we also welcome the idea of the establishment of that park, the ASEAN Plus, as you mentioned, RCEP. RCEP includes the other 5 countries. So we will believe that this will contribute towards improving regional economic integration and attracting high-value investments. So let's start working quickly on these 2 announcements that was made by MB Johor. We hope to get MTI and on board as well to support these initiatives. I think the proposed industrial park, with the addition of the dialogue partners, the other 5 countries in ASEAN, I think will align the ASEAN's aspiration to enhance supply chain efficiency and resilience as well. So really, ultimately, we want the JS-SEZ to be more than just a bilateral framework. It's a value proposition for the whole of ASEAN and even beyond. So yes, we need to get the foundations right, but we must continue to be ambitious and always strive to move onwards. Competition will be fierce, and so we'll need to also stand out rather than simply deliver. So there's now the MB of Johor had a Chinese proverb. So I had to, while the Deputy Prime Minister Gan gave his speech, I had to Google to find out what can I say in reply. Because my team didn't prepare any proverbs. I'll have a chat with them later. So I can't pronounce it properly, but there are 2 proverbs that I think is suitable, but I'll just say one. This is about the Chinese proverb that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. But today proves that 2 tigers can thrive together in JS-SEZ. Yeah. So, as an ex-banker, there's 2 banks here as well. There's Maybank and CIMB. This country also has 2 tigers in the forest, and for the fact that Maybank and CIMB can also work together to this joint forum means that we all can work together towards the success of JS-SEZ. So in conclusion, I echo what Deputy Prime Minister Gan said. You know, there is no one can deny the fact that we are in challenging times, both geopolitically and geoeconomically. But despite uncertainties on the global stage, we are determined to realize the JS-SEZ ambition. And in fact, we want to see it thrive. And it is needed now more than ever. We hope that we get the support of all of you in this room, the private sector, and of course the public sector, not only in the 2 countries, but also in the region. To this end, we will continue to engage, we'll continue to listen, and if needed, act quickly to ensure that JS-SEZ remains open and nurturing for business and innovation. We must be realistic, but we must also guard against undue pessimism. The need for JS-SEZ is obvious, so we'll continue to go all out to ensure its success. So watch this space, and we hope investors, all of you in this room especially, will also choose to come to this space. So thank you. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Minister, and please remain on stage as I invite Yang Amat Berhormat Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi and His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Gan to come up on stage for a group photo to commemorate this inaugural event. Dear Ministers, please remain on stage as I now invite the Chairman of Maybank and Group CEO of CIMB to join this group photo session. Please be welcome. Thank you, dear esteemed guests, for that photo session. You may now return to your seats. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, to further illustrate the potential and impact of the JS-SEZ, we will now have a brief video presentation showcasing its key features and benefits.
Imagine a place where potential and progress are hardwired into the very location itself. Positioned at the intersection of two thriving economies, the Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone is a strategic initiative that combines Malaysia and Singapore's complementary strengths to create a powerhouse of innovation, trade, and investment. In 2024 alone, Johor attracted many strategic investments that are fueling Malaysia's industrial transformation, creating a dynamic, forward-thinking future marked by high-value job opportunities in cutting-edge industries. With strong investments in job creation, Johor is shaping the future of business.
Johor has been an excellent choice for Insulet, providing a strong foundation for our manufacturing and regional expansion. Clear and transparent guidelines and procedures have ensured a smooth regulatory process, fostering a thriving ecosystem for medical device production.
As a leading hyperscale data center provider, Malaysia's strategic location and strong government support made Johor the ideal choice for us. MITI and MIDA have played a key role in helping us navigate investment incentives and infrastructure planning.
Today, the JS-SEZ is shaping a future defined by industries such as advanced manufacturing, green and digital economies, life sciences and logistics, supported by state-of-the-art infrastructure and pro-business policies. Strategic projects such as Forest City and Penirang have already begun to catalyze the transformation of JS-SEZ.
JS-SEZ is Malaysia and Singapore's compelling proposition of a vibrant investment ecosystem that is further strengthened by both nations' strong rule of law and Malaysia's new industrial master plan agenda. This is our unique joint offering to ASEAN and global businesses. We are confident JS-SEZ can and will propel their businesses' journey towards regional and worldwide success.
There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between maybe human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. And with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly.
With nearly 90% of projects implemented in the manufacturing sector, Johor is proving its commitment to growth.
Malaysia has been the key part of Dyson's global ambition, and the support from all government stakeholders at both federal and state levels has been exceptional. From the talent development to the investment facilitation, Johor continues to stand out as one of our global hubs for cutting-edge manufacturing and R&D efforts, consistently delivering state-of-the-art high-tech products to the markets around the world.
Many global companies have recognized the JS-SEZ as their strategic gateway to Asia's 4.3 billion strong market, while benefiting from access to world-class financial services, state-of-the-art logistics, seamless cross-border movement, and a vibrant supply chain ecosystem that propels success on a global scale.
It has been a game changer for us, enhancing logistic efficiency and creating new opportunities for healthcare innovation in the region. From our Johor facility, we're able to supply our proprietary automated insulin delivery systems to customers across US, Europe, and beyond, improving lives worldwide.
We see the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone as a major step forward in advancing the digital economy, enhancing connectivity, and ensuring seamless operations across borders. Our presence in Johor supports major cloud service providers and businesses across the Southeast Asia region, making it a critical hub in our regional network.
The JS-SEZ will empower SMEs, creating more skilled employment. It will also strengthen trade, accelerate technology transfer, and build industrial resilience in Malaysia, Singapore, and ASEAN.
Johor has been an excellent base for Hershey, offering a strong manufacturing ecosystem and strategic access to key markets. The support from MITI and MIDA has been instrumental in helping us expand, including the establishment of R&D center here.
Setting new benchmarks for industrial and economic progress, the JS-SEZ will also support a vibrant community with lifestyle features that encourage a harmonious balance between work, life, and leisure.
We see even greater potentials to strengthen our supply chain and accelerate growth here.
As the JS-SEZ unlocks new frontiers of opportunities, businesses can scale up, fueling investment and trade expansion across ASEAN and beyond.
This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities.
With the JS-SEZ, we see even greater opportunities for regional connectivity and innovation. We are excited to strengthen our presence and continue driving technological excellence for Malaysia.
The JS-SEZ, where ambition meets commercial success. Join us and unleash your business potential towards an extraordinary future.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you just saw is more than just a highlight reel. It's a clear vision of what JS-SEZ stands for: opportunity, innovation, and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let us proceed to the next program. And I would like to invite all VIPs and attendees to adjourn to the luncheon hall next door, where in approximately 15 minutes, we will resume with our subsequent agenda. Thank you.
Menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head & Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head & Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
Demi memenuhi semua impian, kita capai dengan setiap langkah. Teruskan hari demi hari. Kami setia di sisi. Nescafe, hidupkan duniamu.
Zeiss Multifocal Portrait, AI Portrait Kumpulan,
Vivo V50 Portrait Zeiss lebih profesional.
Vivo.
Dah cuba elak panas terik, tapi kulit kepala masih gatal dan berminyak. Mungkin ia kelumumur. Gunalah Head & Shoulders. Berkesan menghapuskan kelumumur sehingga 100% bebas kelumumur. Head & Shoulders.
Today's the day we're getting care service from LG Subscribe. It's a new and easy way to care for premium LG appliances. Keep your appliances in top shape with expert care, covered by warranty. With reliable care from LG, we care for all your subscribed appliances, so you can enjoy peace of mind. Stress less. Care is covered. Subscribe to a better life. LG Subscribe.
Malaysia sebenarnya berada di kedudukan kedua terburuk di dunia berkaitan keseimbangan hidup dan kerja.
LRT3 sudah akan mula beroperasi suku ketiga 2025. Kerja-kerja fizikal dan penstrukturan sudah mencecah 95%.
KPM sebenarnya sedang memperincikan cadangan untuk menyediakan allowance kos sara hidup tingkatan 6.
Melibat urus antara umat Islam dan agama lain penting supaya dapat mengelakkan ataupun membawa kepada Islamofobia.
Tariffs on imports of products from China reaching up to 145%.
Tariffs on the rest of the world are sitting at 10%, with the potential for reciprocal tariffs to be reimposed within 90 days.
Kunjungan rasmi Presiden China ke Malaysia ini menunjukkan komitmen kedua-dua negara untuk meningkatkan hubungan diplomatik ke tahap yang lebih strategik.
Program Sentuhan Kasih Rakyat Sabah atau Syukur merekodkan lebih 68,000 penerima menerima bayaran bagi fasa pertama.
225 unit rumah kos rendah sedang dibina di 5 lokasi strategik seluruh Sabah.
Kerajaan Negeri Sabah disaran mengkaji semula kaedah pengiraan kadar kemiskinan yang digunakan pada ketika ini agar lebih mencerminkan realiti sebenar.
Kerajaan Sarawak mahu terus memperkukuhkan hubungan dengan pelajar Sarawak di seluruh Malaysia menerusi program Ngabas Anak Sarawak.
Okey, sudah pasti kita bertemu kembali langsung dari persada di Johor baru ini bersempena dengan pelancaran ataupun majlis yang sangat-sangat signifikan dan juga penting, iaitu Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone
JS-SEZ. Daripada pagi kami di sini bawakan anda perkembangan dan apakah antara kenamaan dan VIP yang telah tiba daripada kedua-dua negara ini. Saudara Najib, apa yang kalau kita lihat daripada ucapan perasmian oleh Menteri Besar Dato' On Hafiz, masuk juga dengan iaitu kita lihat timbalan perdagangan oleh Singapura, His Excellency Gam King Yong, termasuk juga dengan iaitu Kementerian oleh MITI Tunku Datuk Seri Zafrul telah beri ucapan, telah memberi fokus banyak kepada ini, dan dalam ucapan beliau iaitu Tunku Datuk Seri Zafrul beri tumpuan atau fokus kepada tarif, insentif JS-SEZ dan bagaimanakah MITI ini menjadi supercharger kepada JS-SEZ. Sebenarnya itu adalah antara tumpuan kita bergerak ke hadapan bagaimana untuk membentuk hala tuju JS-SEZ antara kedua-dua negara. Tapi Najib, kita bukan berdua ya, kita akan bersama dengan tetamu.
Oh, kejap-kejap, kena beritahu lepas ni ada apa lagi ni. Sekarang ni kita akan bersama langsung sehinggalah jam insyaAllah pukul 1 tengah hari nanti. Pukul 1 tengah hari nanti kita akan bawakan satu sidang yang saya kira amat menarik, bertitle atau bertajuk Fostering Business Expansion and Transforming Talent and Technology.
Betul, itu.
Ini akan disertai oleh Mr. ataupun Encik Novan Amiruddin, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Kumpulan CIMB, dan conversation ini akan bersama dengan Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi, Menteri Besar Johor, Dr. Beh Swan Jin, Permanent Secretary Development Ministry of Trade and Industry Singapore, dan juga sudah pasti Tengku Datuk Seri Zafrul akan turut bersama dalam sesi tersebut yang akan dimoderate oleh rakan tugas kita Temina Kausci.
Tunggukan nanti jam 1
hari nanti. Tapi saya difahamkan sesi tersebut akan berlangsung selama setengah jam, 30 minit ataupun 30 minit bermula pukul 1 hingga 1.30, dan insyaAllah kita akan bersiaran kembali selepas itu sehinggalah kita membawa kepada sidang media pada jam 2 petang nanti.
Saksikanlah nanti. Alright, we're going to continue welcoming our guests. With me on the set right now, Chief Financial Officer Mercedes-Benz Port Logistics Asia Pacific Sedang Berhad, Mohd Tahir Kadir. Mohidin, thank you very much. Tahir, come and join me. How are you?
Fine, Alhamdulillah.
Alright, this is a very significant event as we're witnessing the unveiling policies, even exchange of MOU, and also the bilateral meeting we are seeing here live exclusive. We're talking about the investment. As we can see, the theme of the JS-SEZ, strengthening bilateral cooperations, supply chains and investment, and focus particularly in investment condition. What are the top 3 conditions specifically for Mercedes-Benz would need to seriously consider a deeper EV investment?
Thank you very much for the question and for the opportunity. So for Mercedes-Benz, basically, what is really important, like any other OEMs or investors, is we need certainty in the regulatory policy and framework. So this is very important to ensure continuity of the business. So I believe, thanks to the cooperation with the Malaysian government, we are able to so far achieve these, and we really hope more will come from the regulatory and policy certainties. And secondly, what is very important is also infrastructure, and I believe Malaysians, we are very blessed with our state-of-the-art road infrastructure, airports, ports as well, and also in terms of connectivity, utilities and so on. So I guess these are all very important consideration for a great investment decision. And finally, what is hardware without software, right? So we need the right people, and we need to ensure we have the right talent. And I think Malaysia is really blessed with the right education system, that we have a lot of English-speaking Malaysians who are providing ample talent for multinational companies. So this is a great opportunity, and especially I'm very proud to say that for our business here in Johor, almost 60% of our talent are Johorians, local Johorians.
Get the right people, right talent for the right result. Yeah, Najib.
Yeah. The typical questions that people keep asking in regards to EV, which one should come first, the charging stations or the EV itself? Now I want to ask you, given that Malaysia's national EV push agenda and also the incentives on offer by the Malaysian government in terms of providing policies, is Mercedes-Benz, open to co-developing aspects of EV ecosystem in Malaysia particularly?
Yeah. So in the context of the logistics business, we are definitely embracing on this green energy and green solutions. We are moving towards green logistics. So I'm proud to say that our warehouse in Senai Airport City is powered by a solar panel, and we are using all electric forklifts, and our material handling equipments are all powered by electric batteries. And so, and also our water system is recycled green water harvesting or from rainwater harvesting. So we are fully embracing this in line with also our global strategy on ESG, going towards Ambition 2039 of being CO2 neutral.
And we know that sustainability is at the heart of EVs. Would Mercedes-Benz be willing to commit a long-term green investments of SEZs embed with ESG, SGD standards into the infrastructure and supply chains and even the governance part?
Yeah, we are already doing it now, and in fact, what we should do now is more to continue this journey of going towards ESG and going green. And I'm proud to say that more and more options are being considered every day. We are even looking at movement of our containers, using EV truck haulage and so on. So I think more in the being considered and being explored on this ESG space.
And hi, I want to be talking on a larger context within the logistics ecosystems. And we know that Mercedes-Benz is one of the biggest industry player within the automotive, especially in the Pacific. Can share with us, through all the evolutions or transformations logistic within the automotive, can share with us what were the challenges that we faced before and we have to face now and even in the future, what our preparedness towards any of the challenges or difficulties that logistics of automotive have to face, and how can we face them?
Yeah, so in the current situation, change is the only constant. With Mr. Trump, if I may quote, for sure. At least for the Asia-Pacific business, we are not having much interaction with US at the moment. But so our business is very much confined in the Asia-Pacific region. But in terms of the challenges of ESG, I would like to again reiterate a more long-term sustainable policies from the government will definitely help in ensuring more investments into these ESG topics and of course a more holistic approach to the whole ESG ecosystem from all the authorities, be it MITI, MOF, MIDA, and all the players together. So this will also definitely help to prolong and promote further investments in this ESG area.
That is our dream and hope.
What kind of challenges do you foresee, or the sort of downside risk that we should look out for in terms of expanding the EVs and green technology, especially for this particular region, that we could collaborate between all parties to solve it once and for all?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think it's more about having a long-term perspective on the whole EV ecosystem. We need a more certainty and more longevity in the policies. And I think this will promote, because for example, a vehicle life cycle is maybe 5 to 7 years. So an investment ecosystem that lasts 5 to 7 years provides a bit of certainty to OEMs on how to move forward on this EV technology and so on.
We know that Malaysia is one of the small open economy, and probably compared to one advanced economy, they have more resources and fund to boost any of their ecosystems, landscapes, even automotive aspect. Can share with us what are some of the things that Malaysia can learn and adapt from their approach to boost within the logistic automotive sector industry? Probably we can see what of the best approach that we can adapt.
Yeah, in logistics business, I think two things is very important, yeah, on-time service level and in-full service level, yeah. So basically our customers want the best service and they want the right parts at the right time. So I guess customer service is of great importance, and we have our motto in Mercedes-Benz, customer care is best. So I guess this could be something that we could also scale up overall on the logistics business. How do we fulfill the needs of the players, of our customers together with the right holistic approach?
Right, okay.
All right,
thank
you very much,
Tahir, for joining us. Such an insightful stories and journey. Thank you so much for joining us. Kita akan bersama dengan satu lagi cerita sekejap lagi. Ini cerita kedai roti sebentar lagi. Sebab sekarang ni tengah berlangsung sesi fotografi dekat dalam Dewan. Ini kenangan-kenangan lah bersama dengan Datuk Seri Tengku Zafrul sebentar saja lagi, dan sidang media ataupun sidang seterusnya yang kita akan bawakan adalah soal bagaimana sesi seterusnya ini melihat kepada bagaimana untuk syarikat-syarikat ini expand perniagaan mereka di JS-SEZ ini. Bukan satu benda yang mudah. Ada banyak cabarannya, ada banyak modal yang perlu diletakkan, ditanam, dan juga consideration dalam membuat keputusan tersebut. Kan?
Betul, dan kita akan bawakan tetamu itu selepas kita berhenti rehat selepas ini.
Ayam tenders McD baru, sekali rasa nak lagi, 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 tiada tulang. Nak lagi dan lagi.
Bombastika Raya! Terlepas menonton hos-hos popular dan persembahan bintang-bintang tanah air, jangan risau, keseronokan Raya tetap dikongsi. Bombastika Raya 2025 kini di Astro Go dan On Demand. Bombastika Raya kita. Beli satu percuma satu phone 5G dengan ansuran 0% hanya dengan plan U Family.
Ayam tenders McD baru, sekali rasa nak lagi, 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 tiada tulang. Nak lagi dan lagi.
Today's the day we're getting care service from LG Subscribe. It's a new and easy way to care for premium LG appliances. Keep your appliances in top shape with expert care, covered by warranty. With reliable care from LG, we care for all your subscribed appliances, so you can enjoy peace of mind. Stress less. Care is covered. Subscribe to a better life. LG Subscribe.
Uniform Tentera Darat Malaysia TADM bagi peserta program latihan khidmat negara tidak seharusnya menjadi isu hangat.
Jenayah penipuan pelaburan mencatatkan jumlah kerugian tertinggi pada tahun ini setakat 2 Februari lalu.
Kementerian Pendidikan memandang serius isu peningkatan trend penggunaan rokok elektronik.
Lembaga Lebuh Raya Malaysia LLM memperluaskan larangan kenderaan berat memasuki lebuh raya pada waktu puncak di beberapa jajaran terpilih di sekitar Lembah Kelam.
Tariffs on imports of products from China reaching up to 145%.
Tariffs on the rest of the world are sitting at 10%, with the potential for reciprocal tariffs to be reimposed within 90 days.
Kunjungan rasmi Presiden China ke Malaysia ini menunjukkan komitmen kedua-dua negara untuk meningkatkan hubungan diplomatik ke tahap yang lebih strategik.
Program Sentuhan Kasih Rakyat Sabah atau Syukur merekodkan lebih 68,000 penerima menerima bayaran bagi fasa pertama.
225 unit rumah kos rendah sedang dibina di 5 lokasi strategik seluruh Sabah.
Kerajaan Negeri Sabah disaran mengkaji semula kaedah pengiraan kadar kemiskinan yang digunakan pada ketika ini agar lebih mencerminkan realiti sebenar.
Kerajaan Sarawak mahu terus memperkukuhkan hubungan dengan pelajar Sarawak di seluruh Malaysia menerusi program Ngabas Anak Sarawak.
Okey, dari awal pagi kita banyak bercakap ni Nina. Ini sekarang waktu lunch sebenarnya ni. Kita nak cakap pasal makanan sikit. Tapi ini seronoknya sebab kita nak cerita-cerita pasal usahawan perniagaan yang mengembangkan perniagaan mereka di sini, dan juga kita melihat dan mendengar cerita mereka. Macam mana journey itu?
Betul.
Bukan mudah kan nak buka, nak mengembangkan perniagaan, nak memberikan pertumpuan dan sebagainya.
Tadi saya dengar cerita sembang tadi, dia cakap ada 16 branch dah dalam 2 tahun. Banyak tu.
Kita dengar daripada mulut individu sendiri, macam mana nak sebut nama brand ini supaya kita tak salah nama brand ini.
Nama brand Paris Baguette. Saya tak boleh cakap Melayu, boleh cakap English ya.
Okay, no worries. We shall continue our discussion in English. Yep. Okay.
As long our audiences understand and you can converse with us well, thank you very much for joining us first.
Okay,
we're at the JS-SEZ. It's a very big event. Definitely moving forward, we're hoping for new and bigger and better things for both of the economies in every aspect. Digital economy, we can say innovation, we can say green economy, logistics, manufacture, semiconductor, and the list goes on and on. But we're going to focus on the Paris Baguette for now. What are some of the strategic value does Paris Baguette see in the establishment of the JS-SEZ?
We see the JS-SEZ has the ability to significantly improve the cross-border integration between Johor and Singapore. Yeah. And we also believe that with improved infrastructure and policies, like the Menteri Besar, Dato' Onn Hafiz mentioned, we can actually operate as one ecosystem rather than two separate markets. And also, I think earlier on, they also mentioned that the Paris Baguette has a twinning model, meaning that our regional headquarters is actually based in Singapore, and our manufacturing hub is based in our manufacturing halal hub is based in Johor. Wow. Yeah. So with this, we believe that it will help us to build the foundation to be operationally agile and to be connected to the region, not just Singapore, but also to Southeast Asia.
But can JS-SEZ be a game changer for cross-border operations between Malaysia and Singapore, Johor and Singapore especially?
We are already invested here in Johor, so we certainly hope at this point that they will actually be able to support us. I think over the last couple of years, we can actually see significant improvement, especially in terms of like people movement, because I do come to Johor every week, so I can see that it is a lot faster now, and then with the QR code and all that is also better. But when it comes to goods movement, I think what we also hope to see from JS-SEZ is to have maybe a more streamlined customs, also improve digital processes, as well as a maybe coordinated regulatory standards, so that it's actually easier for us to move like goods across the border to Singapore and also to other parts of Southeast Asia. Yeah.
Let's talk about how you guys streamline the operation for under the JS-SEZ, because we are talking about logistics, we are talking about warehousing and also last mile delivery across between two countries for Paris Baguette itself. Share with us the story and the journey of having the whole ecosystem in place for Paris Baguette.
So before we have the Johor manufacturing halal plant, we were importing our goods actually from South Korea. So at that point in time, can you imagine, like from South Korea, we are actually importing goods into Singapore, into Malaysia, into Indonesia. And then now with our Johor manufacturing halal hub, it is now closer. It is definitely faster. So in the past, we used to maybe order once a month, or in some countries, we order once in 2 months. Currently, Singapore is ordering every week from Johor. We are able to actually leverage on our space here, our logistics, warehouse as well. And with this faster, shorter distance and faster time, it means that our partners and our stores in the neighboring country can order more frequently. That also means that there is actually a longer sell-through period for our products. As well as, this also means a lower inventory pressure as well as cash flow pressure for our partners in the region. Yeah.
Talking about the collaboration with other economies, but also have to trickle down to one of the other stakeholders within the ecosystem. Is Paris Baguette in talks with the Malaysians or even the Singaporean government agencies such as MIDA, IRDA, JTC, MTI regarding incentive or the expansion within the JS-SEZ?
Yes. So we are already supported by MIDA. through this incentive called the Halal Incentive, where we invest in state-of-the-art technology for our factory. So they are supporting us in the form of a tax benefit. We are also already supported by EDB Singapore as well, in terms of this grant that is called the Research and Innovation Scheme for Companies, where we have that twinning model of building the talent for our regional headquarters in Singapore towards business activities that are innovation and R&D. Whereas, on the Johor side, that's where we focus on our mass production and mass manufacturing. Yeah.
Let's talk about how do you guys incorporate technology in terms of understanding the pattern of
structure and the ecosystem.
Consumption and all that. So in terms of using and adapting to AI, in terms of tracking the demand forecast and food tech collaboration under JS-SEZ. Share with us the journey, because it's quite exciting, because now you have halal certified so-called central kitchen or something.
Yes,
yeah. So this is a huge market as well, because now that you can distribute to more markets in Malaysia. Yeah.
Right. So firstly, we just got our halal certification for our factory around 2-3 weeks ago. So that's good news for us. That means that now we can actually do the halal certification at the store level very, very soon. Okay, going back to the technology front, is that at this moment we basically just operationalized our factory maybe about a month ago. So right now we are still setting up our, foundational system, such as our ERP system. But our system is now integrated, whereby all of our stores in the region are going to be able to actually order through a single platform to our, factory. What we are currently still looking at is actually smart, manufacturing technology, and we also hope to be able to work with, the ecosystem within the SEZ to be able to study, what are the systems out there that could be suitable for us. That's something that we're looking into right now. Yeah.
Share with us the overarching vision of Paris Baguette for the next 5 to 10 years.
How to intensify Paris Baguette presence in all over the world from this JS-SEZ.
Correct. Yes.
So we are about building a longevity as well as scale. And it's our mission to also be able to serve the diverse communities across the world. And our vision for Paris Baguette is to be the most trusted and well-loved bakery cafe brand in the world. Yeah. And our manufacturing halal hub in Johor is really a strategic pillar to enable us not just to serve the regional market, but also the halal market beyond just Southeast Asia, but also in the Middle East, in North Africa. So this is actually a very key piece of investment for us. And when I say that we are about longevity, we have also already invested in another piece of land just beside our current, which is actually even bigger piece of land. And this is really for us to be able to scale up to future-proof, our manufacturing in the future. Yeah.
It's not easy managing and maneuvering all the challenges within the FFP industry with the era of rising AI, technology. What are some of the, we can say, tips or some strategies that we can adapt from other countries that manage to go globally within the expansion? What some of the aspect of infrastructure, technology, digital, AI and mobility talent, how Paris Baguette will manage that moving forward?
That's a very, very big and broad question. Yes. But I think for us as a food business, I think first and foremost, our core really is the ability to serve, and create safe but also very tasty, food to the audience. And that is something that perhaps, that core skill set, it is still necessary. So I think that's one, good thing for us. But at the same time, I think even when it comes to food, we will actually have to cater to the rising demand across the region, which is very different. Let's say, for example, be it for example, the aging population. That means that they call for a different kind of more functional food when it comes to bakery that can still taste good. And still, be healthy, for people. So those are some of the things that we continue to look at, in terms of food science as well as food technology. When it comes to AI and when it comes to digital technology, I think in our back-end system, that's where we always constantly look at how can we leverage on this to be able to, like you say just now, to be able to plan more accurately, to be able to be just in time, to deliver to our customer. So we are constantly, looking into, all these areas. I think the other thing that, that's important, I think, for Paris Baguette brand is that we are also looking at, like, for example, our manufacturing hub in Johor. It's very clear is to serve like the Southeast Asia as well as the halal community. But we are also thinking about, manufacturing hub in other parts of the world to be able to serve the communities over there. That is maybe create products that are also more relevant for them as well. Yeah.
And we're talking about food, Paris Baguette, but I'm going to maybe align or realign this with what's going on with the globally, the China and probably US tariff war. And we can see that Malaysia is also affected, as considering that US and China is our biggest trade partners. What are some of the things or preparation for Paris Baguette? We can see that 16 branches within the 2 years. It's quite fast for 16 branches all over Malaysia. And what are the next innovation that we can expect from Paris Baguette moving forward?
Going back to like the tariff war, I think one of the things that concern us, because we are like definitely connected to our Paris Baguette in other parts of the world. So even like, for example, our US Paris Baguette is also, they're building their own manufacturing hub as well, but that takes a few years to complete. And they're also trying to see, where's the best place to import the products from. Could it be Johor? Could it be, still South Korea? Could it be, other parts of our world? But this is something that we are looking at. But at the same time, when we are doing trade with the entire Southeast Asia right now, we are mostly trading in USD. So even though we don't have a lot of like raw ingredients import from the US, we are trading in USD. So the USD has an impact, on our revenue. So that's something that we are watching very, very closely. Honestly, at this moment, it's very uncertain. So I think maybe we'll get a bit more clarity in the next, 90 days or so. And then we will have to see how we pick up from there and reorganize ourselves, maybe better to equip with this, new uncertainty in the world.
Last question, probably maybe share with us.
Yes, please.
What's your dream and hope under the JS-SEZ will boost the Paris Baguette moving forward?
Wow, our dream is to have 500 stores, 500 Paris Baguette stores in the region that I'm managing. Okay. So that includes the Southeast Asia market, as well as the entire Middle East and North Africa. So that is actually our dream. And when we invested in this plant, as I mentioned, our aim is to be able to serve the diverse, communities in the world. Yeah. So we hope that by 2030, we'll be able to realize this, dream of ours, to be able to extend ourselves to the Middle East, North Africa, beyond just Southeast Asia. Yeah.
Okay. All right, again, Mr. Thank you very much for this sharing. Talking about Paris Baguette bread, I'm quite hungry right now. Again, Mr. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again.
Thank you so much,
Hannah, CEO of Paris Baguette AME, Asia Pacific, Middle Eastern and African markets. And definitely all of our discussion will be featured in AstroAwani.com and across all social media with us. Najib, we still have another session after this, but please stay with us. We will continue right after this.
Demi memenuhi semua impian, kita capai dengan setiap langkah. Teruskan hari demi hari. Kami setia di sisi. Nescafe, hidupkan duniamu.
Bombastika Rakyat! Terlepas menonton hos-hos popular dan persembahan bintang-bintang tanah air, jangan risau, keseronokan Rakyat tetap dikongsi. Bombastika Raya 2025 kini di Astro Go dan On Demand. Bombastika Raya kita. Beli satu percuma satu phone 5G dengan ansuran 0% hanya dengan plan U Family.
Kencang! Kencang! Kencang apa ni? Kencang!
Mestilah Astro Fiber Wi-Fi kencang.
Macam siput, asyik tersangkut-sangkut, kena berebut rebut. Semua orang pula sekarang dah serabut.
Kencang-kencang, kencang. Kencang-kencang, kencang. Kencang-kencang, kencang. Yeah. Satu family, semua boleh guna. Apakah Wi-Fi-nya?
Wi-Fi kencang, itulah jawapannya. Kencang. Kencang.
Wi-Fi kencang, tak sangkut-sangkut. 500 Mbps, hanya RM90 sebulan. Kadang-kadang kena redor je ke?
I harap Azim kena scam dengan perempuan lain.
I ada idea. Kita rompak Azimat.
Kak Di?
Kau!
Madam boleh kira full amount yang hilang minggu lepas. Eloi, I mau tahu dari mana duit tu datang.
First Wives. Stream episod terbaru dahulu. Eksklusif on demand dan 9 malam di Astro Citra.
Malaysia sebenarnya berada di kedudukan kedua terburuk di dunia berkaitan keseimbangan hidup dan kerja.
LRT3 sudah akan mula beroperasi suku ketiga 2025. Kerja-kerja fizikal dan penstrukturan sudah mencecah 95%.
KPM sebenarnya sedang memperincikan cadangan untuk menyediakan allowance kos sara hidup tingkatan 6.
Melibat urus antara umat Islam dan agama lain penting supaya dapat mengelakkan ataupun membawa kepada Islamofobia.
Imagine a place where potential and progress are hardwired into the very location itself. Positioned at the intersection of two thriving economies, the Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone is a strategic initiative that combines Malaysia and Singapore's complementary strengths to create a powerhouse of innovation, trade, and investment. In 2024 alone, Johor attracted many strategic investments that are fueling Malaysia's industrial transformation, creating a dynamic, forward-thinking future marked by high-value job opportunities in cutting-edge industries. With strong investments in job creation, Johor is shaping the future of business.
Johor has been an excellent choice for Insud, providing a strong foundation for our manufacturing and regional expansion. Clear and transparent guidelines and procedures have ensured a smooth regulatory process, fostering a thriving ecosystem for medical device production.
As a leading hyperscale data center provider, Malaysia's strategic location and strong government support made Johor the ideal choice for us. MITI and MIDA have played a key role in helping us navigate investment incentives and infrastructure planning.
Today, the JS-SEZ is shaping a future defined by industries such as advanced manufacturing, green and digital economies, life sciences and logistics, supported by state-of-the-art infrastructure and pro-business policies. Strategic projects such as Forest City and Penirang have already begun to catalyze the transformation of JS-SEZ.
JS-SEZ is Malaysia and Singapore's compelling proposition of a vibrant investment ecosystem that is further strengthened by both nations' strong rule of law and Malaysia's new industrial master plan agenda. This is our unique joint offering to ASEAN and global businesses. We are confident JS-SEZ can and will propel their businesses' journey towards regional and worldwide success.
There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between maybe human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. With the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly.
With nearly 90% of projects implemented in the manufacturing sector, Johor is proving its commitment to grow.
Malaysia has been the key part of Dyson's global ambition, and the support from all government stakeholders at both federal and state levels has been exceptional, from the talent development to the investment facilitation Johor continues to stand out as one of our global hubs for cutting-edge manufacturing and R&D efforts, consistently delivering state-of-the-art high-tech products to the markets around the world.
Many global companies have recognized the JS-SEZ as their strategic gateway to Asia's 4.3 billion strong market, while benefiting from access to world-class financial services, state-of-the-art logistics, seamless cross-border movement, and a vibrant supply chain ecosystem that propels success on a global scale.
It has been a game changer for us, enhancing logistic efficiency and creating new opportunities for healthcare innovation in the region. From our Johor facility, we're able to supply our proprietary automated insulin delivery systems to customers across US, Europe, and beyond, improving lives worldwide.
We see the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone as a major step forward in advancing the digital economy, enhancing connectivity, and ensuring seamless operations across borders. Our presence in Johor supports major cloud service providers and businesses across the Southeast Asia region, making it a critical hub in our regional network.
The JS-SEZ will empower SMEs, creating more skilled employment. It will also strengthen trade, accelerate technology transfer, and build industrial resilience in Malaysia, Singapore, and ASEAN.
Johor has been an excellent base for Hershey, offering a strong manufacturing ecosystem and strategic access to key markets. The support from MITI and MIDA has been instrumental in helping us expand, including the establishment of R&D center here.
Setting new benchmarks for industrial and economic progress, the JS-SEZ will also support a vibrant community with lifestyle features that encourage a harmonious balance between work, life, and leisure.
We see even greater potentials to strengthen our supply chain and accelerate growth here.
As the JS-SEZ unlocks new frontiers of opportunities, businesses can scale up, fueling investment and trade expansion across ASEAN and beyond.
This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities.
With the JS-SEZ, we see even greater opportunities for regional connectivity and innovation. We are excited to strengthen our presence and continue driving technological excellence for Malaysia.
The JS-SEZ, where ambition meets commercial success. Join us and unleash your business potential towards an extraordinary future.
Baik. Silakan Najib.
Kita masih lagi menantikan sidang seterusnya. Kita akan bawakan sebentar saja lagi. Ini bersama dengan
Amir Farid.
Betul. Sekejap lagi Amir Farid tengah say goodbye kepada Menteri Besar Johor.
Nanti dia akan masuk balik datang sini.
Okey, sesi seterusnya sikit lagi kita akan bawakan adalah berkaitan dengan fostering business expansion dan juga transforming talent and technology. Ini akan diketuai oleh Novan Amiruddin, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Kumpulan CIMB, dan juga akan melibatkan Datuk On Hafiz Ghazi, Menteri Besar Johor, dan juga Dr. Beh Swan Jin, iaitu Permanent Secretary Development Ministry of Trade Industry Singapore, dan juga sudah pasti bersama dengan Tengku Dato' Sri Zafrul Abdul Aziz, iaitu Menteri Pelaburan, Perdagangan dan juga Industri Malaysia, yang akan dikelolakan dan juga dimoderate oleh Tamina Kausci, sahabat kita.
Baik, itu adalah tumpuan sebentar saja lagi. Dan kalau kita nak recap balik, kita sebenarnya secara langsung di Pusat Konvensyen Antarabangsa Persada Johor ini adalah saat penting dalam kerjasama ekonomi rentas sempadan antara apabila Malaysia dan Singapura berhimpun dalam Forum Perniagaan dan Pelaburan Bersama Zon Ekonomi Khas Johor-Singapura JS-SEZ, dan kami bawakan liputan sepanjang forum ini ya Najib, dengan kita menilai semula bagaimanakah lanskap ataupun kedudukan pelaburan, perdagangan, termasuk juga dengan sinergi antara industri ini. Dan dari pagi sehingga kini kami telah mengikuti ketibaan tetamu daripada Singapura, kita lihat Malaysia, tetamu kenamaan dari kedua-dua negara, dan kita juga menemu bual pakar-pakar dari pelbagai industri sektor, logistik, perbankan, pembuatan, semikonduktor, F&B pun ada. Dan kalau kita lihat persediaan untuk kita meliti JS-SEZ ni bukan sekadar kerjasama ekonomi dan di sebadan, tapi ia merangkumi penyeragaman bagaimana untuk kita selaraskan pengurusan dalam pelbagai aspek daripada segi sistem kasta, pembangunan infrastruktur, integrasi digital ekonomi, hijau dan pergerakan bakat rentas sepadan, dan bagaimana untuk kita wujudkan satu ekosistem pelaburan yang lebih baik untuk kedua-dua negara. Okey, Amir Farid sebenarnya dah ready. Jom kita panggil Amir Farid. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih.
Tadi
tak habis cerita kita. Okey, kesediaan kita untuk membina satu zon ekonomi yang sangat komprehensif. Ini cabaran yang besar. Banyak modal nak kena tanam. Banyak syarikat yang nak perlu yakinkan supaya mereka hadir ke sini, modal insan, teknologi transfer dan sebagainya. Keseluruhannya saudara Amir melihat bahawa usaha ini adalah usaha yang berperingkat dan juga kesinambungannya melibatkan semua pihak lah, di peringkat pusat, di peringkat negeri dan sebagainya. Bagaimana ini melihat bahawa kedudukan kerajaan pusat dan negeri itu harus dimainkan dengan begitu jitu untuk memastikan kesinambungan pembangunan JS-SEZ?
Terima kasih Najib. Tepat sekali ya. Kalau kerajaan di pusat dan kerajaan negeri tidak selari dari segi pemikiran untuk membangunkan Johor, ini saya rasa amat merugikan. Jadi alhamdulillah kita lihat dalam beberapa tahun kebelakangan ini semakin jitu kerjasama antara kerajaan pusat dan kerajaan negeri Johor, kerana berbalik semula kepada tesis ekonomi untuk membangunkan JS-SEZ ini sememangnya sudah dibincangkan dalam wacana-wacana sebelum ni. Tetapi kali ini dengan strategi yang lebih jelas dan clarity dari segi polisi, kita lihat proses implementasi itu semakin rancak dijalankan, dan saya berharap agar cabaran geoekonomi ketika ini dapat memberi tekanan dari segi positif untuk memastikan dapat memacu JS-SEZ ini untuk direalisasikan secepat mungkin. Tetapi cabarannya sudah tentu amat besar, kerana berbalik sebelum break kita bercakap tentang saling melengkapi. Pertama sekali, kedua-dua buah negara Malaysia dan Singapura harus akur bahawa kita berada di dalam dua fasa pembangunan ekonomi yang berbeza. Jadi untuk mengharmonisasikan dasar-dasar, untuk memastikan, kerana kenapa ini penting ya? Kenapa saya menyentuh tentang perbezaan pembangunan ini? Kerana kalau tidak ada political will, sudah tentu apabila ada jurang pembangunan ini akan berlaku, apabila bekerjasama akan curiga antara satu sama lain. Tetapi berbalik pada perkara pokok bahawa kepimpinan di kedua buah negara menyedari hakikat bahawa lebih baik untuk melengkapi satu sama lain, bekerjasama, kerana opportunity cost untuk tidak bekerjasama itu jauh lebih besar. Dan bukan selalu, kerana kita kata Special Economic Zone ini amat unik sekali, kerana dua kerajaan Singapura dan Malaysia untuk satu zon yang sama. Ini tidak dapat dilakukan jika tidak ada kesefahaman antara kedua-dua buah negara, dan kita mempunyai hubungan dari segi sejarah yang cukup dekat dan unik kepada kita Malaysia dan Singapura. Jadi inilah saya rasa menjadi rencah utama untuk memastikan kejayaan JS-SEZ ini. Tetapi juga pada masa yang sama, bukan polisi clarity ini di peringkat kerajaan, di peringkat mikro ya, harus juga diberi kesedaran untuk masyarakat di Johor ni terutamanya tentang the benefits of JS-SEZ ini.
Okey. Itu pada penting sekali untuk kita melihat kerjasama antara kedua-dua negara ni, sebab ini bukan tugas yang mudah. Ada banyak aspek yang perlu dilihat pada waktu ini. Saya difahamkan kita akan ke Dewan 2, kita bersama dengan Fostering Business Expansion dan juga Transforming Talent and Technology yang akan dikelolakan oleh Novan Amiruddin, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Kumpulan CIMB, juga bersama-sama dengan Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi, Dr. Beh Swan Jin dan juga Tengku Dato' Seri Zafrul, saya percaya. Dan Taimina Kausci take it over untuk sesi seterusnya.
Permanent Secretary
Ministry of Trade and Industry, Singapore, Yang Berhormat Lee Ting Han, Johor State Exco Member for Investment and Trade, Tan Sri Datuk Sri Zamzam Zairani Muhammad Isa, Chairman of Maybank Group. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the JS-SEZ Joint Business and Investment Forum. My name is Novan Amiruddin, Group CEO of CIMB Group, and it is my privilege to introduce this upcoming session. We are honored to have YB Senator Tengku Datuk Sri Zafrul here today to discuss the critical topics of fostering business expansion and transforming talent and technology at JS-SEZ. As many of you know, YB Tengku Datuk Sri Zafrul has been instrumental in the formalization of JS-SEZ. Under his leadership, Malaysia recorded a historic high of close to 380 billion ringgit in approved investments, generating more than 207,000 jobs in 2024, the highest in the nation's history. In addition, Tengku Datuk Sri Zafrul has been an active champion of JS-SEZ. His leadership has been pivotal in promoting the zone to both global and local investors and in working alongside the state government to outline incentive packages that will drive JS-SEZ's growth. This session will be moderated by Astro AWANI's Miss Temina Kausji, a seasoned media personnel who is the anchor of Niaga Spotlight, Astro AWANI's weekly business analysis and future affairs show. As an ASEAN bank, CIMB Group is thrilled with the opportunities presented by JS-SEZ for ASEAN. The prospect of the Johor and Singapore story is not new. No other geographical area in ASEAN has the unique qualities which Johor and Singapore have: abundance of land, human capital, energy and resources, and access to a global financial center. Especially in the light of the current heightened uncertainties, JS-SEZ is a compelling joint proposition by Malaysia and Singapore to elevate and strengthen ASEAN's supply chain. In support of JS-SEZ and to be a source of strength for our clients in this uncertain environment, this morning CIMB Group announced two commitments. First, we will commit 10 billion ringgit in funding facilities over the next 3 years to drive economic integration and unlock cross-border opportunities in this special economic zone. Second, we are launching our ASEAN Financial Passport, which offers a one-stop approach to empower businesses with seamless cross-border banking experience. CIMB has established a dedicated team of experienced bankers across Malaysia and Singapore to accelerate market entry for our clients, with 28 branches in Johor, 6 of which are specially located in JS-SEZ. We are well positioned to facilitate business expansion in this key economic zone. As of today, we have a branch in the financial zone of Forest City, and we are actively exploring service centers around the Johor-Singapore RTS checkpoints to better serve our customers. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to collaborating with various stakeholders and our clients to deliver meaningful outcomes while propelling ASEAN's long-term economic and environmental aspirations. It is our hope that this event will serve as a catalyst for insightful conversations, innovative solutions, and strategic collaborations. Without further ado, I will now hand it over to Ms. Temina to moderate this next exciting session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome, and Sheikh Novan Amiruddin. A very good afternoon, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible to be here with you all at the inaugural Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, JS-SEZ, inaugural Joint Business and Investor Forum. May I, of course, now welcome on stage to join me the esteemed Yang Berhormat Senator Tengku Datuk Sri Utama Zafrul Tengku Abdul Aziz, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Malaysia. Yang Berhormat, thank you so much for most graciously making time for this exclusive fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, our topic of the day is fostering business expansion and transforming talent and technology. Plenty to chew upon, especially during lunchtime. Ladies and gentlemen, the JS-SEZ is where bold business meets boundless opportunity. We are hoping to drive expansion, transform talent, and ignite the future of tech innovation. We are now going to actually flash a QR code for Slido on, of course, the digital screen behind us. And please feel free to ask pertinent questions about the JS-SEZ via Slido while we have our minister with us here. QR code is being flashed. You can also, of course, upvote your preferred question for Yang Berhormat's attention towards the end of this rapid-fire discussion. Yang Berhormat, good afternoon. Hope you're feeling well.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. I'm okay. And how are you?
Very well indeed. Yang Berhormat, can we please now begin perhaps your initial thoughts on not only the strong support that you've put behind the JS-SEZ, but also the importance of creating this SEZ for closer economic integration between Malaysia, Singapore, and how you see things rolling out perhaps over this year?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to our strategy partners today and all those who have been instrumental in ensuring the success of today's event. Without your support today, I think we can't have this event, and the purpose of this forum is to get people, especially companies, to be more involved in JS-SEZ. So thank you to our colleagues from Johor and also from Singapore who are here today. And I'd like to see more questions later. Be open. This is completely an open door policy of JS-SEZ. So if there are tough questions, I will try and answer. If there are tougher questions, the PERMSEC is here from Singapore. And also my Deputy Minister, YB Liu, is somewhere there. And of course, the EXCO from Johor is also here. So it's although I'm the only one sitting here, Lamina, can I also invite them if these questions are difficult?
Absolutely. We can, of course, send a mic over to the nearest.
Okay. Yes. So back to your question. JS-SEZ, it's, we heard the speeches by the Chief Minister, by Deputy Prime Minister Gan. They have been formulated in such a way that we want to see the right spillover to Malaysia, to Singapore, and of course Johor in particular. We have seen how today we are faced with various challenges, right? Geo-economic challenges, geopolitical challenges, and it's time to step up and see what we can do that is within our control. And so JS-SEZ, with the support of Malaysia and Singapore and the state of Johor, we can fill that vacuum, right? People are talking about where should they move their investments, where can they base their companies. It's JS-SEZ together with Singapore and Johor. So many of you who are here today will probably want to know what are the benefits of JS-SEZ. How can that spillover benefit your companies, right? So for me, JS-SEZ, and I discussed with you earlier this morning, is first of its kind. I hope I'm right. It's one of the only first cross-border SEZ in ASEAN, right? And we try to make sure that we leverage on the comparative advantage, on the competitive advantage of both Malaysia and Singapore, especially through Johor, and then be a window as well, and giving opportunities to other companies who want to have access in markets, not just JS-SEZ, but across ASEAN and ASEAN Plus. And today in the speech as well, the Chief Minister mooted the idea of RCEP. As you know, RCEP members, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership members, comprise of ASEAN member states, as well as 5 other nations: Korea, Japan, China, of course, Australia and New Zealand. So we can start with inviting our dialogue partners, our strategic partners, to come and look at the opportunities of JS-SEZ.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that overview just to get things started, Yang Berhormat. Now, of course, a couple of data points. I do love my data points for everyone's knowledge, and perhaps you can query about some of these as well. So the JS-SEZ initiative, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, aims to attract at least about 100 high-value projects and also generate hopefully 20,000 skilled jobs by 2030. That's in less than 5 years' time. So a lot is going to happen. We'll also, of course, then go into a little bit of a discussion around the fact that Johor also late last year in November, was in the news because of the fact that they are going to announce and introduce and implement also premier incomes for those working in high-value manufacturing jobs, starting at 4,000 ringgit for the minimum wages and 5,000 ringgits for those who have actually higher diploma qualifications. So all this sounds like a really good start. But Yang Berhormat, I want to pick up on something you briefly mentioned. Now, let's go into shifting the focus to the state of the global economy. Since, of course, President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. It's not even been 20 days. It feels like an entire quarter has passed by. Nevertheless, what are your thoughts on Malaysia as ASEAN chair and also our position on multilateralism, given this very interesting conjunction in global economics right now?
Yeah. So thank you very much. I had the opportunity to meet my colleagues from other ASEAN member states. We had a meeting, in fact, 2 weeks ago. We had a virtual meeting where, fortunately, all economic ministers were able to attend that meeting, and we came out with a joint statement. I believe most of you are aware that we all are in agreement that we continue to support this rule-based multilateral global trading system. Basically, we support the principles of multilateralism. And at the same time, we all also reach consensus that the way forward is to engage the United States, not to retaliate through retaliatory measures. So this is something that we all in agreement. And at the same time, we understand that each country in ASEAN will have its own challenges, which will have its own concerns. So we will approach this both at the multilateral platforms through ASEAN and other platforms that are available, that we are members of. And at the same time, bilaterally, we also continue to engage the US. I think it's important for countries like Malaysia and in Singapore, which is very much involved in the critical part of the global supply chain, and after all, we are an open economy. We are a very trading nation as well. So again, this is where JS-SEZ is important, because we are in a geographical location where that supply chain that is supporting many industries pass through this area, and I think it's important that we continue to highlight this to all our partners, including the United States, of how Malaysia, Singapore, JS-SEZ, ASEAN, all can play an important role in supporting the global supply chain, and it is actually and will benefit the world, and definitely will benefit the United States as well.
Absolutely. And perhaps let's cycle back a little bit, Yang Berhormat, into looking at JS-SEZ and what's really attractive here for multinational firms, which will also foster regional development then through the strong relationship we have always maintained with Singapore.
Okay. In this room, we also have Ministry of Finance who are present here. I think one of the key person is here, John. I'm not sure whether you're still here. But before this event, he and my Deputy Secretary reminded me to share with the audience this latest news, where the incentives that have been announced are now in the process of being gazetted. But while waiting for it to be gazetted, you don't have to wait for the approvals to be gazetted, or not approvals, sorry, the incentives to be gazetted. What can happen is you submit your proposal, MIDA and MOF and MITI and all the relevant agencies will then, together with the state government, of course, present to the NCI while waiting. Do not have to wait, and Ministry of Finance will give approval on case-to-case basis. So we want to move fast, right? So to all of you, if someone tells you wait for it to be gazetted, say it's not right. That's not true. You can already start submitting your proposals, your submissions to the relevant authorities, where those incentives that have been announced will then be presented to the National Committee of Investment, NCI, which is co-chaired by MOF and MITI. So that's one. I think on incentives, tomorrow there will be a session talking about, in fact, I was told there will be clinics where many companies are then involved, not only on the supply chain, but also what are the benefits and how to go about it. All the relevant agencies, including local councils, are present tomorrow. So you'll be discussing details that you may need to know. We are there to support both our ministry, our agencies, the Johor state government, and with the presence of banks here, they are also there to support financing or any other access to funding that may be required. And finally, last point that I want to highlight is that we are also focusing on ensuring that as much spillover as possible is achieved that will be gained by the SMEs as well. So I think SMEs play a key role in the growth of JS-SEZ. So this is another agenda that we want to push for, and we want to ensure that we monitor this closely. And the IMFC Johor IMFC, so far, it was opened in February this year in the Forest City. I was told that close to 89% of the projects in 2023 is already operational, the one that's approved, and more than 72% of the projects that was approved in 2024 have been implemented. So we are monitoring. So similarly, when you talk about incentives from fiscal tax incentive, I think you saw the list of tax incentive for companies and for workers as well, for employees. And then infrastructure, the government has committed a sizable amount, close to 5 billion ringgit on infrastructure to support. And at the same time, we want to build the ecosystem on funding, which is also important. On infrastructure is on energy, green energy as well, many opportunities that are already in the pipeline. So this is where this forum, the next couple of sessions and tomorrow will be important for us to share that roadmap.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat, for highlighting a couple of really important points, actually, when it comes to the establishment of special economic zones. We've covered just now with what Yang Berhormat shared, cross-border governance, which is quite often underexplored when it comes to public discourse, but it's really crucial for operational success once the FDI translates into the actual companies coming over and operationalizing, because all the systemic friction points, the potential for legal mismatches, custom lag, digital infrastructure disparities, they can be overcome by operationalizing the rich investments. And that regulatory clarity, as Yang Berhormat has encouraged, you can already begin begin by putting in your applications because they will be viewed on a case-by-case basis. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you haven't forgotten that you can be asking questions via the QR code on Slido that is being flashed on the digital screen. You can also then proceed to upvote specific questions to highlight for Yang Berhormat to answer. YB, now let's move along into looking at actually talent circulation within ASEAN and talent mobility. Now this has been something which Malaysia even did push for and encourage during our previous term as ASEAN chair back in 2015. Now in 2025, so much has changed, and the incredible opportunity which we have right now to harness and ensure that we're encouraging also ASEAN talent to come towards JS-SEZ as their destination of choice. A few thoughts on that.
Yes. Now, just looking at the statistic for talent, we did a survey recently. Many companies, if you say what are 3 key challenges, one of those 3 is talent. And if you ask any companies, not just in Malaysia or Singapore, it's actually a global challenge as well, especially in sectors that are being promoted throughout the world. So for Malaysia, for JS-SEZ in particular, we are working closely with the talent agencies here. Also the Johor state government is supporting us. And this is where in my speech, I mentioned about the importance of a whole-of-government approach, but it's actually more than just a whole-of-government approach. It's a whole-of-nation approach where we require companies also through and higher education ministries, the human resource ministries, the companies, the R&D centers, all we have to work together to prepare the pipeline. This is, again, I would like to encourage all of you in this room to participate in many of the programs that are available so that we have the right kind of skills that you require. And again, apart from the tax incentive for those skills, I think I saw the list of incentives given for our professionals who are required to support certain industries. We are also here to ensure that we support the companies to train the individuals that you need. So it's a win-win situation. One of the discussions that is led by MITI together with the Higher Education Ministry, with the Economy Ministry and the Human Resource Ministry is to have even training funds for industries to then employ. We call it academy dalam industry, which is, we have the academy within the industries itself. So here, I'd like to invite companies who are investing in the JS-SEZ to participate. We will then ensure that you are ready to support our program, because these programs will then in turn support the talent requirement of the industry. So definitely it's not an overnight solution, but in the short term, this hopefully some of the fiscal incentives, some of the loosening of regulations. Recently, MIDA has been given the approval to give visa for foreign workers, foreign professionals, sorry, not workers, foreign professionals to come in, right? Because we made to understand that some of you, when you want to invest in Johor or in Malaysia, when you come in, the immigration will be wondering why you come in 3 or 4 times a month or 10 times in the last 2-3 months. So all this ease of doing business is there. And can I also highlight that, we want to do new things, want to do things differently, but it's easier said than done. The regulatory frameworks is there, the current guidelines is there, the legal frameworks is similar to regulatory frameworks are there. So how do we cut across these red tapes? So that's why when I discuss with the Chief Minister, with MB Johor, let's do a bit of, sandbox, where we will then work with the industries. Hopefully we can get EDB and Enterprise Singapore also involved, bring the companies there. And sometimes the solution comes from the companies, the ideas come from the companies, and we test it. Because I know sometimes my own colleagues are worried about trying new things, but if we do it in a very controlled environment and do a few pilot, then hopefully some of the success through this pilot or through the sandbox can then be implemented more widely, especially for JS-SEZ. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. And of course, picking up on a point you made there about regulatory sandboxes, innovation, let's perhaps now pick up on the benefits for domestic SMEs versus foreign multinationals, because you had, of course, mentioned ensuring inclusive economic spillover, particularly for Johor-based businesses or MSMEs, SMEs from around Malaysia who want to locate or relocate here.
Yes. For SMEs and micro SMEs, these are, of course, important backbone of our economy. And similar to, I believe, Singapore as well, we are here to support SMEs from Singapore and SMEs from Johor. If they want to expand, naturally, Johor is an area where it's easier to expand, given the proximity and given the accessibility to many, many markets. So for me, there are three things I would like to share to you, SME. One, I hope Maybank and CIMB, you can continue to support the SMEs, and UOB is also here. I believe they have a session also this evening. So for us, we want to facilitate. We'll get the financing in, but there is a discussion now. I think YB Liu is also looking at this, where government comes out with support in forms of not just grant, but also in terms of guarantees in some of the key industries. So this is being deliberated and already presented. And I must say that we are going to celebrate the one-year National Semiconductor Strategy next month. So this some of the new thinking about how government support SMEs will be announced, and JS-SEZ hopefully will be a net beneficiary of that. Number two for SMEs is the supply chain. That's why tomorrow, please attend the clinic on the supply chain, where the relevant stakeholders will be engaging many SMEs on showing where SMEs can play a role, where SMEs fit in the whole supply chain, supporting not just the multinational, but also the large local companies based here in Malaysia, based here in Johor, and of course, spill over from the Singapore side as well. And on final one, on SMEs, we want SMEs to also access to the ASEAN market. One of the priority economic deliverables as ASEAN chair is for us to upgrade the ASEAN Trade and Goods Agreement, and at the same time, to get SMEs and micro SMEs more involved. We are also, hopefully will conclude, substantially anyway, the Digital Economic Framework Agreement, where this again will support SMEs, and you know, JS-SEZ is an area where, a base where you have access to great logistics to support your exports to markets in ASEAN for SME. So again, so please, for those of you who have friends outside who are SMEs and who are SMEs in the room, please be comforted that there is a strong push towards SMEs, as we can see that big spillovers can be achieved if we get SME involved. So we want to see JS-SEZ growing, but the growth has to be growth that is also inclusive, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat. And this, of course, also then naturally aligns with Malaysia's broader national agendas, which include Industry 4.0, New Industrial Master Plan, and IMP 2030, and also net zero targets, given that sustainability, of course, is at the core of all FDIs that we are having inside the country as well. From there, Yang Berhormat, perhaps we can just close out with some additional thoughts that you have on the RCEP, and looking at how RCEP could maybe then go into also attracting investors from Australia, China, Japan, New Zealand, South Korea. We're not only looking into ASEAN alone, right? And particularly given the current volatility of global economics, ASEAN is looking particularly attractive.
Tamina, when are you opening the floor to questions?
I would love to open it right now. We're
okay, let me answer.
the Q&A to come up.
Yes. Just kidding. I was just trying to buy time to think of the answer. Okay, so when Definitely, you mentioned RCEP, and if you heard Deputy Prime Minister Gan's speech earlier today, he also mentioned about CPTPP, mentioned about the other GCC, mentioned about EU. I'm not sure whether he mentioned CPTPP, but he definitely mentioned GCC and he mentioned EU. So I think ASEAN as a bloc, of course, through RCEP, through our 5 partners, we can also use RCEP as a platform for us to engage other economic blocs, be it GCC or EU, because RCEP is where all 10 ASEAN countries are a member of in this partnership. So for us, for Malaysia and Singapore, this is a chance for us to take the leadership at JS-SEZ as an example where 2 countries can actually work together to ensure that it is a win-win solution. Of course, there will be challenges along the way. No one can deny that. Any partnership, there will always be challenges. But at the end of the day, we must look at the bigger picture. We must see how both parties benefit from this. Similarly, if you look at what you mentioned about RCEP, we also need to consider how do we upgrade RCEP itself, or opportunities to see how countries today can then engage more freely in areas, not just in goods, but also in services, for example. So my final note on this is that given the challenges that we face today, given the uncertainties that we face today, many people say the only thing that is certain is uncertainty. So for Malaysia, speaking on behalf of MITI in particular, our plan is to continue to engage industries, all the other relevant stakeholders on how do we mitigate this. And at the same time, one of the mitigating factors that we have considered is engagement through the various multilateral platforms that we have, multilateral agreements that we have, and at the same time ensuring that we continue to support the principles of multilateralism, and we must continue to fight for that belief and for those ideals that have brought us peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Yang Berhormat. And also just highlighting a couple of key interesting points based on what Yang Berhormat shared. So as of January 2025, ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian government offers a very comprehensive tax incentive package for JS-SEZ. Now this includes a special 5% corporate tax rate for up to, wait for it, 15 years. And this is for qualifying manufacturing and service activities such as AI, quantum computing, medical devices, aerospace manufacturing, and global service hubs. Also, additionally, attracting and retaining migrant talent that is professional. Knowledge workers in the zone are eligible for a 15% personal income tax rate, and this is for 10 years, which of course then enhances the appeal for skilled professionals. So thank you very much for the conversation insofar, Yang Berhormat. We're actually waiting on to just see whether we have any of the questions that have come in from our esteemed delegates.
No questions?
Can we have the questions that have come in via Slido?
Yeah, we have Slido because we know all of you are shy to ask directly.
All right, thank you very much. I actually have happened to receive them on my phone. If you don't mind, Yang Berhormat, let us have a look at a couple of them. Now, Anonymous asks, thank you very much, Anonymous, for the question. Yang Berhormat. Anonymous asks, are there efforts to streamline policies between Singapore and Malaysia or Johor to promote growth and investment in the JS-SEZ? Thoughts on this?
Yes, I think the short answer is yes. As I mentioned just now, this is where it's important that we have some pilot programs to see whether some of the red tapes can be reduced. This is one way. Of course, regulatory frameworks, we talk about standardizing in a way, but I think what companies want from my discussion with all of you is that you want to ensure that when you do something, the rules that are applied in Singapore are also the same rules that apply in Malaysia and vice versa. Or else it's hard to do business when you want the whole idea of a JS-SEZ between Johor and Singapore is to increase productivity, increase efficiency, and of course, at the end of the line, at the end of the day, improve your bottom line. So this is where I think what I mentioned earlier today, MB also mentioned it first, it's important to have that, what do you call it again? I forgot again. The sandbox, right? To have that sandbox to test some of these ideas to see whether it's, of course, most of you will say it's commercially viable, but we as policymakers want to see whether it's practical and it has the right impact to the bigger economy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Yang Berhormat. Unfortunately, that does bring us to the end of our time, as we do have to continue on with the post-lunch program, which I'm sure our delegates are much excited. A little short. I hope you are, of course, happy with some of the answers that Yang Berhormat has been able to share. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request a huge round of applause for Yang Berhormat for spending time with us, telling us a little bit more about the JS-SEZ.
Ladies. Thank you very much, Tamina, and thank you all for supporting this event. As I said, please fully utilize the facilities or the discussions. And this is not a one-off event. We will definitely have many more events, and I was talking to my team, and I'll try and talk to Singapore MTI as well, to try and then focus more on the specific sectors going forward. Because from my discussion before this meeting, many of you said, can we have discussion on the energy sector, what are the concerns? Because today is very general, of course, very broad. We can then go and talk and engage specific sectors on specific concerns. So I mean, we have many flagships as well. So this is where I think this is a kickoff, and when we will then have a more events that will engage the relevant sectors and try and look at it more, go deeper into some of the discussions. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Yang Berhormat. Not just a merger of economies, but a fusion of innovation as well as opportunities. That is the JS-SEZ. Thank you very much once again on behalf of Yang Berhormat Tengku Zafrul and myself, Tamina Kausji, on behalf of the Niaga AWANI team from Astro AWANI. That brings us to the conclusion, and back to you, MC Fairul.
All right, so thank you, Tamina.
McD baru sekali rasa nak lagi lagi tiada tulang nak lagi dan lagi.
Today's the day we're getting care service from LG Subscribe. It's a new and easy way to care for premium LG appliances. Keep your appliances in top shape with expert care, covered by warranty. With reliable care from LG, we care for all your subscribed appliances, so you can enjoy peace of mind. Stress less. Care is covered. Subscribe to a better life. LG Subscribe.
Ayam tenders McD baru sekali rasa nak lagi lagi tiada tulang nak lagi dan lagi.
Today's the day we're getting care service from LG Subscribe. It's a new and easy way to care for premium LG appliances. Keep your appliances in top shape with expert care, covered by warranty. With reliable care from LG, we care for all your subscribed appliances, so you can enjoy peace of mind. Stress less. Care is covered. Subscribe to a better life. LG Subscribe.
McD baru sekali rasa nak lagi lagi tiada tulang nak lagi dan lagi. Azim kena scam dengan perempuan lain.
I ada idea. Kita rompak Azimat.
Kak D?
Kau!
Madam boleh kira full amount yang hilang minggu lepas.
Eloi, I mau tahu dari mana duit itu datang.
First Wives. Stream episod terbaru dahulu. Eksklusif on demand dan 9 malam di Astro Citra.
Malaysia sebenarnya berada di kedudukan kedua terburuk di dunia berkaitan keseimbangan hidup dan kerja.
LRT3 sudah akan mula beroperasi suku ketiga 2025. Kerja-kerja fizikal dan penstrukturan sudah mencecah 95%. KPM sebenarnya sedang memperincikan cadangan untuk menyediakan allowance kos sara hidup tingkatan 6. Melibat urus antara umat Islam dan agama lain penting supaya dapat mengelakkan ataupun membawa kepada Islamofobia.
Inilah acara kemuncak yang dinanti-nantikan. Pertembungan epik JDT Sri Paha. Perlawanan akhir Piala Malaysia demi sebuah takhta legenda.
Sri Paha mendapati Johor Darul Taksim berada di hadapan.
Sokonglah sepenuhnya demi Liga kita. Perlawanan akhir Piala Malaysia secara langsung di Astro dan Astro Go.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi. Saya Najib Aroff ditemani rakan setugas Nina Rozman. Kita berada di kampung saya, Johor Bahru ini, di persada di Johor Bahru ini bersempena dengan Johor-Singapura Special Economic Zone JS-SEZ. Hari ini ada perbincangan yang mendalam dilaksanakan.
Dan apabila kita bercakap mengenai zone ekonomi khas
Minister, and certainly that is an important segment that Maybank will want to assist. And it should be an end-to-end from advisory, providing workshops, journey on decarbonization, and of course, financing. We want to, and today, our MOU with Perbadanan Usahawan Johor, or PUJB, underscores our commitment to supporting Johor entrepreneurs. Maybank will collaborate with PUJB to, among others, offer customized banking and beyond banking solutions, including halal facilitation services and connecting these SMEs to the workplace ecosystem between B and B. We aim to play a role in catalyzing business growth, covering PUJB's ecosystem of over 60,000 local MSMEs. We believe that the halal industry in Malaysia is projected to expand significantly with a GDP contribution of about 8% by 2025. Our global Islamic banking experiences has enabled us to access this halal ecosystem. And since September 2023, Maybank Islamic has guided over 360 MSMEs in their halal certification journey under our halal facilitation program. And to name a few, we assisted 2 Johor-based MSME clients, Pembekalan Syahid and Maiz Enterprise, in their application. And now, they are exporting to markets like Singapore and Thailand. We're also the key financial partner to SPC Group, best known for its brand Paris Baguette, that has been mentioned a few times this morning, in setting up its global halal central production hub in JS-SEZ. I'm proud to share that about 85% of Malaysia's 200,000 halal players bank with Maybank. We are closely watching the developments in the Forest City Special Financial Zone. We will soon launch a new phygital branch strategically located next to the Invest Malaysia Facilitation Center, Johor. Our private wealth team is facilitating the setup of family offices, and we see potential to position JS-SEZ as an Islamic wealth management hub. And Maybank is showing strong momentum in Islamic wealth, recording a 30% year-on-year growth to 95 billion ringgit in asset under management. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, as a leading bank in ASEAN, Maybank is well positioned to drive collaboration between Malaysians and Singaporeans and across the region. Maybank has the widest banking network in Johor with 71 major touch points, and 38 of which is in the JS-SEZ zone, and the largest amongst foreign banks in Singapore, with 23 touch points, 17 branches, and 6 private wealth centers. It is indeed my privilege on a personal note as a Johorian, born in Johor Bahru, used to live in Gelang Patah, and started my banking career in Taman Sentosa, Johor. To witness the birth of this landmark economic zone, Maybank looks forward to acting as a strategic banking partner to help the JS-SEZ succeed for generations to come. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dato', for your comprehensive and thoughtful closing remarks. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session in this luncheon hall. We will have a couple more panel discussions that will resume in the first hall next door, and it will begin at approximately 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. So see you again.
country, wrong state.
Lagi Russia.
Ya, apa? Ya, tanya semalam tak keluar kau satu dia.
Sorry?
Bila you upload?
Tadi.
Tadi, salah. Raya lagi, sebulan raya lagi. Dekat mana? Kat com ke mana?
No, it's a JS-SEZ folder. 7A. Maybe you need to refresh.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, boleh saya mulakan? Ada MC ke? Tak ada? Boleh termulakan? Okey. Kurangan bajet peruntukan. Okey. Alright. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang. Terima kasih kepada semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Bersama-sama saya, Kepala Menteri dengan Esko Pelaburan daripada negeri Johor. Dan English? English. Okay. So sorry, distinguished friends of the media. Today, the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, MITI, together with the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Singapore, as well as the Johor State Government, officiated the inaugural JS-SEZ Business and Investment Forum at this Persada Johor Convention Centre in Johor Bahru. It is a two-day forum, and it represents a strong public and private collaboration. It involves many agencies, MIDA, IRDA, Invest Johor, EDB, Enterprise Singapore, and also strategic partners like Maybank and CIMB. And I must say that we are pleasantly surprised by the strong presence here by respective representing many industries, over 1,000 participants at this inaugural forum. So MITI, as the main host of the event, had the pleasure of hosting the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore, who is also the Minister of Trade and Industry, Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong, and also the Menteri Besar of Johor, Dato' On Yang Berhormat Dato' On Hafiz Ghazi. And this long-standing cooperation shared between Malaysia and Singapore, together with Johor, of course, is about to be elevated via this JS-SEZ. And you all heard the speeches by Menteri Besar of Johor, together with the DPM Gan. I believe we can sum up a few of the key points, including my speech. So one point number one is that Johor, Malaysia and Singapore have complementary strength, and this is what JS-SEZ is all about. If you look at the geographical area, it's very compelling argument that no other areas can represent these unique qualities and resources and combine with the logistics and access to global financial center as well. Number two is the possible establishment of an ASEAN or RCEP industrial park. This is something that all of us will continue to see the details on where the park will be, what are the focus on. So this will come back in a timely fashion. And an agreement that we should commence a regulatory sandbox as well for new projects, for new ideas. And number four, one of the most heated discussions among the industry players, not heated, one of the most raised issues is about tariffs, right? So on the current tariff issues, the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone is a compelling joint proposition by Malaysia and Singapore to elevate and strengthen the ASEAN supply chain. I think amidst all this discussion, we should refocus on issues or areas where we can cooperate to mitigate those impacts. And finally, we would like to invite investors from the rest of the ASEAN and ASEAN partners countries to also join us at JS-SEZ. So I would like to thank the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Singapore, as well as the Johor State Government, as well as all the key partners that are involved in today's event. And we are also appreciative of the great participation of many companies who are present here today. Thank you. So we open the floor to questions. Thank you. Oh,
Maybe you can elaborate more on cooperation in areas that you emphasized just now to mitigate impact of the US tariff.
Yes. So if you look at the areas that we want to focus on, these are areas where I mentioned before, the areas that bring the right spillover. And JS-SEZ has identified 11 key sectors. So these are the 11 key sectors involved mainly in high-end technology, advanced manufacturing, green energy. So, I mean, healthcare, many areas that looks at the positive spillover. In fact, the Chief Minister or the Menteri Besar Johor announced that this quarter alone, investment in Johor that has been approved amounts to 27.4 billion ringgit first quarter. And this was, if you look at the breakdown of that number, if I'm not mistaken, more than close to 90% of it is actually JS-SEZ. So a large portion of it is attributed to JS-SEZ. And I would like to say that IMFCJ, that was opened, Investment Malaysia Facilitation Center Johor, that was opened in February this year, played a critical role as well in facilitating these investments in the first quarter, approved numbers. So if you ask that, this is again, in light of what's happening globally, this is it is important that Malaysia, through JS-SEZ, for example, focus on bringing in the right kind of investments and continue to strengthen the case for diversifying some of the supply chain that companies may want to focus on, especially when we talk about supply chain resiliency, we're talking about supply chain security.
Just from New Straits Times. We believe that you're going to Washington.
Your belief is right. Yeah.
So how are you going to navigate the tariff issues?
Yeah. So I'll be accompanied by our team from the relevant agencies in MITI. So obviously, as you know, it's not going to be a negotiation just yet. What we are doing is we want to engage first, right? We want to understand what are the areas of cooperation, and areas of concerns, areas of collaborations, and the importance of the Malaysia-US relationship when it comes to trade and investments, and also the importance of ASEAN in the whole global supply chain and the importance of ASEAN to the US supply chain. So my purpose together with my team, and I will be joined by the second finance minister who's there for the IMF World Bank Spring meeting. He will be joining some of the meetings, and we will see how we can also explain the role that Malaysia play in this global supply chain, and the role that Malaysia play in supporting US companies based in Malaysia, and how they have also play an important role to the US economy. And finally, of course, in any negotiations, please do not expect that we can conclude in one meeting, right? So to me, it's important that engagement is done. We, of course, what Prime Minister said, he has welcomed the 90-day pause, which will then give us time to engage, and we'll continue to engage. It's not a one-off engagement with the US. And for ASEAN, we will also carry the message that have been jointly announced by all the ASEAN economic ministers in our meeting 2 weeks ago, especially supporting the principles of multilateralism, where we believe that rule-based multilateral trading system is important, the multilateral economic global system is important, and we also reinforce the fact that ASEAN will not announce any retaliatory measures. We will instead engage the US, and I've seen my colleagues who are already engaging the US, and all have agreed. And this is important because, after all, ASEAN has always talked about ASEAN neutrality and ASEAN centrality.
Ministry, Norman here from Nikkei.
Oh, Norman's here.
Today, the Chinese Ministry of Commerce issued a statement about warning countries that negotiate trade deals with the US will be hit with countermeasures if they harm their interests, and also called on the countries to stand on the right side of the history and uphold international trade rules. So what's your comment on that, with a new threat in the midst of all these negotiations going on with the US and now coming from China as well?
Yes. So, as you know, Malaysia has always been strong in our view with regards to principle of multilateralism. So similarly, what is important to note is that in any agreement that we have with other countries, be it bilateral or multilateral, is always in the interest of Malaysia first. You know, we want to make sure that Malaysian companies, Malaysian investors, Malaysian exporters, Malaysian workers, well, in a way, Malaysian economy is not being affected by a decision that is harmful to our nation. So again, China or EU or GCC or even the US, right? I think what we need to do is engage. For us, we understand the principle of multilateralism, and especially through multilateral platforms or organizations like WTO, is that, you know, that's why you have the MFN, right, where we always want to be fair to all. Whatever agreement that we have achieved with one nation, we should try as much as possible to give similar treatment. So again, you know, this is where ASEAN is working very hard to upgrade our ASEAN Trade and Goods Agreement. I mentioned about the Digital Economic Framework Agreement. We are also, as ASEAN bloc as well, is in upgrading our FTA with China, with India, and at the same time Malaysia as well is continuously engaging with other countries and restarting also resuming FTA negotiations with blocs like EU, and recently we also have concluded discussions and now trying to finalize with European bloc for an FTA. Thank you.
One last question.
Dua. Thank you, sir.
The recent visit China, Malaysia, right? So 31 MOUs were signed. Any updates on it?
Given that it was done on Thursday, I hope you give us time after 2 working days. So we need more time to update you. But please be assured that we are still monitoring not just this MOU, but even the other MOU. But what's important, honestly, is to make sure that when you look at the MOU, it's not just MOU of cooperation in business, but MOU cooperation in other areas. Then this is important because for Malaysia, as an open economy, we have similar understandings, not just with China. You know, I'm going, for example, to Saudi also next week because we're in preparation for the ASEAN GCC meeting end of May, where we also have another business element that will be supporting the leaders summit. Right.
So let's say that any negotiation with US falls through and the tariff takes place as it is. So what is the forecasted impact on Malaysian economy? And then with this latest development, is meeting going to revive the trade target?
Yes, so I think it's still early days. Like what Central Bank said, the governor has said that even IMF World Bank is relooking at the global growth forecast because one must bear in mind that this tariff, the reciprocal tariff that was announced, and now the base tariff that's also been in place for the next 90 days affect all economies. So Malaysia, of course, is not excluded. So the impact to Malaysia, we are still studying. We have a range. I think many analysts here also have a range. You ask CIMB, Maybank, they have a range between 1 to 1.5% impact to GDP. You can look at the consensus number, but our official government still are waiting for the full study on the impact. I'm sure Central Bank at the right time will announce the impact to the GDP. As Governor stated, he is still waiting for full, because things are moving so quickly in terms of policy changes. You know, first it was 1st of April, then 9th of April, then 10th of April, there's another change, and then some sectors are exempted, first semiconductor, then the E&E, and then the appliances, and then maybe not, maybe only short term. So this, a lot of uncertainties, but like if you ask me, of course, any tariff will have an impact to any economy. So definitely there will be a negative impact. But again, there will be direct and indirect impact. There will be winners, there will be losers, but net, I think even if you are winners into, but that pie is shrinking. You might be having a greater percentage of the pie, but the pie is shrinking as global trade and global economy shrinks in the face of, tariffs. Right? So that is what we believe in. That's why I mentioned many times today, the principles of multilateralism is important, because this has brought growth to our economies, and it has brought also stability, peace, and prosperity as well. That is the thesis that we continue to support. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No question for this two?
Cool.
Thank you. Johor?
Take one picture.
Take one already.
Grip each other again. Sorry.
Malaysia, we always hug each other. We don't shake hands. Okay. We talk lah. One day, P1 and C. Okay.